Welcome into the 2024 UCR Election Special. I am Noah McKay, and this is going to be new. This is going to be different. We may have fun, we may not. We'll see. Just a few things. Buckle up. We're going to be here for a while. We are going to analyze the data all night long. So, for those of you who are watching on the UCR Facebook page, you know me as the sports guy. I'm still the sports guy. In a past life, I was the politics guy a little bit. Okay, I have a little bit of a background in politics. So usually on election nights, my phone is just blown up with texts for people asking me what's going on, what are you seeing, what's going on. So I figured, let's just go live and talk about what's going on. So this is not going to be a CNN or Fox News election night. You got your own thing for that. This is going to be purely, as you see on the screen, we're going to go from state to state. We're going to have special guests come on in about 45 minutes. Brady Smith, who is, I guess you would call my cousin-in-law, knows a ton about all this stuff. We're going to talk about it. But we're going to have a little bit of fun tonight. And so pull up a chair. This is kind of a watch party. I've got the one network, up in front of me. Again, this is not going to be, you can do it in the comments. I don't care. But yay Trump or yay Kamala, the whole thing. We're just going to break it down throughout the evening. So, let me know what you think. Let me know your thoughts, your questions. And we go through the night. The polls just closed in 6 states, I believe. And you see Florida already, 39% of the vote in, with Donald Trump leading by 3%, 163,000 votes. Yeah, David, that's what we're going to try to do. So, some places to watch early in the evening. If it's going to be an early night for either candidate, what does that look like? That's something my sister and I were talking about yesterday. So let's start with Donald Trump. If this is going to be an early Donald Trump victory tonight, which I have a feeling the majority of our watchers this evening is, by the way, we're live on Facebook and on YouTube tonight. What does it look like? So I look at a place like Virginia, a place he's probably not going to win. Now, if he wins Virginia, it's over. He's going to win. But you want to see him, if you're a Donald Trump supporter, for it to be an early night for him. That probably needs to be a big early lead as you wait for those counties just south of Washington, D.C. to come in. They always bring it back. If you think about 2016, he led over Hillary Clinton late into the evening in Virginia, and then she brought it back. There in those counties, they're usually the latest to report, and there's a ton of Democrat votes in those areas in the northern part of Washington or of Virginia. So you see there, this is, okay, they just got a little big a vote in, but Donald Trump needs to hold that, about a 15-point lead for a while if he wants it to be an early night for a victory for him. Another place, the polls don't close for another 45 minutes in New Jersey. If New Jersey is close, it's a good night for Donald Trump. If New Jersey is a blowout early, a better sign if you are a Kamala Harris supporter. Georgia, obviously, the biggest of the early states. Again, 3% of the vote in Kamala Harris with a 51 to 48% lead. It's 4,000 votes. This is going to be really interesting to watch because typically the Democrats run up an early score in these states in early voting. They usually are way up in early voting. But the evidence we have early on this election is that Republicans really got out early. The question is, were those new voters or were those people who were voting on Election Day who voted early? We'll have to wait and see. Again, about 45 minutes, we'll have our first guest of the evening. We may have several. CNN is very confused that their polling shows independents in Georgia swinging 20 points towards Trump from 4 years ago. Yeah. The exit polls are very interesting. They mean nothing. They're usually off. But let's put it this way. I don't think the Kamala Harris campaign loves the exit polls. Showing Trump winning among independents, showing 70% in the Fox News exit poll say that the country's on the wrong track. Probably not a great sign for Kamala Harris and a very good sign for Donald Trump. And how about this? 45% of the vote already in Florida. Donald Trump has a 7-point lead. So this is one thing I want to do tonight, because it's something that I kind of have an expertise in, and I want to look at specific places to show us what's happening. So a county in Florida, Donald Trump wants to win Florida by 10 points tonight. If Donald Trump wins Florida by 10%, it's no longer a swing state. He's having a great sign. So obviously everyone knows about, well, in politics land, everybody knows about this area called the I-4 corridor, right? If you think back to 2000, Al Gore and George Bush, from then to now, everyone talks about the I-4 corridors, from Orlando to Tampa, this area in here. A lot of rural area in between, and then 2 metropolitan centers. So you look at here, this is 2020. Donald Trump won this small county by 63%. He won this one by 55, 62, 61, 55. He's looking to expand that tonight. So if Donald Trump wins all these small counties by 70 points, which is crazy, but by 70 points, he's feeling really good about winning Florida by 10+%. And if he wins Florida by 10+%, it's a great night for Donald Trump. As we see if we can get a breakdown on Florida. Perfect. So these are some of those counties that we're talking about. And none of them are in. So here, said he wants to be at 70%, 68% in Sumter County. That's a good sign for Donald Trump. Lake County, he wants this to be more. So let's see. This is just outside of Orlando. 86% of the vote in. Donald Trump's winning by 22%. So let's go in here. Don't zoom out on me. Right, so in this area here, he was winning that by more. But it's still good to be up by 22% there for Donald Trump. Again, just getting started tonight. Put me in your earphone or in your headphone if you want. We're going to look at all these things as they come in. Florida is already the mass one. They're going to call Florida soon. A 7-point lead with none of the Panhandle in. The Panhandle is open later, so they'll wait until 7 o'clock Central Time when these ballot polls close, and Florida will be the first of the major states to be called. Donald Trump's going to win Florida. There's no question about it. Checking down here, the Tampa area, 1-point gap. That is not a good sign for Kamala Harris. That's a great sign for Donald Trump. Orange County, this is Orlando, a 17% lead. You know, pretty good. Pretty good if you're a Donald Trump supporter. Somebody could tell me what Tennessee is in the college football playoff top 25. That'd be wonderful. I'd appreciate it very much. Georgia is obviously the first swing state. Florida's not a swing state. Donald Trump's going to win Florida. They're going to call it as soon as the ballot, or as it closes. So now 3% of the vote in Georgia, and just a 2% lead. And you look at where this is coming from. The Atlanta suburbs. This is an area where if Kamala Harris wins Georgia the way Joe Biden did, she's going to run up 300,000 vote lead, 400,000 vote lead in this area here, because all of this, ladies and gentlemen, in about 30 minutes is going to be blood red. From here all the way to here and around, that is going to be red for Donald Trump. So she has to win in here by a lot. If you have questions, let me know. Unfortunately, I know way too much about this stuff. I shouldn't. Virginia, kind of talked about Virginia. Expect Donald Trump to have an early lead here. If he's going to have a good night, he needs to have a big early lead here because this area up here right next to Washington, D.C. is going to be heavily Democrat. And this area down here is going to be heavily Republican. Pennsylvania closes at 8 o'clock, or 8 o'clock Eastern. We'll talk about that with Brady here in about 35 minutes or so. New Hampshire, very interesting. New Hampshire, let's put it, if New Hampshire is a swing state, Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States. For Kamala Harris to win, she has to win New Hampshire. It's only 4 electoral votes, but if she loses New Hampshire, it tells you a lot about the rest of the this kind of the southern part of the Northeast, including Pennsylvania. So right now, 1% is in. Of course, they had that tiny county that has 6 people, or tiny town that has 6 people, and they split. Last year was 5-0. This year was 3-3. Doesn't mean anything. But Donald Trump here. Let's see if we can look at this county dating back to 2016. Or 2020, rather. So, Belknap County. Let's go back to 2020's map. So, if you want to know how you could tell how things are going, this is how. You look at a county, and you go and you cross-reference it with the last time for your candidate. Talk about Concord, a 61 to 38% lead. That's only 700 votes with how much is in. But Concord last time, Joe Biden won this town by 32% with 22,000 votes. Okay? So he won this by 32% in 2020. So far tonight, only 3% in. Donald Trump has a lead of 700 votes. Don't worry about the percent as much right now because so little is in. Good start for the Republicans. Vermont, nobody's surprised. Kentucky, Indiana, nobody's surprised. And quite frankly, it's not particularly interesting what's happening in those respective states. All right. Jose, I think you are in the grand majority of people tonight. Let me see. Once again, if anybody could tell me what Tennessee is ranked in the college football playoff, I would love you forever. We will also talk about Senate races tonight. This is something that Brady's really good at. Okay, we're not doing that. I'm not subscribed to the New York Times. Thanks for asking. The Senate races that we're watching this evening. The first one, Ohio. Remember, Republicans have to flip 2 to get control of the United States Senate. They are going to flip West Virginia. That's Joe Manchin's old seat. Forget about it. Pack it up. Go home. Don't even worry about campaigning there if you're a Democrat. Republicans are winning the West Virginia seat. That gives it 50-50 right there. So then you look out. Is this the night Joe Tester is finally defeated out in the Midwest? We'll see. 6 minutes and 15 seconds till more polls close. I don't think there's any significant states, but I may be wrong about that. That's a lie. North Carolina closes in 6 minutes. Number 7. Okay. Dave, it's early to say if it's going to be a wave or not. And I'm going to talk to Brady about this as well, because my general feeling is, when I was working on campaigns, the question you'd always ask is, who would you rather be? And without question, entering today, you'd rather be Donald Trump's campaign. They have the momentum. They are leading very narrowly in every swing state poll. I do think there is good reason to believe that Trump underpolls again. I think there's a lot of ticked off men in this country who are going to come out and vote. And on the other side of it, for Kamala Harris, very much trying to rev up the abortion issue. And 2 exit polls I saw 11% of people say abortion was the most important issue, whereas the economy and immigration dominated in those polls. Obviously, the economy and immigration, much stronger places for Donald Trump to be running. So, I don't know if this is a wave election, but I know I'd probably rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris. South Carolina, this is my favorite part of election night. This is one of the reasons I'm doing this. Because they're going to act like South Carolina will be close on all these networks. They're going to say, too early to call, and Donald Trump's going to win South Carolina by 25 points. South Carolina's going red. There's other states, like Virginia. I sincerely doubt Virginia goes red tonight. But they will hold on for dear life and not call Virginia either way. Which, by the way, a little bit more vote just came in and Kamala Harris is up. That is the first not great sign for Donald Trump tonight. Let's look at where this vote just came in from. So Norfolk, so you look, the cities that are named, blue cities. Norfolk, and Virginia Beach, Richmond, Roanoke, and then you come up to the northern part of the state as well, and there's a couple more, Alexandria and Richmond. So this is going to fill up red in the coming hours, and this is blue. And you see she's now a little bit more just came in. It's tight. I mentioned for it to be an early night for Donald Trump, a night where he's named president-elect by 2 in the morning, he doesn't have to win Virginia, but he's looking for it to be up early in Virginia. She's looking to stomp him out of Virginia, to win by 8+ points. For it to be an early night for Kamala Harris, I didn't get to that. An early night for Kamala Harris, this not being close, Virginia. She outperforms her expectations in North Carolina, and she has a huge showing in Atlanta, which is usually the last place to come in America. Them in one place in Wisconsin. And just the amount that he ran it up, he being Joe Biden. Plus 55, plus 60, plus 68, plus 66. She has to mimic, and quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, if she wants to beat Donald Trump tonight, she's got to outperform Joe Biden. This thing's crazy, 68% victory there. If she does that, she can win North Carolina. She doesn't do that, it's over because of look at all this red that we just talked about. And Donald Trump wants this to be blood red. He wants these people to be ticked off after the hurricane. He gets that, he wins North Carolina. No, you make politics sound interesting. This is better than on TV. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hang on one second. I think I'm frozen. All right. Okay, we're good. Bama being ranked 11th is okay for Tennessee because they have the win over them. The higher teams that Tennessee has beat is ranked are better. I want Arkansas to be ranked 3rd in the country. So South Carolina's coming in. Again, they're going to do the song and dance pretending this is going to be close. It's not. He's got another big drove there from Lawrence County. There's just no place Kamala Harris could win this state. It ticks me off every year they do this. Like, he's winning here. He's winning Arkansas. He's winning Texas. He's winning Oklahoma. It's the same. She's winning California. She's winning New York. I know everybody had the fun song and dance. She's winning New York. This one's going to be very interesting. New Jersey. As we are now 1 minute away from the polls closing in North Carolina, they push a button and we see the early vote out of North Carolina. Probably the most interesting early result here in North Carolina because Georgia's going to take a while because of how long DeKalb County takes. DeKalb County, Georgia, not Tennessee. They take so freaking long to count their votes in Atlanta. We're not going to know about Georgia for a while. North Carolina will know early, and they're about to have some polls get released here in the next few seconds. So that'll be very interesting. The first kind of thing I'm watching tonight. And look at Florida. 65% in. As North Carolina is reporting. And too close to call. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever. We know that. West Virginia, Donald Trump. No surprise at all. Indiana Senate, Senator Banks. No question about that. Not a surprise. Again, we'll talk more about the Senate and the House here in about 30 minutes. With our first guest of the night. Let's look at Florida. So I'm going to find Osceola County. I'm also a little under the weather tonight, so my apologies for that. But we'll make it work. Again, Tampa. Not a good result if you're Kamala Harris. Great result if you're Donald Trump. To be within a point in Tampa. She's running it up a little bit in Orlando, but that's not enough to offset all the rest of these. Miami-Dade. Donald Trump winning Miami-Dade by 11 points. Would not have expected that 10 years ago. Broward County, she's winning there. But that's amazing how fast Florida has changed. I'm not going to Mississippi, please. We go over here. I mean, these counties are right next to each other. Broward, a 21-point lead for Kamala Harris. and Miami-Dade an 11-point lead for Donald Trump. There's a lot of Cuban Americans here, different from like the Puerto Rican vote. So you see that there. I gotta find Osceola County. There it is. Wow. Okay, so why do I care about Osceola County? This is a county in 2012. Barack Obama won by way over double digits. Okay? Like 12, 15 points. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won Osceola County by 3 points. Huge chunk cut away. 2020, Joe Biden stretched that back to 9. Tonight, 76% of the vote in, Donald Trump down in Osceola County by just over 1%. 1.2%. Be the lowest it's been since pre-2012. If you're Donald Trump, you love this number. Donald Trump's going to win Florida. They're going to call it at 7 o'clock. He wanted to win this county. I think this may keep him from getting over 10%. A 10% victory. If he wins it, he's going to be over 10%. But Florida looks tremendous for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris didn't spend any money in Florida. You see why she had no chance at it. And over here in the Panhandle, this is going to be red, red, red. Tallahassee, the capital, the one blue spot, everything else over here. Go down to Jacksonville. Red. Yeah. They're going to call Florida. Questions. Fire away. It's the one night I do politics. I'm not doing politics any other time. Don't ask me about it on the other shows. The other shows are sports. It's the one night we're going to do politics. So enjoy it while you can. Let's go to Georgia. Whoa. Okay, so you're starting to see what I talked about. And remember, it's important, critically important to remember, when you analyze Georgia, until Atlanta is in, you don't know anything. This is going to be overwhelmingly Democrat vote here out of Atlanta. A Republican reelected as governor of Vermont. All this is going to be red. All this is going to be red. Give me one moment here. I apologize. I mentioned feeling sick as a dog tonight, but it's election night, so I got to blow my nose every once in a while, but that's okay. All right. Georgia, of course, the state Donald Trump won in 2016, lost in 2020. One of the smallest losses that he had. You love this if you're Donald Trump. You're up 102,000 votes, but again, she's going to, let's see. Let's go to okay. This is what we needed. I know CNN sucks. I get it. Hang on. I'll just save everybody the time from coming after me. We're just looking at it from the map, okay? Atlanta. So Joe Biden won Atlanta by 243,000 votes. So this is why you cannot get caught up. Now, interesting. This area, right? These small rural counties. Talk about 2,000 votes here, 4,000 votes here, 5,000, right? These are small numbers, but what Donald Trump wants to do is flip these counties in Georgia to offset these numbers here. He's also hoping to turn black men, 10% of black men, which the early exit polls in Georgia said he may have done. He gets that. It cracks into Kamala Harris's lead in a city like Atlanta. So we're going to watch this tonight. When Atlanta drops, the numbers are going to flip. But we're going to watch these counties right here, south of Columbus, to see what's going on. Let's see if any of these are in. So you have one so far, Randolph County. it's essentially tied. Let's see where that was in 2016. That's good news for Donald Trump. A state that he barely lost, right? A state he lost by 11,000 votes. Well, that's 9% in Randolph that he's erased so far. You don't like that if you're in Kamala Harris's campaign right now. You just don't. I'm just going to be honest with you. All night long. No BS. No partisan spinnery. I worked on elections. I ran elections. I analyzed election results. That's what we're doing. Okay, let's go to Wilcox County. She's up big in Wilcox County. 46%. Now that's 1,100 votes, but that's 46% that she has a lead there. This is a place that this is not a good result for Donald Trump. Goose voted for Coach Dodgen. This is a county that Donald Trump won by, you saw how many votes that was, a ton. This leaves me 2,400 to 800. Well, tonight, 48% of the vote in could be a Democrat precinct. You don't love that if you're Donald Trump. You're good over here. Okay, Shelley County. He's way up. Let's see where that was the other week. So, we don't want Macon. We want, okay, Shelley County, he won 79% to 20. Here's another thing to watch for tonight, everybody. 1,800 to 400, okay? Every vote in. That's 2,200 votes cast. 1,900 to 400. Almost every vote cast. He's upped his percentage point by 2%. So, 100 more people voting. Donald Trump needs more than that. Donald Trump needs, in all these counties, more people to come out. Kamala Harris hopes they don't. Vice versa here. He hopes people don't come out in Atlanta. She hopes that they do. Yeah. Hang on. Good question, Trey. First time doing this. Let me move my head. There you go. Thanks for the compliment. All right, let's see if anything's in North Carolina. 2% of the vote is in. All from the cities. So, big lead for Kamala Harris early. This is interesting. Okay, 2% of the vote in. It's less interesting. New Hanover County. Let's compare that to 2016. So, in 2016, it's a big chunk of the vote. Joe Biden won New Hanover County by 2%, 2.2%. Now it's super early, but Kamala Harris doing well there, 5% in. That's the place we're going to watch tonight. If Kamala Harris flips that county to be a much more dominant victory, that's good for her in this state. Rutherford County, not Tennessee. Polk County. So she's doing well early in the western part of the state. This is where Donald Trump has to have a big lead if Donald Trump's going to win North Carolina. And if Donald Trump doesn't win North Carolina, he's in trouble tonight. I'm going to be honest with you. He has to find a way to win North Carolina, and that is not a good start for Donald Trump in North Carolina. If you're a Kamala Harris supporter, you like that early on. Remember, all these counties last time, with the exception of McDowell, or probably maybe, I'm not even going to try, all went for Donald Trump. Early on, that's not the case. So that's the same, right? %, 77, but only 7% in. That needs to come down for Donald Trump tonight. Let's see what else we got going on. Ohio. The Senate race is much more entertaining in Ohio. Donald Trump's going to win Ohio tonight. Pretty impressive how quickly this has become not a swing state anymore. The Senate race could decide the balance of power in the United States Senate. So we'll see. Moreno has closed very strong there. Sherrod Brown has not run a great campaign, but he had an early lead. If this election was 3 weeks ago, the Democrats hold this seat from Ohio. I'm not convinced they do tonight. New Hampshire, 7% in. Healthy lead for Kamala Harris, but look at where these votes are coming in from. If it's a name on a map, typically it's going to be blue. And you see that early on. So Nashua just coming in. She's going to do pretty well in Nashua. Let's go back to 2020. So if Donald Trump flips New Hampshire, he wants to do it in this corridor here. Run up the score, flip some of these northern counties along the Maine border, and turn them fully red. These are very small counties. 200 people, 500 people, right? We're talking small counties, even by our standards here in the Upper Cumberland. 235 people, right? Very small numbers, but they add up. So if Donald Trump takes a big lead up here where nothing's in, he could offset what happens in the southern part of the state for Kamala Harris. If Trump wins New Hampshire, he's going to win the election. Kamala Harris has to hold it. It doesn't hold that much electoral weight, but it holds weight in that if this is not a good state for Kamala Harris, the other states she needs are not going to be good states for Kamala Harris. Some comments here. CNN said exit polls, independent swinging heavy. Trump, that doesn't surprise me. The thing you really you like if you're a Trump fan tonight is the fact that 70% have said the country's on the wrong track. And if Kamala Harris tried to not mention Joe Biden's name, she's the sitting vice president of the United States. So if you want change, the majority of those people are not going to go with the sitting vice president of the United States. Virginia, if you don't love that, 14% lead. Mention if it's an early light for Trump, he needs to be up there. Let's see where Virginia's coming in from. Yeah, so not a lot from the parts where Donald Trump is going to do well. Usually this is the earliest part of the state to come in. It is not tonight. You know, Trump will like that number, 83% in this small county. Right on the border with West Virginia. Here, right? There's just not a lot of vote in yet. It looks like Norfolk maybe. Yeah, they're coming in pretty consistent. Oh, well, this is interesting. Okay. So, disregard what I said. So, Fairfax County, which is right, you can see the Washington Monument from Fairfax County, usually is the last place in Virginia to come in. And if you recall the last several elections, I mentioned 2016, there was some panic among Democrats as Virginia was lopsided in favor of Donald Trump. Fairfax County came in, and she was able to erase that, and Hillary Clinton won Virginia. 40% already in, and this is where the margin is. It's a 104,000 vote lead there, and she has a 95,000 vote lead. So that's very interesting. This is different than the majority of recent elections here in Northern Virginia. Loudoun County, again, these are huge Democrat swaths. You can see she's up just gigantic number, 61 to 38. Let's go back and see what happened in 2020. Yeah, so she, not a huge bump. It's kind of stagnant there. Which if you're Donald Trump, you like. You didn't want any boosted turnout there. But if you're Kamala Harris, you say, okay, that's exactly what you needed to do to hold that state. A state Joe Biden won by 10 points. So her holding there probably bodes well. The question is there a big turnout among men in the southern part of the state? I'm glad. If you're enjoying this, let me know, because I'm prepared to go to like 3 a.m. tonight. I hope this is better than... I can't stand watching the networks. If you've ever watched it with me, I just yell the entire time because I think it's just BS and spin. And I'm just going to tell you what's happening, what happened before, and you can make your own decisions. I can't stand the here's what's happening and here's what it means. I'm just going to tell you what's going on, the historical background, and you make your own decisions. And if you enjoy it, I'm glad you do. If you hate it, I totally understand. If I have one viewer at the end of the night, I get it. But we're going to do this tonight and see if people enjoy it. New Hampshire, 9%. In about 10 minutes, we'll be joined by our first guest of the night, so I won't just be me rambling. I tried to guilt trip the guys from UCR to joining, but so far they haven't bit, so you guys could try to do the same and tell them they need to come on here and ask me questions. Ohio, a 16% lead for Donald Trump. He's going to win Ohio by a lot tonight. It is now a red state in presidential elections, at least when Donald Trump is on the ballot. It will be interesting in 4 years, presumably, when Donald Trump is not on the ballot. If it stays this red, if we have the same sort of map, because it's a different map than what we had before Donald Trump. Obviously, he is a different, or he speaks to different types of, or different people than your Mitt Romneys or your, certainly a John McCain did. So we'll see if that stays the case or if it changes. I'm really interested in Virginia because I thought this was leaning like Kamala Harris is going to run away with it. But the fact that this is coming in first means this is, I promise you, this is going to get tighter. I don't know if it's enough for Donald Trump to overtake Kamala Harris here, but it's a total flip, and you're going to see on the networks them freak out about Virginia and act like this is a blue wave election. I'm not seeing that right now. I'm not saying it won't be. You can't take that what's happening in Virginia because of how early these metro centers are coming out. Mads is having a blast, she says, but she has to deal with this every day, so she's used to it. Florida, 76%, yeah. And again, he's going to win by 10 plus points. Donald Trump's going to win Florida by over 10% because all of these counties are going to be red. Wow. Yeah, Florida is a very different place. Ron DeSantis has changed this state. Tampa Bay is still 1%. That is a, yeah, you might as well not even campaign in Florida as a Democrat right now. That is over. We'll look at the Senate race there. But if you remember Florida, here's why I say wow. So Florida, 4 years ago, for Donald Trump, he won it convincingly at the time by 3.3%. Pretty late in the game here because Florida counts quick. It's amazing they're the only state that can do it. What do I know? He's up 9 points. Joey, I understand. So 9-point lead. So and now it's 10. See what just came in. And this does it close to another 10 minutes. Let's compare. Miami-Dade County, he's up 11% in Miami-Dade County. Joe Biden won Miami-Dade County by 7% 4 years ago, and Donald Trump is winning it tonight with 80% of the vote in by 11%. If you are in the Donald Trump green room, you love how Florida looks. You don't love how North Carolina looks. But Raleigh-Durham is coming in. So Raleigh is a place we talked about before North Carolina closed. They said this is a place she's going to have to run it up. This is a place that Joe Biden smashed Donald Trump in North Carolina and lost. For her to flip North Carolina, she's got to win Raleigh by a ton. Joe Biden won it 62% to 35%. There's over 600,000 people in Raleigh. Tonight, she is outperforming that early on. We'll see. If North Carolina is going to be closer, and it was very close, right? Within 1.3%, less than 100,000 votes a year or 4 years ago. If it's going to be that close again, if she wants to flip the state, she has to win that by more. So far, she's doing it. That's a good sign for Kamala Harris, not a good sign for Donald Trump. New Hampshire starting to come in. Still waiting up here in the northern part of the state. New Hampshire's a pretty slow counter. Everybody in New Hampshire votes by hand. They do have some automatic machines, but in a lot of places they still count by hand in New Hampshire. So it is a slower thing than before. Let's see. Arizona's going to be a place we'll talk a lot about. Their polls close at 8 o'clock, so about an hour and 8 minutes. We're going to talk Nevada, which closes at 9 o'clock. Arizona, Texas, which will not be a swing state despite what the media will tell you. Kansas is kind of an interesting one. They've had some weird voting patterns. And then the quote-unquote blue wall closing here in 8 minutes. Pennsylvania and Michigan, and then Wisconsin. And again, we'll be joined by our first guest coming up here in just a few minutes. But early on, I would say no surprises. I think if you're a biased observer, which I know all of us are for our particular candidate, you can say, great for your person, right? If you're Donald Trump, you sit back and say, man, Florida's awesome. You're up by 11%. You're up 20 points in Georgia. And if you're Kamala Harris, you're saying, hey, but North Carolina looks pretty good early, and Virginia looks pretty good, but it's already starting to close. And here they come. Here come these small counties. Going to populate blood red, and this is going to be blue as all get out here in the northern part of Loudoun County. Whoa, already 91% in. So let's look at this. Loudoun County, not just the percent, the turnout. 119,000 to 84,000 before, or today. Let's look at last time. So about the same. That's very interesting. Donald Trump looks like he's overperforming 2020. He is. Kamala Harris just short of Joe Biden. Again, a state they won by 10 points, but you're looking for trends and you say, okay, she's not performing as strong as Joe Biden in this state. He is performing a little bit better than he did 4 years ago in this state. And where could that matter? Well, you look just a little bit north, the state of Pennsylvania, which very well could decide this election tonight. Make sure I don't miss any comments. Again, you coming along with me tonight. I need you. All right. That's 4 years ago. Here's tonight. 6 minutes away from some huge poll closings. Our state is going to close. Alabama. So you're going to see a big swell of red break out across the middle of this country. Here in 6 minutes or so, it's going to be red, 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 and then a little blue here. This is going to be an interesting one. Minnesota. Tim Walz, obviously, the sitting governor of Minnesota. Metro Minneapolis, probably going to come out in droves, but if this is close, it could be a good night for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris hopes it's not close at all. A lot of blue in North Carolina early on tonight. Keep a close eye on that. It's very, very early in the evening. See these margins. Let's just kind of anecdotally look at this. Beaufort County, North Carolina, 3% in, essentially a tie. Okay. So that's Beaufort County. I'm going to go over here, 2020. I'll place Donald Trump 1 handedly. So we'll see if he can grow the gap, right? It's basically nobody's voted yet, or votes have come through yet. So this is a place that can't be tied. If this is tied, she's going to win North Carolina. If you're Donald Trump, you're saying that can't be tied. It's only 3%, 600, 700 votes in. Well, nearly 800 votes in. But that'll be a place to watch. And at that low level, that very well could be a precinct. And if you look next to it, that county right next door, Pitt County, voted for Joe Biden by 10 points. So I say, hey, maybe that voting place took place at a school here, and they actually share more characteristics with this county. You think locally, voting characteristics in Monterey could be different from in Baxter. Obviously, they're not super different, but sometimes they are. So that's something that you can keep in mind as we look through these early states. They started counting Pennsylvania early in mail-in ballots at 7 a.m. Yeah, the problem is there are so many in Pennsylvania, it takes them forever to do that. It's an insane way to count votes, but they do anyway. Ohio, Trump up sizably. He's going to win that state. Georgia still coming in. Nothing out of DeKalb County. And nothing out of Fulton County. These are the two Democrat strongholds. There is a Cherokee County. So Donald Trump up 40 points right now in Cherokee County. 50,000 vote lead, and that's a big amount. 81% of the vote in. Here's why it matters. Let's go to Cherokee County, the last election. He won it. He won it big, right? That's 48 points-ish that he won it by. They really thought, they being Kamala Harris's campaign, thought they could continue to crack into it because this is a suburb of Atlanta. You drive to a Braves game, you drive through Cherokee County, right? So they thought they could get that down to 40 points, to 35 points, even closer. So far tonight, that has not happened. And it has kind of, but there's a 40-point lead. They haven't got it under that 40-point mark. So that is an area that Donald Trump has to hold. And then you look at the turnout there. 100% in, 99,000 to 42. 99,000 to 42. They're going to pass that tonight. So more people have turned out in this county as Donald Trump hopes to run up the score here in northern Georgia. Only an 11,000 vote gap. So you say, does that matter? Yeah, if 500 more people in Cherokee County came out to vote and they voted for Donald Trump tonight, that could be the difference between winning and losing Georgia. And vice versa, if 500 more people in Atlanta come out, that could add on and help the Democrats push over the top and maintain control of Georgia. So, interesting to see as the numbers come in from around here. In Wilcox County, that's a place we looked at earlier that had showed not great signs for Donald Trump. It's flipped. He's up big there. So, again, you go precinct by precinct here and how quickly votes can change. So, he's up 44 points there. A place, different counties. Right? About the same. 2,400 people voted for him last time. He's going to get it probably beyond that. So if you're Donald Trump, it's going to get a lot closer than that because Atlanta's going to come in, and there it is. And wow. So Fulton County just drops probably their early vote. And 214,084, that's 71% to 28. This is Metro Atlanta. In the early vote, Donald Trump will close that gap percentage-wise. But it was 72 to 26 4 years ago. And now it's 71 to 28. So Donald Trump has added 2% to that deficit from last time. And in a state that was decided by 11,000 votes, you could fill in the blanks. 7 o'clock polls closing. They're about to see Florida get called for Donald Trump. And all these other states are about to flash red. And we are going to have our first guest. So I'm going to cut my webcam for just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Brady Smith's going to join us. We're going to have a lot of fun, so hang around. As the polls close in a bunch of new states, we're going to talk about it, but I have to turn off my webcam so I can join into the chat room, and we'll talk about what's going on tonight. So one moment as Mississippi gets called for Donald Trump, and we will continue here on this election night. All right, joined now by Brady Smith. Brady, I don't know the legal term. I think it's brother-in-law, something like that, or cousin-in-law, I guess, is the right way to put it, but
As an attorney, I should probably know that, but that's what I'm going to say.
yeah. So, but we're gonna have some fun. When I was thinking about people I wanted to have on, I was like, I got to talk to Brady because Brady knows everything about politics. He's very into the Senate races and the congressional races. He's a great follow on social media. Early in the night, Brady,
Hmm.
I was kind of talking now. I think if you're both candidates in the presidential election, you can kind of sit back and say, I feel pretty good about where we stand. You can kind of, I think Kamala Harris can look at some things out of North Carolina and feel good. I think Donald Trump's going to win Florida by over 10 points, which is one of the benchmarks for him to get to. What are you kind of seeing early on tonight?
Well, I was kind of seeing something similar. The news out of Florida looks really, really good. The news out of North Carolina right now doesn't look super great, but if you zoom in closer, you'll notice it's mostly the big cities reporting.
Yeah.
So Asheville, Charlotte, Raleigh, and that's generally where Harris has her strong point. Surprisingly, I think so far Virginia looks really good for the same reason. I didn't expect Virginia to be this close this late. I thought we would kind of have a better idea how Virginia was going to turn out. But if you look at the Democrat strong centers, they're mostly spent up, and there's a lot of Virginia that hasn't even started reporting yet.
Yeah, and as you
So I
talk,
think,
I'm pulling up the maps for people to see and looking at Virginia. It was interesting. I was it was interesting because she went up by like 12 points in Virginia, and I went whoa because typically Loudoun County, Fairfax County are the last ones to come in, and you see the lead for Republicans shrink right now. Loudoun 95% of the votes are in. Fairfax County less at 40%, and you're starting to see the kind of southern counties populate. And her lead is down to 7 points. So kind of the flip of most elections. You think of 2016, everyone panicked on the Democrat side
yep.
early on when Virginia was like a 12-point lead for Trump and that erased. It was a 12-point lead early, and this is a state that, and like early on, and you can talk on this more. If it's going to be an early night for either candidate, if Virginia's close, it could be an early night for Donald Trump. That's not a good thing for Kamala Harris if Virginia's a tight race.
I agree. Virginia's kind of like the canary in the coal mine scenario, where if Virginia goes red, and now it's a little too early to tell, but if Virginia goes red, it's going to be an early night.
Absolutely. And there's some other interesting things that we can talk about here. Georgia, Donald Trump with a 7 point lead, and typically the slowest county in the world to report, Fulton County, Atlanta, already has 57% in. They pushed the button and revealed their early vote. And the fact that he withstood that, mentioned he's running 2 points ahead of where he ran in that county in a state that was decided by 11,000 votes. She's going to have to find some votes elsewhere if that holds.
She does. Now, there's still Savannah to consider. Now, a lot of Savannah has yet to report, and that's sort of the other stronghold for Democrats in the state. It's not as expansive, or there's not as many votes there as Atlanta, but I've seen very little out of Savannah yet, and she could still draw a lot of support from there. So, but it is comforting seeing Atlanta not quite as blue as it was 4 years ago.
Yeah. If you have questions for either one of us, let us know in the comments. Good crowd tuning in. Again, the one night a year you get to see me do politics, so embrace it. I'll answer your questions tonight, and then we'll talk about high school football tomorrow. Still, a lot of these southern counties in Georgia yet to report. Blue counties, presumably. On the other hand, Columbus has not reported yet. That's a place, as we pull it up, that Joe Biden won by 27 points, by about 20,000 votes. So that's a place. I think you would agree. Donald Trump's not going to win Georgia by 13%, which he's up right now. It's going to tighten a bit, but he's done a nice job early on in those results.
Yes. And the fact that it's about a 200,000 vote difference is good sign for Donald Trump this early on. The Secretary of State has confirmed that they're going to try to count them all tonight. So Georgia's not going to be one of those ones that we have to stay up late for, hopefully.
Well, and that's one of the good things in most of these states, even a place like Pennsylvania where they're ridiculous with their rules. They've at least changed it this year to where you don't get to clock out. You got to keep voting. You got to keep counting the votes through the night. You don't get to go home at 2 a.m. the way that they did 4 years ago. What are some these Senate races? Obviously, West Virginia is going to flip to the Republicans.
They've already called it.
Yeah, not a surprise there.
Yeah.
Ohio, very interesting. And if Bernie Moreno wins in Ohio, that's probably it. John Tester out there getting in the fight for his life. If that goes, then there wouldn't even be a tie-breaking scenario. But probably all eyes on Ohio. Safe to say early on in this one, if that flips, the Republicans are going to get control of the Senate.
Yeah, that's a great indicator of not only how much I think that Donald Trump will ultimately win the state of Ohio, but I think it's a good indicator as the to what the Rust Belt in its entirety might look like. Not only just the Senate races in Wisconsin and Michigan, but the presidential as well. So if Moreno can pull out a big win, and I know right now he's a little bit behind, but if he pulls out a pretty big win, I think it's a great indicator as to the rest of the races in the Rust Belt.
Absolutely. Let's see some of the results coming in here, and we can react to them together. Texas, 12% of the vote in. Kamala Harris with a 0.5% lead, but as I click it, yeah, Dallas County has reported 63% of their votes, and she has a huge lead in Dallas County. And thus, but here's what's interesting about that, and you can talk about this as well: the
Mm-hmm.
suburbs, a place
Mm-hmm.
where Kamala Harris felt like they have to win in these suburbs, particularly in a place like Pennsylvania. Obviously,
Hmm.
Texas is not going blue, despite how people want to treat it.
I agree.
As Donald Trump has just taken now a 1% lead in Texas as we talk. But in Ellis County, just south of Dallas, Donald Trump with a 66 to 34% lead. In Kaufman County, 64 to 35. Rockwell County, 71-29, and Denton County, where Denton, Texas is obviously 56 to
Hmm.
42. That's a place early in the night we probably should be watching for those suburbs to see how they're flipping, especially with all the emphasis. Listen, the exit poll saying 11% said abortion is their most important issue is objectively bad news for Kamala Harris. The suburbs where they tried to hammer that, good sign early on for the Republicans.
I agree. I agree. And despite Kamala Harris's near the end of the campaign stump speech in Texas, which I don't think particularly worked for her, it definitely doesn't seem to be paying off for her tonight.
More interesting in Texas is the Senate race. Ted Cruz, they try to come after him in every election cycle. We've had our discussions about Ted Cruz. All read the former football player. He got Barack Obama in there yesterday. Maybe I don't know if you had the results there in that one as they drop out. And feel free when we talk about, we're going to be casual tonight, as you can tell. We're just kind of flipping through, and you can see this guy knows what he's talking about.
Well, and it's important to note in the the Texas Senate race with Ted Cruz that, I mean, 6 years ago we were in the same boat with Beto O'Rourke. They thought he was going to flip the state, he was going to win it. Ted Cruz openly admits that he'll take more conservative positions at the expense of the electorate, but he does it just to the point where he knows he can still comfortably win a Senate seat. So this is sort of par for the course for Ted Cruz and closest races, and now Democrats will tend to play that up as they naturally should. But I'm not concerned about Texas. It's not going blue this time.
CNN's going to freak out. Kamala Harris has taken a 7-point lead in Ohio. And as I click the map, the last 4 places to report: Toledo, Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. All the metro centers drop at once. Now, they still have
Mm-hmm.
vote coming in, so you can't write it off. There's a reason Ohio hasn't been called. But she's up by 140,000 votes. I think that was a place in 2016 where Hillary Clinton had about an 8-point lead about an hour after the polls closed, and then Donald Trump won by 9. And to me, you tell me, Brady,
Mm-hmm.
this feels more, I'm not saying results necessarily, but feels
Mm-hmm.
more like a 2016 election than a 2020 with the COVID factor and the mail-in ballots and all the like. This feels more like a typical election
Yes.
night.
Yes. A lot of sort of the temporary measures that were taken 4 years ago are just simply not in effect in a lot of these swing states. I'd say the only major difference is the polling, both 4 years ago and 8 years ago, had the Democratic candidates respectively up quite a bit. And this time, Donald Trump had a sizable lead in the polls in Ohio. So they might try to work with that. But I agree. I think we're going to have similar results where the big cities report in early and the suburbs kind of come in later.
Let's take a look at what has been called so far. And Florida has gone. I'm not surprised. And Brady,
Hmm.
Donald Trump with a 1.3 million vote lead in the state of Florida, 56% to 43%. As the panhandle came in, and as I mentioned, it was going to be blood red, and it is.
Hmm.
There are just 3 places in the state that Kamala Harris has won. Florida is now red, and maybe you have the Senate results. I don't know if you want to pull up or if you have the ability to pull up
I've got
Senate
Rick
results.
Scott. They just called it for Rick Scott. It's saying,
So all the hubbub about uh, Rick Scott may be in danger while Donald Trump is not. That is a red state now. It is not a swing state, and I think you probably see a big push into the state of Texas as an answer to that out of the Democrats coming forward, because Florida ain't coming back anytime soon, and
no.
the first big shoe to fall in the election goes in pretty dominant fashion for Donald Trump.
And we saw this trend 2 years ago with the red wave with Ron DeSantis. He's done a lot of work to get people out to get registered Republican. I think he was under his watch. There were more Republicans registered than Democrats. He was the only state in the union in 2022 that saw the red wave that the whole nation thought was coming. So a lot of that's due to Ron DeSantis and his work down there.
Yeah, no question. Let's see something else, some other things around the nation. So the electoral count right now, 95 to 35, Trump over Kamala Harris. No surprises yet. Oklahoma red, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, South Carolina, and Florida. Maryland, there was a little flirtation, I would say, with Maryland. I think that was a long shot out of the Republicans. Connecticut, yeah, New England, no surprise, going blue. Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Vermont. Let's look at New Hampshire. So New Hampshire, 16% of the vote in, a 13% lead for Kamala Harris, 56 to 43. That's about 16,000 votes, just under 16,000 votes. As we look through, Concord, 31% of the vote in. Cheshire County, 62% of the vote in. Nashua, 9%. Nashua, Hillsborough County right now, within a point, about a 200 vote gap. You can see what happened there in 2020. I don't remember it being that close. And I'm just wrong about that. It wasn't. He won. Joe Biden won Nashua 59% to 39%. So if you're Donald Trump, you like where that looks. You don't like the overall tally in New Hampshire, but it's early, and most of the vote is coming from, seems like, blue areas.
New Hampshire's my dark horse pick for Donald Trump this cycle. So based on the town that voted at midnight last night being a dead even, and then the most recent polling having Trump, I think, only by a quarter of a percentage point up. That's my dark horse pick for this cycle.
Talk to me about Pennsylvania, Brady. This seems to be the
yeah.
So here's the thing about Pennsylvania, and you tell me if you disagree. And 5% of the vote in, and Philadelphia and Pittsburgh have reported. So Kamala Harris with a huge early lead there. We'll be watching that spread in in Philly as we go through the night. A lot has been made to kind of build this to be where we're waiting for Pennsylvania. I don't know if that ends up being the case. I do think whoever wins Pennsylvania wins, just because that'll tell you a lot about what's going on around the rest of the country.
No, I absolutely agree. I think Pennsylvania is the key. And I think just about anywhere you go, you're going to get a similar answer, just because if Trump wins the whole Sun Belt and Kamala wins the rest of the Rust Belt, it's going to come down to who wins Pennsylvania. Just the 19 electoral votes are just so critical in a race that everyone's predicting to be kind of tight. So unless we get an upset like in Virginia or New Hampshire or another state, then it's going to come down to Pennsylvania likely.
Yeah, I agree. And early on, 75 to 24, Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. But, and again, this is one of those states. In 2016, Hillary Clinton had a big lead and it kind of evaporated late in the night, and you see why. Pittsburgh, 73 to 26, Philly, 87 to 12. And that number in Philadelphia is probably the most important number to watch tonight, alongside one in Wisconsin that we could talk about. But in Philly, Joe Biden won it 81 to 17, 603,132. Conventional wisdom because of the expected turnout in the middle of the state and what we've seen from early voting. Kamala Harris probably has to get about 700,000 votes or so, maybe 650 in Philly. She's running well percentage-wise against those numbers. 75, well, now it's 75-24. That's actually, scratch that. That's not where she wants to be. It was 81 to 17. If it's 75-24, Donald Trump's going to win Pennsylvania.
I agree. And it's if you're a Donald Trump supporter, you got to take some encouragement in the fact that these big cities are putting in all their numbers pretty early. 4 years ago, it seemed like it was almost the opposite, where we were waiting for all these big cities, and now having a lot of the Democrat heavy counties with all the population centers reporting early, that's got to look good if you're Donald Trump.
So let me ask you what I went through earlier before you hopped on. Fill in the blank for this to be an early night victory. Let's say for Kamala Harris first. What does this map need to start looking like? And I'll be honest, I don't see that map early on, but it could change quickly here.
Well, she needs to sort of hold the course in North Carolina with that light blue color. She needs Georgia. This is assuming that we know nothing about the West Coast, which right now the polls are still open. But she needs at least, I'd say, 2 of the 3 Sun Belt states. So she would need North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. She'd need at least 2 of those to sort of get some early warning signs, and then she'd need Pennsylvania. And I think that would seal the deal in the coffin. Um,
I think
or she would need
yeah,
a solid close on Wisconsin and Michigan pretty early on. And again, I haven't seen that data yet, but it is pretty early on in the night.
I'm amazed. Oakland County, just north of Detroit, has reported their early voting. 16% in. She won at 73% to 26%. And I say I'm amazed because, you know this, the big cities are always late. Always
Yes.
late. And maybe this is an answer to, we're not going to get into this, but the 3 a.m. stuff and
Mm-hmm.
all the different drama that bared out of that of like, hey, you could just push the button and release it earlier. But that may help us know earlier. If these states continue to do this, I think we'll know earlier. If you have any interesting Senate results, let me know. The Texas has flipped already, 53% to 45% for Donald Trump, and you had this entire middle area, which, in case you were wondering, is just sand. I've driven through it many a times from El Paso back here, my old stomping ground of El Paso, which will be blue tonight, barring something crazy happening. But all this is going to be red, and Donald Trump already with an 8% lead. Do you have anything on these interesting Senate races?
Yes, so I'm getting pretty similar data on my end. It looks like Ted Cruz is a little bit behind, but it's only by I've got about 20,000 votes, and most of the data is still the same. So we're still waiting on a lot of those red counties to come in, and it looks like Dallas is about spent. Looks like they don't have a ton to report in. Austin got a little bit coming in from Austin. Still waiting on Houston and still waiting on El Paso, but El Paso I think has another 40-ish or some minutes before we get any data out of them.
Yeah, that's Mountain Time Zone out there in El Paso. Interesting. So
I do have the Tennessee Senate race being called for Marsha Blackburn.
I'm stunned.
Not that was a huge surprise.
I am flabbergasted by that. Although I will say that the China commercial was one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. That was horrendous.
Gloria Johnson is my current state rep in the state of Tennessee.
We won't go partisan tonight. God bless you. It's a rough go. Let's look at some. Tennessee has been called, and Donald Trump is up 77% to 23%. Another reason why we're doing this tonight, I saw somebody on TikTok, which is where you should go for your information, saying that his optimistic preview was that Tennessee was going to be blue. And I was like, okay, we got to stop this. Brady, Virginia, which the New York Times has tagged lean D now, 34% of the vote is in, and Kamala Harris's lead is 2% in this state.
That's kind of what I was getting at earlier. I think there's some bells out of Virginia that are very optimistic for the Trump campaign, even if he doesn't end up winning the state. I mean, if Virginia is one of those swing states at the end of the night, that's not good news for Kamala Harris. I
mean, Fairfax is at 50%, so there's probably about 100,000 more votes there. About 150,000 more votes for Kamala Harris. She's up 69 to 30. Let's take a look. It's a very blue state, or a very blue part of this state. 69% to 30% and let's go to 4 years ago. Fairfax County, 69% to 28%. So she's running about even with Joe Biden there. And Joe Biden won the state by 10 points, so he'll have to run up the score here. Let's take a look at one of these rural counties. Perfect example. Bland County. There's 20 or 3,500 votes cast here. It was 83% to 15% 4 years ago. So remember that. Now let's go to this year and see if Bland County has anything in yet. They probably won't because that would make it easier on me if they were, so they're not going to do that. Let's see. Bland County, Virginia. Sorry for the stroke that this website's giving all of you watching at home. Come on now. John King on his magic wall is more prepared than I am. Bland County. We just saw it. There it is. Okay, so 60% is in, and he's winning at 88% to 11 versus where he was 4 years ago, which is 83 to 15. So if you're Donald Trump, does that erase 10 points in the state? Probably not, but does that get it down to 5 or 6? And if Virginia's a 5 or 6 point state, and that gets to the point I think we're talking about that people miss, and kind of another reason why we're doing this. we're looking for trends when we watch these elections. It's not necessarily sure if Donald Trump wins Virginia, pack it up, it's over. But if he cuts a 5 percentage point lead off of where it was 4 years ago, that sets off warning signs in the blue camp and good signs up in the red camp, I would say.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Virginia Beach, which is typically a Republican stronghold, is only about 25% reported. They're going to get a lot of bump. Donald Trump is from that as well. And looking at Richmond and Arlington, which have mostly been spent up, they've got some reserves in Virginia Beach, the Republicans do, and that's pretty optimistic.
Yeah, Richmond looks like it has a little bit that it can get to there. They've reported, but not too much. But yeah, the interesting thing, just Loudoun County being that far in, and I think you're seeing some of the networks maybe jump the gun here with that Lane D, because historically these counties are not in. Loudoun is not at 95% in this early in the night.
Well, and it's not uncommon, especially in Virginia. I think it was either 4 or 8 years ago where they called Virginia and then they uncalled Virginia for similar reasons. So it seems to be another trend.
That whole Texas going blue thing, Donald Trump is at 55 to 44 with still nothing in the middle of the state in. Fort Worth, Donald Trump winning Fort Worth. Tarrant County 42 to 40 or 52 to 46. Let's go to 4 years ago down there in Texas. In Tarrant County, maybe potentially went blue by 0.2%. And he is winning by 4 points tonight. So Texas is going to be called once El Paso closes, I would say. Do you have anything on that Senate race down there in Texas? Any numbers on there?
I think that Ted Cruz has taken a slight lead in that race, which is also not surprising. It was only a matter of time for that. I think it's mostly the same counties that are reporting. I don't think we'll get quite as quick of a call in the Senate race as we will the presidential race in Texas. But for similar reasons, it looks like we're getting some reporting out of the suburbs of Houston. And the more that come in from Houston, obviously, the less the Democrats have to pull from. They've got to fall back on El Paso and Austin. And maybe a little bit of San Antonio as well.
And I do have a little expertise on El Paso. It is a blue city, but right on the border, and a place that the illegal immigration issue cuts both ways. There are some people who are very pro-illegal immigration and some who cannot stand it. So that'll be an interesting place to watch. As we're starting to see it count in a place that I was kind of interested in, Kansas. They've had some interesting referendums and such over the past couple of years. Donald Trump losing right now by 4%, but Topeka is in there in Kansas, and we have none of the rural part of the state. So likely a Republican state, but if Kamala Harris is going to win tonight, she wants to keep Kansas kind of interesting the way Virginia's kind of interesting right now for the Republicans.
Yeah, she definitely needs to pull at least a couple of the Midwestern states into at least too close for comfort territory, especially with Virginia being as close as it is right now.
Let's talk about Wisconsin. Real quick, Michigan, 4% of the vote in. She's got a big lead, but Oakland County, just north of Detroit, she's run up her entire margin right now is in that county. This is going to be very red up here in the northern part of the state. Grand Rapids, a place that we will watch, but up here, that's where Donald Trump's going to have to run up the score. She's trying to do it here in Detroit. Let's take it real quick, and we'll go to Wisconsin. But Oakland County, right now, 28% of the vote, and she's up 61% to 37%. And we're also going to take a look at the turnout there. Let's go to Oakland County. So Joe Biden won at 56 to 42, and there were about 800,000 votes cast there. So she has a bigger margin, albeit it's only by about 4 points, with the early vote in. And Republicans typically do better day of voting, so that'll be something to watch throughout the night. The one thing I wanted to mention, and the reason this is going to be a late night, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. Dane County, Wisconsin. Oh, they annoy me greatly because at 3 in the morning, they will unveil all their vote. So Wisconsin's going to be a state we won't know until late because the single biggest Democrat stronghold in the state will not report until all their votes are in. So I just say that to say, as the polls are about to close here in Wisconsin, you're not going to know. Like, we'll be able to look and do what we've done and going back. It's going to take a while in Wisconsin. It's going to take a while in Pennsylvania because they haven't opened the mail-in ballots until this morning at 7 a.m.
On top of that, there's been at least one county that I'm aware of that's extended the polling hours because of a sort of glitch in the software. So it wouldn't surprise me if Pennsylvania took a while.
Pennsylvania is going to take a while. And then, of course, Texas now 40% in. And Kamala Harris just got a big boost from Austin. That's what just came in. Travis County, she's winning it by 200,000 votes. Keep Austin weird. A 3% lead, but again, nothing from these rural counties where Donald Trump will run it up. You see, New York Times says it's likely Republican. Nothing from Houston yet, Harris County. So for Kamala Harris to make Texas interesting, she's looking for a big results here. San Antonio, which is 76% in. Trump's running fairly strong, down 11 points in San Antonio. Austin, and of course Dallas, where she has leads. Let's look at San Antonio. It was 55-44 right now. Let's go to 4 years ago. 58-40. So, a state that Donald Trump won by 6 points. He's outperforming his numbers from there. What are some of the other things you're watching right now? Talk to me.
Well, I'm keeping an eye on the Maryland Senate race right now. I'm originally from Maryland, and there's been a lot of hope that Larry Hogan can upset Asher Brooks out there. Now, it's a long odd if ever there was one, because he needs about a third of the Democrat vote in order to win that, and estimates show he's got about a quarter of that right now. But I have not seen any data out of the Maryland Senate race. Obviously, Maryland's been called for Kamala Harris in the presidential. But I'm keeping my eyes on the Maryland Senate, because if Hogan can sweep that seat, that's a gut punch directly to Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate.
Yeah, and Hogan, a guy who was reelected as a Republican governor of Maryland, a blue state. So yeah, good point there. Really interesting to watch. See, Kansas hasn't had anything new. North Dakota very likely are. Okay, we could go ahead and call North Dakota. I will. UCR officially calling North Dakota for Donald Trump.
Yeah. South Dakota as well. We might as well throw them
in. Nebraska. Well, Nebraska's interesting outside of Omaha. Iowa, spoiler alert, it's going for Donald Trump. Forget that little 3% poll. Colorado will be blue. Wyoming will be red. Montana will be red. Idaho will be red. Utah will be red. And then we'll get out to Arizona and Nevada with the westernmost three, Washington, Oregon, and California, all going blue. Georgia now 51% in, Brady, and Donald Trump holding an 11-point lead. They just got another big boost in. Fulton County, 77% of the voting out of Atlanta. And Donald Trump is down 71-28. I feel like that's way less than it was 4 years ago. Let me see.
Absolutely. I'm still waiting. I don't know if your numbers are showing different. I'm still waiting a little bit from DeKalb County.
Yep.
And I'm still not getting a ton out of Savannah. But, I mean, it looks like most of Atlanta's reported at this point, and they don't have a lot to pull from.
Now, DeKalb County is East Atlanta, and if you are familiar with the Atlanta area and a lot of hip-hop songs, the kind that I like, East Atlanta's talked about a lot, and as you can see on your screen in 2020, it went 83% to 15 for Joe Biden, and that was 450,000 votes. So if you're Donald Trump right now, you feel pretty good, but you have a 300,000 vote lead. That's not going to offset what happens in DeKalb County. So that will be something to watch. There are still a lot of rural counties over here in the southern part of the state that have not reported yet. Probably won't be huge margins, but there'll be big percentage margins for Donald Trump. And the question is, can Kamala Harris do enough in DeKalb County, which will be the last one to report tonight, to offset these southern gains here in this one? And we got some comments. People cheering you on, Brady. That's cool. Rusty, never knew I needed this kind of coverage from the Upper Cumberland. Yeah, one night only, baby. It's election night, Super Bowl night. What else do we have going on here? Virginia. Wow. Pull up Virginia, Brady. A 0.3% lead as Arkansas goes for Trump. We could have called that an hour ago. And all of a sudden, Fairfax County is at 47% in. Kamala Harris, she's probably going to win Virginia. You don't love this if you're in Kamala HQ right now, this being a 0.3% game. Interesting. Philadelphia coming in still 16% in. She's got an 87% to 12% lead. If you wonder why Kamala Harris spent last night in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that is why. Jacob says Brady the GOAT. There you go. He's got supporters out there. Love it.
I appreciate it.
Let us know your comments here. Do we have anything on that Ohio Senate race? Seems like we got 41% in of the popular vote.
It looks like we've had some flip in the presidential. I'm still showing Marino a little bit behind. as far as the Senate race goes. So my numbers might be a little dated.
And we expect Moreno to run a little bit behind Trump in that state.
Mm-hmm.
So the New York Times says call New Jersey for Kamala Harris. And this is kind of important because I mentioned if you wanted to be a very early night for Donald Trump, that was a state that you wanted to be a little bit closer. Huge male population in this state. And it looks like Essex County, where Newark is very lopsided. Mm-hmm. They called that. She's up 10 points. That's probably a safe call, but I don't know. It's a
and New Jersey was a bit of an interesting race. Back in 2021, there was a lot of talk that the Republican challenger to the current New Jersey governor, they were blaming that a lot of people were leaving New Jersey, and it was because a lot of people left New Jersey that kept the state blue and kept the governor's house mansion blue. And I was kind of hoping to see sort of a repeat trend in that tonight, but it doesn't look like we're going to see that, not out of New Jersey.
No, that's probably the first, I would say, really good piece of news for Kamala Harris tonight. New Jersey being on that quick. And now we look at North Carolina, and it has narrowed. As the western part of the state begins to come in, it's now a 49.7% for Kamala Harris to 49.3% for Donald Trump. Here's something else we're going to do tonight. And Brady, as long as you're here, he can be here as long as he wants, obviously, because if not, it's just me rambling. I'm going to call states at various points. So I called Florida first. I was right. So feel free. If you see a state you want to call, we're going to be responsible about it. But we're going to see if we can be better than the networks this evening, because I think we can be at calling these states. But as you see, western North Carolina start to fill in here. Still some interesting little spots of blue. Buncombe County, we talked about that one before I think Brady got on. It was blue last time, 59-38. It's blue this time, 73-26 after early voting. So a state Donald Trump won twice narrowly. It's now tied. Donald Trump has a 16 vote lead.
I have him with less than 1,000 votes. I have Kamala Harris ahead in North Carolina right now.
The New York Times just flipped it to a 16 vote lead for Donald Trump. So North Carolina is close right now, but still nothing in here in the southeastern part of the state. This all went red last time, kind of in that corridor beneath Raleigh and Charlotte. That feels like that's going to be the first shoe to drop tonight, North Carolina, and whoever comes out of that is kind of becomes the favorite, at least for a while, until we get more out of Michigan and Wisconsin.
I'll admit, I'm a little surprised that Illinois hasn't been called yet.
Yeah.
That's a state that usually the second the polls close, they've already called, and I would be very shocked if we had any upsets out of Illinois. But I haven't seen a network that's called it yet, and I've seen data coming out of Chicago already.
The weird thing about Chicago, and they're going to call it, they just call it Delaware. I mean, this is going to go to Kamala Harris tonight. I think this may be the South Carolina effect where every year they pretend like South Carolina's going to be close and it's not. Have they even called South Carolina yet? Or are we still
I believe they have.
Okay, good. Because that's nonsense every year. Okay, sorry, everybody. I'm just...
Daily Wire was pretty accurate, and they called it right off the gate when the polls closed. And the rest of these networks seem to lag a bit.
But in Chicago, it's 68% to 31%. If Donald Trump wins 31% of Chicago tonight, the Democrats have a problem. It was 24% 4 years ago.
And that's the city where they had their convention, where they felt the safest to be at. And if the numbers are, if it's 2 to 3 in Chicago, that's bad numbers for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, for sure. I am surprised, though. It's a 17% lead right now with 2% in out of Chicago. I mean, she's going to win Illinois.
Absolutely.
Silly. Just like North Dakota hasn't been called. Let's be smart for a second. A 5% lead now for Trump in Texas as you see some of these small counties start to populate in the middle of the state. Georgia, New York Times calling it lean R, an 11-point lead still for Donald Trump with 55% of the vote in. Virginia, 0.3%. Wow. Pennsylvania, a big early lead for Kamala Harris, as Pittsburgh has 31% of its vote in, and Philadelphia has 16% of its vote in. How about this Senate race out? And the state is John Tester. Remind me of the state where we're doing this in.
Montana.
Montana, that's right. This is one where for the Republicans to get a safer majority, and remember, this is for Republicans, it's not a 50-50 deal because of people like Susan Collins who like to do the opposite things of what their caucus wants them to do a lot of times. They're looking to add on to their cushion a little bit, not to make it 51-49. They want it to be about 52-53. If they can get it to do so, they're going to have to win in Montana tonight.
I agree. Although it looks like from all the data coming out of Montana, it looks like the Republicans are going to flip that seat in Montana pretty easily. One I'm concerned about is the Nebraska Senate race. There's an independent by the name of Osborne out there who he's running as an independent, but most people would sort of associate him with the Democrat candidate. But he knows better than to put a D next to his name in the state of Nebraska. And that's a pretty close race from what I can tell.
And claims that he's not. He said he doesn't know who he'll caucus with if he wins in Nebraska, which means he's going to caucus with the Democrats because he doesn't want to say that in the state of Nebraska. To your point, Missouri hasn't been called yet. Very likely Republican. Outside of St. Louis and Kansas City, it will be a Republican state there in Missouri. So here's where we stand right now: 101-52. And I feel very confident in saying this at this point, Brady. This does not feel like a wave election early on. This does not feel like a curb stomping one way or the other.
No. I certainly didn't come in tonight thinking it was going to be a curb stomp. I know both sides have to say that because that's just how politics are played. No one wants to go in thinking they're going to win by the narrowest of margins or lose by the narrowest of margins. I didn't think it was going to be a landslide. I'm polling at 287 to 151 in favor of Trump right now. That was sort of my prediction going into it, with Pennsylvania being the deciding factor and the state that decides it all.
If you haven't already, make sure you like the stream, share the stream as we go through. It's 7:38 p.m. Polls closing in Wisconsin in 22 minutes rather. That'll be a big one to watch. And all of a sudden, as Kamala Harris has been, they called Kamala Harris the winner of Illinois, so that puts that to bed in a hurry. Michigan starting to fill in with a little bit of red. Now Donald Trump's down just 14%. Again, this county right here, Oakland County, poured in early on with their early vote, and that has added on. Ann Arbor also reporting early, but all these rural counties. And that's kind of the state of this race. Cities in favor of Kamala Harris and the Democrats, all the rural areas in favor of the Republicans. And the question is, did Kamala Harris drive her base enough to get out to the polls, or enough, let's be honest about it, men mainly ticked off and went to the polls today because the gender gap was monumental in this election, one of the biggest we've ever seen in this country. We'll see.
And it's also important to note, and I don't know if I missed this early, is that the early voting numbers coming out of all the states, I think with the exception of 3 or 4, they were all down from 4 years ago, which you can blame part of that on COVID, but early voting almost unanimously supports Democrat turnout and favors Democrat turnout. So the fact that it's down in almost every state in the union is not a good sign.
Yeah, and that was the question because Republicans' early voting turnout was up. Donald Trump told people not to early vote 4 years ago. They told them to early vote this time. The question was that cannibalizing the election day voting, or was it in addition to? Because if it was in addition to, Donald Trump's going to win tonight. That's the real question that we still may not have a total answer for. Georgia up to 55% in, still an 11-point lead for Donald Trump. North Carolina, Donald Trump has opened it up a little bit now, Brady. I don't know if you pulled up North Carolina there. 7-point lead for him with 21% in some of these smaller counties beginning to report here kind of in between Greensboro and Charlotte. Alexander County at 80-20, 79-20. I mean, this is how lopsided this is. Let's just do this. Raleigh, 72-27 in favor of Kamala Harris. Rural County, Wilkes County, 79-20 in favor of Donald Trump. It's literally a complete flip, and these places are an hour and a half drive from each other. It's unbelievable how split these states are. We know it here in Tennessee. Obviously, Nashville is very different politically from Cookeville. But in these swing states, man, it's jarring, and it's all about getting your turnout out.
Yeah, absolutely. And in North Carolina, I was a bit concerned based on the gubernatorial race, who I believe they've since called that for Stein. But Robinson, they were worried about him dragging down the ticket because of all the comments he had made and all of his questionable, sketchy behavior beforehand. It definitely looks like it dragged him down, but I have yet to see that it's going to harm Trump in this particular race, which Trump needs to distance himself very, very far from that person, and it looks like so far he's been able to do that.
Amy and George Ridenauer says, this is way better than watching mainstream media. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacob says, New Jersey only at 22% of voting. Yeah, listen, they're seeing something. I think New Jersey's a safe Democrat state, but they did call it early. She's still at 13% there. There's just probably not enough vote here in these rural areas to offset Atlantic City, Newark, and Trenton.
And a lot of those states have exit polling as well that they can kind of use to gauge what the results are. So even though the official votes haven't been tabulated yet, they've got a pretty good idea as to who's going to win the state.
Yeah, and listen, mainstream media rightfully gets a lot of things wrong. They learned after 2000, if you're going to call it early, you better be right. And so for the most part, that part is okay. Even back to 2016 when they were just wanting to end it all live on air, they called things when they were pretty appropriate to be called. So that'll be interesting. Let's see any other things jumping out. Michigan starting to trickle in, still a 14-point gap. New Hampshire. So New York Times has New Hampshire as a lean Democrat state now, but Donald Trump within 9 points there. And if you go back 4 years ago, Joe Biden won it by 7, so, that's where Kamala Harris wants to be. But again, we don't have a lot up here in the top part of the state where Donald Trump's going to win, likely. Just 11% in Carroll County. Coos County, I guess is how you say that, 3%. Grafton County, that's a big place apparently for Kamala Harris tonight. She's got a huge lead early on. And then here in the north or the southern part of the state, she's going to run up the score, I would say.
Yes, and it looks like we're starting to get some results out of Manchester as well. And Manchester was sort of the last stronghold from the last time we looked at that I didn't have any data on. So it's not surprising that the gap's beginning to widen a little bit as Manchester comes in.
I think we may know Pennsylvania earlier than people think, because Philadelphia's already put 110,000 votes out. Montgomery County, just north of Philadelphia, has already put 18% of its vote out. Delaware County, 15%. If those areas are counting fast, I think we'll know sooner. Now, it's a big lead for Kamala Harris right now. All of this is going to be red. If you go back to 2016, or 2020 rather, all that is red. So she's not going to win the state by 39 points. She may win it. She's not going to win it by 39 points. Nobody is. So once all this comes in, you're going to see that gap close. But just from a logistics standpoint, it's good to see that these counties may have their stuff together tonight and not make us wait until tomorrow at 7 p.m. to know who won the state.
Or Friday, later in the week.
Election week, yes, no doubt. Okay, Kansas. Donald Trump now has a lead in Kansas of 5%. You probably see that one called fairly soon. Missouri, 5 or 15% lead for Donald Trump. That one should already be called.
I have a few outlets that are already calling it for Trump.
Yeah, so I think Missouri's going to go there. Ohio, Donald Trump has regained the lead up by 3%. And now every county, it looks like, outside of maybe 3 or 4 are reporting. And you see the blue and then all the red in the middle of that state. And a lot of ballots splitting there and in North Carolina. And kind of working in inverse ways potentially, where there was no helping Mark Robinson in North Carolina. And you're seeing Moreno probably get a boost in Ohio from Donald Trump at the top of the ticket. He closed very strong in that race.
Especially considering J.D. Vance is his running mate, the other senator from Ohio. That also helps him out.
Yeah, and J.D. Vance, welcome to the national scene, I think, after this year. I tell you, Virginia is a 0.5 gap with half the vote in. If I'm Kamala Harris, I really like New Jersey being called this early, Brady. I really don't like the way Virginia looks. And I don't like the way Georgia looks either at all.
I agree. She's going to have to, if she can sort of make up that ground in North Carolina. I know that's a little too close to call right now. But I mean, if Virginia's in play, even if she wins North Carolina, it's not going to matter. She needs to win Virginia and North Carolina to even breathe a sigh of relief. And if Virginia's still up to play, that doesn't look good at all for her.
Yeah, let's do this. So we haven't kind of looked at the electoral map. Obviously, 270 to win. This is not a democracy. This is a constitutional republic. That's not a political statement. Just educate yourself. It takes 270 electoral votes to win the presidency. So let's take the obvious ones out, like Texas. Trump's going to win Texas. Kamala Harris, she's going to win California. Of the states we expect to be up in the air tonight, and I still feel pretty good that Virginia is going to go Democrat tonight. It's closer than you would want it to be if you're a Democrat, but it's probably going to go that way. And now she's opened up a 0.6 point lead, which is 13,000 votes in Virginia. If Donald Trump wins in North Carolina, which he's up by 0.6 right now, no, pardon me, he's up 7 points right now, and Georgia. Mm-hmm. The only path to a Kamala Harris victory tonight is she has to sweep the blue wall. She has to win Pennsylvania, she has to win Michigan, and she has to win Wisconsin. You agree with that?
I absolutely agree with that. I frankly, especially going into tonight, I thought that was her only path to victory was the blue wall, because the polling data coming out of Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina were showing Trump up almost outside the margin of error, which at that point it's barely even a toss-up. But
and so for those of you wondering, because people just say these things, the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, they voted together since 1988. They usually were going Democrat every election. They all flipped in 2016 and all voted for Donald Trump by very slim margins. They all flipped back in 2020 by very slim margins and voted for Joe Biden. So Democrats are hoping tonight that 2016 was an outlier and that they maintain control of that blue wall. This year, though, Brady, it does look like there could be some chips there, and that Donald Trump's running much better in Pennsylvania than he is in Michigan, and Wisconsin's kind of been all over the map. I've seen a lot of people just kind of chalk up Wisconsin to Kamala Harris. I haven't seen that myself. I think it's a dogfight race. She's polling better in Michigan. He's polling better in Pennsylvania. If we're ever going to have a split, feels like tonight may be the night.
I would agree with that. Wisconsin, for me, I didn't know in 2020. I didn't know in 2016. I didn't know in 2012. It seems like Wisconsin's always a toss-up. They seem to split everything down the middle, from their Senate races to their House races to who they elect as governor. And I wish I had more data coming out of Wisconsin, more polling data, but it seems like Wisconsin's a toss-up. I agree. I think Pennsylvania's a bit more in the Donald Trump camp than normal. And I think he can probably lean on winning Pennsylvania before he leans on winning Wisconsin. But obviously, we haven't seen any data out of Wisconsin.
And Wisconsin's so interesting because they didn't even treat it like a swing state. The media didn't for a long time. And it was every year. It was like, hey, Wisconsin was won by 2,000 votes, and he called it at 8 o'clock, right? Like, it came down to the wire. It's going to come, and that's a split state, right? And I've driven through Wisconsin. You've got Milwaukee, Metro Center, huge Democrat population, and then you got the rest of the state. And it is not a huge Democrat population. So you're going to see that probably 80-20 in Milwaukee and then 80-20 everywhere else. And the question is there enough of the everywhere else? And that's why when people ask about the polling, why it's so hard to poll Donald Trump voters. Because you're not answering the polls. And they made a targeted effort this year to go after low propensity voters who haven't voted every election. Those are tough people to know if they exist, which also gives us this question in the air of, is there a bunch of Trump voters? It's not necessarily hidden. They're just tough to find. And if there is, Donald Trump is banking on that tonight in Michigan, in Wisconsin, and in Pennsylvania.
And rightfully so, because we've gone now, this is the third election with Donald Trump in it. And the first two, they just radically undersampled Trump voters. The polls had Clinton up by 4, 5, 6 points and Biden up by 3, 4, 5 points. And those leads were within a half a percentage point, respectively, for either Trump or Biden or Clinton. And they're hoping they've changed the formula and the polling sample sizes, but we'll find out.
My dad would comment the Shapiro impact on Pennsylvania will be interesting. And listen, I think this cuts both ways. Because Shapiro is a very, very popular governor within his state of Pennsylvania. And Absolutely. He's going to drive turnout for Kamala Harris tonight. But he is not the vice presidential candidate. And I'm just going to be honest, I don't think this is partisan at all. I think if Shapiro was the VP, we're probably not talking about Pennsylvania tonight because of how popular he is within that state. So there may be some regret because, I'm going to be careful, Tim Walz had his problems when it comes to connecting with people. Like, run a mean pick six. I'm a sports guy. We don't say that. I commentate sports. Everyone watching knows that. He had his problems, and I think Shapiro probably, if they lose tonight, that's maybe the biggest mistake they made in this campaign was not making him the vice presidential nominee.
And to sort of add insult to injury, when Tim Walz was announced as the vice president, Minnesota got a lot closer. Now, I don't think Minnesota is going to go for Donald Trump. They haven't voted Republican since Richard Nixon. But it's interesting to see how the polls really tightened up. And the last one coming out of Minnesota is 3 points. That's margin of error. Again, I don't think that's enough to flip Minnesota, but I don't think it's going to be called as closely as it had been in the past. And I think it's kind of ironic that it tightened up when Tim Walz was announced.
And they close at 8 o'clock, so in 10 minutes. So here at 8 minutes, we're going to get some early voting results out of Wisconsin and Minnesota. That's going to be very interesting, and Iowa. Iowa, I think we saw a huge outlier poll. I don't expect Iowa to be close, but we'll have to wait and see because you ultimately just don't know. Louisiana is going to close. That's always close for a second. And then we'll get our first look at the Nebraska 2nd Congressional District. And we could talk a little bit about that. Maybe you can explain that, Brady, because I know you know about it. Maine and Nebraska, the two states that split their electoral college votes.
Yes, so there are only two states in the union that do that, and that is Nebraska and Maine. They base two of their electoral votes off of the popular, just like the rest of the states. But then the remaining two in Maine and the remaining three in Nebraska are literally divvied up by the congressional districts. So whoever wins Omaha, which is one congressional district in Nebraska, they're going to win one electoral vote, and then the rest of the state's most likely going to go Donald Trump. So they're going to win. He's going to win the other two, and the same goes in Maine. The Maine 2nd is mostly forest in the northern part of the state, and all the population is centered in the south and in the fingers of Maine, and that's probably going to go for Harris. So we're going to likely see that split in Maine as well.
And very interesting because there are a bunch of calculations for Kamala Harris to get to 270 that hinge on her winning the 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska, where she gets 270. And if she doesn't win that 2nd Congressional District, where she's been polling well, where she doesn't win, and it's 269 to 269, in which case Donald Trump's going to become the president, because it goes to the House delegations, of which there are more Republicans. It's not the House, it's the House delegations. So Tennessee has one delegation. They would vote for Donald Trump. There are far more states that have Republican delegations. And so 269, 269, while people kind of panic about it, it's not unheard of. There's a procedure in it in the Constitution. But that is on the board if Kamala Harris doesn't win Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District tonight.
Now, I think that one's unfortunately it's not going to be a super close race. I think that Kamala Harris is going to win that one pretty soundly. I've been to Omaha many times. It's the only part of the state that has Democratic support, and they're going to win it pretty handily.
North Dakota still haven't been called. They did. New York Times has called the North Carolina governor race. Not a surprise. A very weak election candidate for the Republicans in North Carolina. Again, I'm not going to be partisan tonight. I'm just going to. Some things are clearly evident, and that is a clearly evident thing. That was not a good candidate.
Yes, Mark Robinson shot himself in the foot weeks ago, and he did himself a disservice by staying in because it only ensured Stein's victory tonight.
Absolutely. 1 second here. Georgia's up to 66%, and it's a 5-point lead for Donald Trump. Here's why it's interesting. Let's look at where it's come in yet. And DeKalb County has reported. So 73% of the votes in DeKalb County. And Donald Trump has 42,000 votes out of DeKalb County. Let's take a look at this. In total, the last election, it was 83 to 15, and he had 58,000 votes. Tonight, it's 83 to 17, and he's got 42 already, but this is why it's important. He had 26% in Fulton County and 26% in DeKalb County. You say, Noah, that's a blowout. Yes, it is, but this state, once again, was decided by 11,000 votes a year or 4 years ago, and 2% in those two Atlanta metro counties are the difference. If that result holds, I'll call it. I'm not going to do it yet, but if that holds for about another 30 minutes or so, Donald Trump's going to win Georgia tonight.
And I'm still not seeing much data out of Savannah. I don't know if your end is different.
Let's see. Big question here. Let's look at Savannah. Yeah, we got 6% in, so not a lot there. Let's go back to last election, and that's a place that Joe Biden won by 25,000 votes. We are still missing a couple of these counties. Clinch County, we're on the Florida border. Atkinson County, Worth County. I feel like that's a pretty sizable. Yes, sir.
I hate to interrupt, but Donald Trump has just taken the lead in Virginia.
Holy crap. Donald Trump lost Virginia by 10.1%, and tonight he is up by 1 or 0.9% in Virginia, and you see why. the southeast part of or southwest part of this state is red. And I feel like there was a little blue. No, there wasn't any blue last time either. So that's, if you're a Kamala Harris supporter, you like that part. There's still some of these rural counties to come in. Let's take a look at the only places that matter in Virginia. Fairfax County, 60% in, so still plenty of time there if you're but she's only won Loudoun County by 17%, Brady.
That's not good.
She won Loudoun County, or Joe Biden won Loudoun County 61-36. Donald Trump is down 57-40. Yeah. Okay, so I told you this is the no spin. I feel like Bill O'Reilly. The no spin zone. So as a former campaign operative, I've run congressional campaigns, state senate campaigns. I've worked on everything you can imagine. You'd rather be Donald Trump right now. I'm just telling you straight up. You would absolutely rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris. And by the way, one of the reasons I'm really liking this, and I don't know if you are either, I have nothing on. You're getting my entire analysis tonight. I don't have anything pulled up outside of the exact results. So I got 3 different results up, and that's it. I'm not listening to anything Wolf Blitzer has to say, or Van Jones, or Martha Hammer, or any of them that have to say tonight. This is just me. So I'm telling you straight up, you'd rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris. I don't know if you agree with that, Brady, but
I'm not seeing anything to the contrary out of that. With Virginia being as close as it is, that's a really bad early sign for the Harris campaign right now.
And the lead is ballooning for Trump in Ohio. He's up 5%. In Texas, 9%. In Georgia, 5%. In North Carolina, he's up 10%.
Oh, wow.
In North Carolina, with still a lot of the western state, part of the state to come in. Wow. Bladen County, 60-40, 62-36, 61-38, 65-33. Let's go back 4 years ago. So Chatham County, Donald Trump lost by 12 points last year, or 4 years ago. Tonight, where are you at, Chatham County? Come out to play. Where's John King? The only thing they do well on that channel is this part. They know where all these counties are. It's just to the left of Raleigh. 58-41 tonight. It's an 8,000 vote gap. It was 55-43. He's running exactly where he needs to in a state that he won by a point last time. Brad stealing a phrase from the sports streams. Get your popcorn ready. The lead in Michigan is now 11 points for Kamala Harris. Again, Oakland County's already 42% in, just north of Detroit. Nothing out of Wayne County yet.
That's
1%. Donald Trump's up 602 votes to 298. If he wins Wayne County tonight, it will be a 48 state sweep. They'll have to take away all the states they called. He's not winning Wayne County tonight.
Well, some more interesting news. I know we haven't talked about it a lot, but the governor's race, I've seen some outlets call it in New Hampshire for Kelly. Kelly Otte is projected to win that now.
Really?
That's good news for Donald Trump, and definitely good news for her.
So let's get to the national popular vote. My dad asked about that. So typically, just because of the states that close early, the Republicans will have a big lead in the national popular vote. California comes in, New York comes in, and that shrinks. And historically, the Democrats pass. But right now, Donald Trump with a sizable lead, an 8-point lead in the national popular vote, 22 million to 18.8 million. Again, I don't know what the pundits are saying. You all watching may have a better idea. There's not one place in this country right now, given where the vote is even out of Pennsylvania, that if I'm in that Democrat war room, I'm saying, man, this looks good. Kamala Harris wins New York, so that little fun pipe dream that Republicans had for 5 seconds about winning New York is never going to happen. He did. By the way, he did a rally at Coachella. They're not winning California either tonight. It's just a spoiler alert.
Yeah, Madison Square Garden didn't pay off for him, unfortunately.
But you know what the Madison Square Garden thing is? It's just a show of strength if you're Donald Trump. You just want to show that you can go wherever you want. That's why he went to Coachella. That's why he went to New York. Now, if he loses tonight, makes you look dumb. just to be honest with you. But if you win, now there goes South Dakota and Nebraska. So New York's 28 electoral college votes makes it 114 and 99. It is a race to 270. What do you got in the Senate races, Brady? I don't know. And Brady, if you have to run, feel free. But I told you, I mean, I'm here all night, so I'm having a good time.
I appreciate it. I'll certainly let you know if I do. But I'm enjoying my time here. I appreciate you having me on tonight.
We got a good crowd there. They're lively, and I don't know about you. I was just gonna be sitting alone watching and answering text all night. So I was like, you know what? Let's just do it on air. Let's just do it. So it's perfect. What we got in the Senate races, though?
I agree. We've got. So I've seen they've called Texas for Donald Trump, but they haven't yet to call it for Ted Cruz. Again, that's not super surprising. Ted Cruz plays it pretty close to the chest, and he's used to these close races because he votes in such a way that he votes his conscience more at the expense of his electorate. So I'm not surprised that race has not been called yet.
And you said, just real quick, and we'll continue that as Wyoming gets called, you have Texas being called on your side.
Yeah.
The New York Times.
Yes, I have it. Texas being called for Donald Trump on my side.
Okay.
The Ohio race, I'm seeing it leaning toward Moreno again. That's not super surprising as Trump took a commanding lead. His lead is only about a percentage point on my end, which is about what the polls were saying. The polls, I think, had him up about 1.5.
And so Brown was popular. 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks ago, Brown wins that re-election. And now that's a completely different ball game, and pretty impressive for Brown to be that strong because this has turned into a full-on red state for the most part. But they are still kind of candidate dependent. You see that in places like North Carolina where they voted red the last couple of presidential elections, last 3.
And Brown has incumbent status as well, and incumbent status tends to generally boost the candidate in an individual race because they see incumbent, they assume they're doing a good job, and they just kind of default cast their vote for him. So that's not super surprising either.
Yeah, no question. Montana has not closed. They close in an hour, so we'll get to Tester's race. And I apologize, I can't remember off the top of my head the person running against Tester. Wisconsin.
Kelly.
Has closed. Kelly, that's right. Wisconsin has closed. No results yet. That's very interesting. Pennsylvania is still pretty lopsided. A 300,000 vote lead. But again, just want to be honest with you about everything tonight. That's typically how Pennsylvania goes. It's kind of the inverse of Virginia, where Virginia historically, not tonight, but historically had been an early lead for Republicans. Then the gap closes and it flips. Pennsylvania doesn't always flip, but historically big early lead for the Democrats. And then it closes. Their Democrats have an advantage in the early voting, even this year, despite all the noise about how good Republicans were doing in early voting. And they were. Democrats still had a lead in Pennsylvania. You see that now. I'm not saying they're going to lose in Pennsylvania, Democrats, but that's going to get tighter than it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what else do we got? And if you see any results that jump out to you with anything, Brady, we're co-hosting this thing now, so you just fire them away. Welcome to the show. New Hampshire, 9-point lead. It's about 26,000 votes. Mm-hmm. But the Republican winning that is interesting. That was a pretty weak Democrat candidate against a popular Republican. Iowa, less than 1% in. Donald Trump with a big lead. He's going to win Iowa tonight. That 3% point was a diversion. A place that I may be more interested in than most, that I had a little hunch about. New Mexico tonight. A state that's kind of in that Wisconsin mold of has been closer than people, I think, realize. You think back to 2000, I think it was maybe closer than Florida was. People just weren't paying attention to it. There is a rural part of that state between Albuquerque down south of Las Cruces to about El Paso that is very Republican. There's just not very many people there. That's a place Donald Trump feels like if he's having a great night, he can kind of snipe away from Kamala Harris just to rub it in a little bit super early. Chase Oliver, I think that's the Constitution Party candidate. That's the Libertarian candidate. It's 1 vote behind Donald Trump. Taos County apparently really likes them some Chase Oliver. And they hate Kamala Harris in this county, apparently. So, unless that's a misclick, that's got to be a misclick, I would imagine, for the New York Times. But now, all of a sudden, Brady, this map is filling up. And
it is.
It's going to get late in a hurry in this election in 2024.
I agree. I'm noticing a lot of a lot of the traditional deep blue states are getting called a little bit later than a lot of Donald Trump states. I see Colorado has just been called for Kamala Harris. Not super surprising, um, but a lot of these northeastern states, I'm seeing some outlets have called them for Harris, some have not. Obviously, New Hampshire's still in play. I see Maine is still in play largely.
And that's probably going to
Um,
split, like you talked about.
yes, it's very curious that they haven't called the popular vote though
Yeah.
in Maine yet, and that I was expecting that to go pretty easily to Harris. But the fact that we're a couple hours from poll closing and that's still up in the air, that's not looking good either if you're Kamala Harris.
Michigan now the lead for Kamala Harris down to 41,000 votes, or 8%, very early on there in Michigan. Michigan fairly slow uh, counting. And let's get to the macro view here.
Mm-hmm.
The exit polls, which you can only put a little bit of stock in. The thing that I felt very interesting about, and we were kind of texting about this, 70% of the Fox News exit poll said that they were unhappy with the direction of the country. I think that's why you've seen Joe Biden be showed up at the White House the past couple of weeks, and Kamala Harris try to run as far away from that administration as she possibly can. Will it work? If she wins tonight, it'll work. But that was probably the first sign we had that this was going to be a fairly strong night for Donald Trump.
I agree, and it's also unusual for current vice president to run as a change candidate. That's not usually a tactic. Usually, vice presidents run on the strong record of the president, saying, "Hey, look at what the president and I did together. Look what we accomplished together." You usually don't tend to distance yourself from, I mean, her current boss at this point, but that's the tactic she's taken. It seems to be doing her at least a couple of favors because she's pulling stronger than Joe Biden was before he dropped out in some of these swing states. But if it's enough or not, we have yet to figure that out.
Decision Desk HQ is pretty good on Twitter. Has called Texas. You mentioned several other people had done that, Brady. They've also called Louisiana for Donald Trump, Nebraska for the 5 electoral votes for Donald Trump, Omaha, obviously, the other one sitting out there. That's going to be very interesting. In the Senate, Kristen Gillibrand has won. South Carolina won. The incumbent Republican has won. That's a hold there. The House of Representatives is going to be fairly interesting, and I'm going to see if I can. You tell me if I just balance the audio a little bit better. There we go. Turned Brady down just a hair. Shout out to the lovely Madison McKay, who's typically producing things for the text. I don't think it's bad, but Kevin Cramer, incumbent in the U.S. Senate. So it seems like in the House and the Senate, no surprises yet. The Democrats want some surprises tonight, though, because the math works better for the Republicans tonight when it comes to the U.S. Congress.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I'm seeing pretty strong numbers out of the House so far. Now it looks like as the night's gone on, the Democrats have slowly creeped up, but I see Republicans with about 143 seats, which is about a 3-seat gain thus far from what they have. And then the Democrats with about 100 with a 3-seat loss right now. And obviously it's still pretty early and we're still waiting on a lot of those races out of the West Coast, in which case California is going to tighten up the House a lot. But that's not bad numbers for the Republicans, considering they were almost guaranteed to lose control. And at least thus far, they've got some good numbers. So let's see if they can hold that.
Pretty impressive that this is no longer a swing state. Whatever adjective you want to put, Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. He's got a 8-point lead already. He's got a 300,000 vote lead in the state, and Ohio goes to Trump 137 and 99. I remember 8 years ago when that was a huge swing state, and Trump won it by 9. In Georgia, he has opened his lead up a little more, 6-point lead for Donald Trump. He leads by 209,000 votes, with DeKalb County having 72% and Fulton County at 83%. Now, he has dropped a percent back in Fulton County. Remember, he was at 26% 4 years ago, and Harris is running about 2 points behind where Joe Biden was. And these are razor-thin margins in this state. In DeKalb County, Trump's percentage is a little bit less again than it was 4 years ago. So if you're looking for something as a Kamala Harris campaign, that could be it. But the fact that those are reporting, Brady, and it's still a 6-point lead for Trump, good news for the Republicans right now.
I agree. I'm still seeing a lot of southern counties who haven't reported anything, although I haven't seen anything out of Savannah other than when we first got on here. So that's the one wild card that could potentially vault Harris back into the lead in Georgia. But I'd be sweating a little bit in Georgia if I was the Harris campaign.
which is a state that they don't have to win tonight mathematically. But again, if you start flipping states, ask Donald Trump 4 years ago, you lose states, you typically don't only lose one, you lose several as part of that.
Mm-hmm.
Trump's lead in Texas, 9%. Still, the New York Times has not called it. Other places have. Colorado hasn't been called yet. Kamala Harris is going to win Colorado tonight. They do their elections by mail, though, for some reason. Is a big early lead for Kamala Harris, all out of Denver. That's why they haven't called it yet. Still waiting on all these rural counties. She's going to run it up in Denver. Colorado
I have,
used to be the swing
at least
state.
one outlet calling California, or not California, Colorado for Harris. Not super surprising.
And that's kind of become the inverse of Ohio, a state that was a swing state in the middle 2000s and really even before that, and then has kind of swung to the left and become a blue state. Ohio has really swung to the right at the presidential level to become a red state. So very interesting. We're getting close in Arizona to polls closing, and Nevada. It's going to be very interesting. There, you got something, Brady?
Well, you might be happy with this. I'm getting some early voting out of New Mexico, only about 8%, but it's showing Donald Trump with about a 9-point lead in New Mexico. Now it's very early. None of the big counties are coming in yet. I don't see anything out of Albuquerque or Santa Fe, but it's kind of humorous seeing such a big early lead in New Mexico for Donald Trump.
Well, and you see here in the 2020 map, up north, Albuquerque and north, pretty much blue with a couple of exceptions on the corners. Las Cruces is blue, and everything else is red. And you remember I said that rural area that Republicans were kind of targeting pretty hard there. I got a lot of friends out in this area in El Paso. There's a lot of Trump commercials out of this El Paso market. They're not targeting, they are kind of targeting Texas, but they're really targeting this north or southeastern New Mexico, where Truth or Consequence is a little town here, right? You got 6,900, 10,000 people. You've got 22,000 people in Otero County. You've got in Chavez, 21,000 people. And if you're Donald Trump, you're thinking, hey, can you erase an 11-point gap that's only 100,000 people if you turn out 10,000 people in each of those counties? Maybe. And so they targeted that area kind of under the radar. It's still probably going to be a blue state. But if this is a wave election, and I'm going to pivot on what I said earlier, I feel pretty confident this is not a blue wave election. I think this is going to be a really tight night. But if everything continues the way it is right now, that could change in a hurry depending on as more votes come in Pennsylvania and we get a good look in at Wisconsin. Because if those start to flip red, it's not going to be a very close night.
Agreed.
Just honestly, I mean, now the New York Times has called Texas for Donald Trump. That puts him 93 votes away from the presidency. Donald Trump now.
That's a good place to be this early in. It's not even 10 o'clock on the East Coast. And to be that close, that's got to be a good feeling in the Donald Trump camp.
Well, we're looking at the trends, right? And you say, okay, he's winning Florida by 13%. He's winning Texas by 9%. He's up in Georgia by 5%. He's up in North Carolina by 5%. He's up in Virginia by 1.1%. He's now shrunk the gap in Pennsylvania. Remember, this was a 30-point gap 10 minutes ago. It's a 19-point gap now. In Michigan, he's within 6. Wisconsin just dropped two counties. They're rural. Trump has a big lead, but that's super early. And again, I'm not watching the mainstream media right now. I guarantee you, at 9:15 Eastern time, there is panic setting in among the leftists or the liberals in this country and the Democrat Party and the Kamala Harris campaign, because this is not the map she wanted to look at 8:15. No. She was hoping to be, because remember, early voting favors Democrats. So you're seeing that here in these two states, but not here. You saw it in North Carolina where she had a big lead. It's evaporated. You saw it in Georgia. She had a big lead. It's evaporated. You saw it in Virginia, which I still don't think is going to Trump. But I'll tell you, Brady, let's look at Fairfax.
You want to be up in Virginia right now if you're a Democratic candidate. You don't want to be behind coming back at this point. When you're over half the state's been tabulated and tallied, I'm seeing at least 3 counties that are projected to go for Donald Trump that have 0 vote. I'm seeing plenty more that have 30% in, 40% in, that still have a lot of vote to go.
And Decision Desk HQ called this race for Kamala Harris. I'm not seeing that in Virginia. And I think
I,
she's probably going to win it. I'm not making that call right now.
no, I think they jumped the gun too. It's too early to call Virginia, but I think you're right. I think at the end of the day it'll be win, but that's a gut punch. And even if Kamala Harris does win the election tonight, they're going to have to revisit their Virginia strategy because that's a swing state now.
It's a place Glenn Youngkin won.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a place that Donald Trump is not going to run as well as somebody like a Glenn Youngkin is in that state.
Mm-hmm.
There's other Republicans who probably run better. Glenn Youngkin being one of them in Virginia. But yeah, I think Kamala Harris probably is going to win Virginia. But New York Times hasn't called it for a reason. Donald Trump is
Glenn
up
Youngkin has done a
30,000
really
votes.
good job, though, in sort of bridging that gap and making Donald Trump more palatable than he was 4 years and 8 years ago. I don't quite understand his strategy, but he's done a great job of communicating to the average Virginian, hey, what I like as your governor, Donald Trump also likes, and he's been very good at communicating that. Back when Joe Biden was still the nominee, Trump was up in Virginia for that reason because of Glenn Youngkin's ground game. And I think a lot of that is still evident tonight, maybe not quite as strong, but Glenn Youngkin has definitely changed the map of Virginia.
Let's talk about New Mexico. Chavez County, I mentioned it. Last election, 69 to 28, 15,000 total votes for Donald Trump. Tonight, 67% in, it's 73 to 26, and Donald Trump already has 10,000 votes out of New Mexico. Again, she's a favorite in New Mexico. New York Times puts it as a lean Democrat. Right now, he's up 9%, but nothing out of Albuquerque. There is something just north, Sandoval County. And actually, this is a good barometer here. She's up 1.2 points in Sandoval County, about 600 votes. And last election, Joe Biden won it by 6,000 votes and 9%. New Mexico is closer. And here's where it really matters, beyond New Mexico. If New Mexico is that close, the Democrats going to be very concerned about Arizona, a place where its rural areas very mimic New Mexico's rural areas, and a place where Donald Trump has obviously spent a lot more time and attention in that state. You could see an inverse of the pickup because it's not a great Senate candidate in Arizona in Kari Lake. She insists on talking about 2020 every time she opens her mouth. That's not a good idea for Republicans to do. Again, that's not partisan. That's just facts. But Kari Lake's been polling better. I know you've been watching those Senate races, and so Arizona, if New Mexico's close, that's not good news in Arizona for the Democrats.
It's not. And kind of to your point, Kari Lake has usually when candidates, and this goes for Beto O'Rourke and Stacey Abrams on the Democrat side, as well as Kari Lake on the Republican side, generally you don't fail up very well. So she tried to run for governor, it didn't work, and now she's running for Senate. And she might be able to pull it off if New Mexico's doing well. But traditionally, when candidates try to run for higher offices after failing to get their lower ones, it doesn't go well.
You don't fail up. In Iowa, Donald Trump up 17%. In Missouri, 13%. Still haven't called it. Kansas, only 5%. We figured that one could be a little closer. Colorado, a 14-point lead for Kamala Harris. And let's look at the swing states right now. Georgia, back to a 6-point lead for Donald Trump. He's up by 232,000 votes with 72% in. Still waiting on some votes out of Jones County, out of Jefferson County. Let's look at Metro Atlanta. 84% of the votes in Fulton County, holding steady at 73-27. That's 1 point behind where it was 4 years ago. If you're a Democrat, and for the Republicans, they're running 1 point better in both DeKalb County and Fulton. Cobb County, Democrat stronghold. Wow. It's a 17% lead in Cobb County. Let's look at 4 years ago. This is just north of Atlanta. Okay, yeah, about the same as it was. All right. That's right on the doorstep of Cherokee. And now let's look at a bellwether here. Cherokee, a place that Republicans won by 39%. Democrats hoping Brady to make inroads there in the suburbs with women, particularly middle-class white women there. Donald Trump wanted to keep it above a 40-point lead in Cherokee County, and it's a 39-point advantage for Donald Trump. The exact same. So what you've seen is slight tick down in support, or a tick up, I should say, in support for Donald Trump in Metro Atlanta. Similar there in the suburbs, and he is running up the score in the rural areas. Again, there's no place on this country map I can point to right now and say that's good for Kamala Harris.
Well, some more bad news coming from her. I have two separate sources. It looks like Fox News and Daily Wire both have called Kansas for Donald Trump.
He built a wall.
I know we were looking at early in the night that she kind of needed to make up some ground there. And now that's gone as well.
He built a wall in the middle of the country from North Dakota down to Texas. There's a red wall. North Carolina. Here we go. A 1-point game in North Carolina.
Ooh.
A 47,000 vote gap with 50% in. Let's take a look at where we've got it from. Raleigh, Durham, 77% in. Macomb County, 90% in. I'm going to the Democrat first. Only 10% in Charlotte. So if you're Kamala Harris, and now it's back to a little bit of a bigger gap. Trump's opened a 3-point lead. If you're Kamala Harris, the one place in this country right now that you are hanging your hat is Charlotte, North Carolina, where it's currently a 30-point gap with only 10% in. It's a place 4 years ago that the Democrats won by 35 points. Tonight, so far, she's up by 30. She's got to win Charlotte by 40% tonight, given what we've seen in the rest of the state. If she doesn't, Donald Trump's going to win North Carolina. If he wins North Carolina, he likely wins Georgia. And then the blue wall is all anything we'll be paying attention to.
Absolutely, absolutely.
This is interesting so far.
I was not expecting to get this much information this quickly. I thought we would probably be closer to 11 o'clock Eastern before we were getting these kind of numbers out, which is good to see that most states seem to be sort of have fixed the anomaly of 2020 and have figured out how to get in their votes in a timely manner.
And this is more of a normal election. We've seen these forever. 2020 was so weird. Like, I'm not talking about all the after stuff. I'm talking about just the amount of the amount of mail-in votes in mass, to where now you have people like in Pennsylvania not even requesting a mail-in ballot and getting them, and then they send them back in. It was just, that's obviously going to take longer to sort. Typically, right, in 2016, numerically a pretty close election, we knew at 2 a.m. Like, we knew by midnight the way it was trending. I feel like we don't know for sure right now. Percentage-wise, I probably put this about 60-40 right now. I think Donald Trump's the favorite to win the White House. But it's not over yet, because that blue wall is held so far for Kamala Harris. And if she holds the blue wall, she's going to be able to become the president of the United States. But that's where the attention will go. But we do have a lot of information right now. Anything else leaping off the screen to you?
I'm not seeing any major news. It looks like no major Senate races have been called. Hogan is still hanging on in Maryland. It doesn't look good for him, but for every election I've been watching, they've called Maryland very, very, very quickly. And it's only about 20,000 votes in Maryland right now, so it's unlikely that Hogan will clinch that win. But I'm an optimist when it comes to Maryland in this particular race.
That is going to be a very interesting one to watch. And I'm really locked in on Georgia right now. And every time new votes come in, it doesn't change. It's been that 5-6% range. Fulton County, 84%. DeKalb County's up to 87% in. And that also tells me we're going to know Georgia tonight. If these counties that usually don't come until after midnight are already in, Cobb County up to 84%.
Secretary of State in Georgia basically said as much. He's making sure that there's not a repeat of 4 years ago. You might want to take another look at New Mexico and give your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that right here. It's way too early. People ask about Pennsylvania. Listen, Pennsylvania, this is not, people said this doesn't look good for Donald Trump. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're incorrect. It's a 220 or 230,000 vote lead, and Philadelphia has already dropped all their early vote in, and all the middle of the state has nothing reported, as Donald Trump wins the 3rd congressional district in Nebraska. Yeah, I don't know how Pennsylvania is going to go, but it's really early to look at that. Quite frankly, I think if you're Kamala Harris, you want to be up way more than that right now in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely.
New Mexico, Santa Fe dropped in their early vote, lopsided for Kamala Harris, a 4-point lead. There, we're still waiting on Las Cruces and Albuquerque. Once those drop, I expect it to be a pretty sizable lead for Kamala Harris, and then we'll see what the rural vote does there. But yeah, I mean, the New Mexico thing, she has to hold New Mexico or she's going to lose tonight. That's
Absolutely.
simple.
Absolutely.
Oh, what were you going to say? Sorry about that.
No, I was just gonna flip back to Pennsylvania, but it looks like we'll be back there many, many times tonight. So
Yeah. NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin. Trump has doubled his support with the black population. 20% of the black vote.
oh,
Compared to 78% for Harris 4 years ago, he won 8% of the black vote in Wisconsin in that same exit poll.
so we've got some news from the first couple outlets. It looks like I have at least one outlet here that is called North Carolina for Donald Trump.
Wow. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
And now I'm wondering myself if that's a bit premature.
Yeah,
but
I'm not there yet on that one. I mean, he's up 3%. Now, I know why, right? Montgomery County, 0% of the votes in. You get over here, but in Macomb County, a big area for her, she's not running great compared to where she was 4 years ago, or they were 4 years ago, 90% in. Raleigh has 77% in. So they're looking at that and saying there's not enough vote. But it's 100,000 vote difference. I think that's a little premature.
Yeah, in the Asheville area, especially, she's not getting as big of a turnout, and that's largely because of the hurricane. That area is not too far from where I'm at right now, and it's sort of the consensus there that the current administration, and they associate Kamala Harris with that administration, that they largely are not satisfied with that relief effort, with all the comments made, and that probably has to do with the underperformance in Asheville this time around.
Another exit poll, a national exit poll result here. Hispanic Latino vote shows Donald Trump at 45% of the Latino vote in the country, surpassing the highest Hispanic support ever for a GOP presidential candidate, surpassing George W. Bush in 2004.
Those are not good numbers for.
Well, and I'll ask you this. So I just got a text from a guy I respect, is not a politician, not a politics guy, who said he thinks Pennsylvania doesn't look good. For Republicans. I don't see that at all. I don't know what you're seeing there. I remember distinctly 8 years ago and it being a much more lopsided this early in the night in favor of Hillary Clinton and Donald
Absolutely.
Trump.
I mean, 8 years ago, Pennsylvania was the last state to come in, and it was by slim margins, grant you. But this is nothing for alarm for the Trump campaign yet. I mean, there's a few counties in the middle. I'm starting to see some in, but it looks like most of the vote in Philadelphia. Looks like Philadelphia vote's coming in pretty steady.
And Pittsburgh as well.
And Pittsburgh as well.
50% in Allegheny County. Yeah.
They've got enough not to count them out, but like you said, most of the middle has zero data, and a lot of these other counties have maybe 20% in coming in. 3% I see out of Somerset County.
Yeah.
Washington County is only about a quarter in, so there's still a lot to go. At this point, though, with about 250,000 votes separating them, I think Donald Trump does need to start closing the gap there in Pennsylvania pretty soon, but I don't think we're quite there yet.
And Joe Biden won Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, 59-39, with a 430,000 vote turnout for him. Right now in Allegheny County, 50% in. Yeah, you're right about where it was 4 years ago, 66-34, but numbers-wise, 233,000. We're looking at that for the turnout because we expect turnout to go up. Everybody does here in the rural counties. So let's look at Huntington County, for example, a place that Donald Trump's leading 65-34 with just a third of the vote in. Let's see where that was 4 years ago. So he's underperforming early on there. It was 74-23. But that was 17,000 votes then. And this is where it's important to remember. In Pennsylvania, pretty much, I think it's safe to say everything we've gotten, maybe with a couple of exceptions, is the early voting. And in Pennsylvania, Democrats historically run it up in the early vote tally, and then it gets closer as the night goes on. So keep that in mind. The day of vote is pretty lopsided in favor of the Republicans. I don't, and just like that, Donald Trump's deficit is down to 11% in the state. I think this is your firewall if you're Kamala Harris. You have to hold this state of Pennsylvania.
You have to.
But if you're Donald Trump, you're not saying you can't win this state at this point at all.
Yeah, and early voting in Pennsylvania was down almost 28% from 4 years ago. Those are not good numbers for Harris either. But it looks like for now she's sort of holding the line in Pennsylvania. She's going to have to if she wants to win this tonight.
Pull up Virginia, Brady.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump still leads by 2% in Virginia, with 61% of the vote in. I still think she's going to win here because she's got enough population centers here in Fairfax County, only 67% in, that she can make up that 50,000 vote gap. This is too close to comfort, though, if you're a Democrat tonight.
Yes, I agree. It looks like she's got a little bit of ground that she can make up in Richmond and the surrounding area. It looks like we're still waiting for a lot of vote out of Richmond. But Fairfax there's not a lot left in Fairfax that I can see. And to the contrary, Virginia Beach hasn't moved a lot since last time we talked either. And that's a pretty big Republican stronghold that they can look forward to. So it's definitely not over in Virginia, but I think you're right. I think Harris will win it at the end of the night, but that's just not good for the Harris campaign, seeing Virginia still out there.
And this graphic from the New York Times is very interesting. This is the shift of more Democrat versus more Republican. So the red arrows are Republican, the blue arrows are Democrat. And look at all the red on your map right now. Florida, Georgia is where it really jumps out to you. Just significantly more here in the southern part of the state of Georgia. A state that Donald Trump lost. In North Carolina, you see people and look at Virginia. Now, remember, it was a 10-point win for Joe Biden. So they need a lot of arrows if you're a Republican tonight. But there's a lot of red arrows. So this is where, and we don't have much in Pennsylvania yet. That's why I'm letting you know, if we look for trends, Brady, you could argue with the wall about what this trend is. This is not a partisan statement. Look at this red. The trend early. Now, these are in red states for the most part, except for Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia. A red shift in an election that last time was decided by so little. That amount of a red shift is enough to flip the election. Anything on the Senate races? Talk about Ohio, maybe Pennsylvania, or I'm not Pennsylvania. Ohio, Texas. The election in Texas has been called for Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, and Allred going at it there in that Senate race. Any updates there?
I'm not seeing any. It looks like Marino's got about a maybe 100,000 vote lead. Ted Cruz, they still haven't called it for him, although it looks like he's pulling apart. They had his polls at about a 5-point difference. It looks like he's at about a 6 right now. And looking at the counties that have still yet to report, it looks like most of the big cities are spent. Looks like there's still about 40% left in Dallas that Colin can pull from. Looks like about the same in El Paso, but I'm looking at a lot more counties that I know are going to go red and have gone red historically that have no data out of them yet. And Ted Cruz is probably getting ready to give his victory speech.
Iowa, the place that had that outlier poll with Kamala Harris up 3 points. Well, Des Moines is in 60%, and Donald Trump is down by 15%. So Kamala Harris leads 57-42 with 12% in, but you see the vote share there. The entire gap is in Des Moines. All of these rural areas will be heavily Republican. That's not going to be enough. Donald Trump's going to win Iowa tonight. I'll go ahead and call that one, the UCR call. We're getting close to that in Georgia, where Donald Trump maintains a 5% lead. DeKalb County now up to 86% in, Fulton at 84%, and the gap has not changed. Still a 200,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. Savannah, the last best hope for Kamala Harris in the state of Georgia. Only 6% in Savannah. Chatham County, she's going to have something pulled out of her hat for her to pull out Georgia with the way that map is looking. North Carolina, you've already said, some people have called that state. Donald Trump is up 3% there. Charlotte has 10% in. She's up 30 points. She has to win it by about 40 with the way the map looks, or Donald Trump's going to win Iowa. It's getting late in a hurry in this election, I'll tell you. 4% lead really for Kamala in New Mexico. She's up 12 in Colorado. I'm surprised they haven't called that one yet. Kansas. Okay. Kansas is a 0.7% lead for Kamala Harris, and here's why. Wichita just came in, and Topeka just came in. This western part of the state is where Donald Trump will really run up the score. That's kind of the inverse of Virginia, where they're hoping to pull some magic out there in Kansas.
And I'm gonna call Kansas for Donald Trump. I don't see where she makes up the ground based on this map. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna call Kansas for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I agree with you there. So the UCR call goes to Kansas for Donald Trump. In a place where Kamala Harris was hoping the night was going to be done, Virginia. More results in, and it's still a 2% lead for Donald Trump. He's got a 40,000 vote lead in Virginia. Let's take a look at Fairfax. They just dropped some more in. It's 72% of the ballots in Fairfax. Loudoun's about done tonight. Alexandria County still has some more, so there's still some Democrat strongholds. Let's check the Republican areas. 59% in Augusta, 54%. There's still some Republican areas too.
Yeah.
Virginia's not done tonight.
Two counties that haven't reported at all, and Virginia Beach still hasn't moved since last we checked in.
Virginia Beach still at 34%, and that's an area Donald Trump is looking to win. Let's take a look down to what happened in Virginia Beach last time. Well, this is maybe a little bellwether here. In Virginia Beach in 2020, Joe Biden won it by 5%, 12,000 votes. Early in the night, Donald Trump leads in Virginia Beach by 6%.
And I don't know if you can pull it up there, but pull up Glenn Youngkin's win in 2021 and how he carried Virginia Beach in that one.
That's a great point. Let me pull that up. I can pull up anything we want. Election map. God bless a good PC. All right, let's take a look. Virginia Beach. Glenn Youngkin won Virginia Beach by quite a bit. He won it by 7 points. 8 points, rather. About 13,000 votes. So that's an area. And this map is. So take a look at this map. This is the Glenn Youngkin map in Virginia. And we go to tonight. A little more blue. Richmond area. They voted for blue last time, I must say. It looks much more like the Virginia or the Glenn Youngkin map than it does the Joe Biden map. Down here, this blue area, but it's already all the way in. I still will say I think she's going to eke it out there, Brady, but I think Donald Trump has a much better fight in Virginia than people thought he was going to entering this evening.
I'm getting less and less confident. I mean, I'm not calling Virginia, but I'm getting less and less confident that Harris can win Virginia. Still give it to her at the end of the day, but talk again about it maybe 30 minutes, and maybe we'll be singing a different tune.
And we're getting close to Wisconsin, really starting to pour in some more votes here. They have 19%, and it's a 4% lead, and Milwaukee is reporting. 25% of Milwaukee is reporting, 66-32 the result. Madison, Dane County also starting to report, and all these areas, which will be red, not reporting. And why do we say that? Why do we bring our attention to that? Because the phrase underperforming is something we talk about all the time. And right now, let's look at Milwaukee. Joe Biden won Milwaukee by 40 points. Right now, Kamala Harris is winning Milwaukee by 36 points. If there's a 6% difference in Milwaukee from this election to last election, Donald Trump's going to win Wisconsin. Kamala Harris cannot afford to lose that amount of support. It's among black men for the most part. And we told you, Donald Trump winning 20% of the black population. If he wins that in Milwaukee, he wins Wisconsin. And for all the talk about Pennsylvania, if Trump wins Wisconsin and then he goes down and wins North Carolina and Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, that's done. Kamala Harris can win Michigan and win Pennsylvania. She doesn't win the White House. So Wisconsin, Kamala Harris is going to be looking for a lead there in a hurry with Milwaukee reporting already.
Not good numbers.
Depends on who you're for.
Fair enough.
Iowa, still a 15% lead, but again, that's a lot of Des Moines. Up by 21% in Des Moines. All these areas be something to watch. The suburbs around Des Moines. For Kamala Harris to have a chance in Iowa, she has to win here. For Donald Trump to retain Iowa for the third straight election, he's looking to pour it on here. Be 80-20 in all these counties in northeast, southeast, or northwest and southwest Iowa.
And I know we're still waiting on a lot of data, but the fact I'm showing about 20-25% into New Mexico, and Donald Trump's still holding a slight lead in New Mexico, which is also not good news, because that's one that usually Democrats and Harris tonight usually have locked down pretty quickly after the polls are closed.
And how about this? In Pennsylvania, it is now a 5-point gap. It was 30 minutes ago. Philadelphia poured all their early voting in, and now here come all the rural counties. Still something to report. Pittsburgh, Allegheny County at 50%, Philadelphia only at 23%. So there's a lot of Democrat vote. Remember the number to watch tonight in Philadelphia. Donald Trump wants to win about 100,000 votes there, and Kamala Harris is trying to win 700,000 votes in Philadelphia to offset the likely gains in rural Pennsylvania. But for all that panic I was getting from my Republican friends in my text message about Pennsylvania, it's tightening significantly. It's tightening quickly. And at 8:41 Central Time, I'll say this: I don't think we're going to be here on Wednesday or on Thursday. I think we're going to have a winner potentially tonight with how it's going.
I agree. That's certainly what the trends are showing right now. Well,
somebody tell me no. Yeah, please. No.
I was going to say slightly concerning out of the Nebraska Senate seat. So there's two Senate races tonight, and the one that everyone's watching is the Deborah Fisher and the Dan Osborne race. And it looks like Dan Osborne is currently leading that race by about 9 points, which is pretty surprising. And that gap is likely to tighten as I see that it looks like most of the vote has come from Omaha and Lincoln, the two population centers in the state.
46% of Omaha is in.
Yeah. But that's not particularly good numbers for Deb Fisher, especially being the incumbent and a Republican in Nebraska. So.
Yeah, Omaha already with 48%, and you talk about these huge swaths. Not a ton of people here, right? Like there, you got 10,000 people or so, Buffalo County. They probably have 20,000 total, but these are all going to be red. And just like in every other state, the cities will be blue for the most part. So Lincoln and Omaha are reporting pretty heavily. You see the lead for Kamala Harris overall, but they've already called the most of congressional districts. Now this one, Omaha has its own congressional district, and that is likely, as you can see, going to go for Kamala Harris. That could be big in a potential very close electoral college. Wisconsin, the lead for Kamala Harris down to 4 points. And again, all these areas have not reported. Green Bay, early on, a lead for Donald Trump. Let me go back. I don't want to talk out of the side of my mouth. Okay, that happened last time as well. But it was a 7-point win for Donald Trump last time. He's currently up 33 with 12% of the vote in there in Green Bay. Let's go. We're going to talk about Pennsylvania a ton, but I want to actually take a deep dive in Pennsylvania a little bit. All right. So 5% lead for Kamala Harris right now, about 100,000 votes. And let's take, perfect, Carbon County. So Carbon County, just outside of Allentown. It's north a good way from Philadelphia. Donald Trump currently up 73% to 26%. And he's got a 13,000 vote lead with 19,000 casts for him. Let's go from Carbon County here to Carbon County in 2020. He won it 65% to 33%, but 21,000 total votes were cast for him that night. So he's outperforming, and he's going to get more than that amount of votes tonight in Carbon County. Let's take a look in a Democrat county tonight. Monroe County, 48% in. She's up 5% and has scored 23,000 votes so far. It's 57 to 42. I apologize. It's 15%. I can't do math. We know this. She's up 57 to 42. Let's go to last election for Joe Biden. And she is outperforming. He was 52 to 46. Now, this will be a very interesting county to watch. Remember Monroe County. As the early vote turns in the day of, does that number drop or maintain? Because if it maintains, it means we're going to be razor close again. But if that number drops below and right next door Donald Trump is outperforming where he was 4 years ago, again, you can make your own inferences from that, but I think you understand what I'm telling you. Okay. North Carolina, still a 3-point lead for Donald Trump. Virginia, still a 2-point lead for Donald Trump. Georgia, back to a 5-point lead for Donald Trump with 77% of the vote in. Missouri, a lead for Kamala Harris, and that is because St. Louis is in. And it is a huge Democrat area. Kansas City is also reporting. So that's why that hasn't been called yet. But again, all these middle and rural parts of the state, that's not going to be a swing state tonight. And in New Mexico, Kamala Harris with a 4-point lead over Donald Trump. Still waiting on Albuquerque and Las Cruces and all the rural areas there. Donald Trump within a point in Wisconsin. 49-48. And in case you're wondering how people like us spend election nights, you're literally just having your screen shared. This is it. He's still running at 32% in Milwaukee. A place 4 years ago that he got 29%. So he is running ahead of where he was 4 years ago in Milwaukee.
And I'm looking at all the red counties that have started reporting. And I mean, I'm looking at 1% in, 4% in, 11% in, 10%. Still a lot more red to go.
I agree with you. And now we go out to Arizona, which closes in 13 minutes. Nevada closes in an hour and 13 minutes. And then really, because we know what California, Oregon, and Washington are, Brady, it's just a race to count. Once we get through 9 o'clock Central or 10 o'clock Central time, it's just a clock, or pardon me, 9 o'clock. They close at 9, yeah. We expect Arizona results about 10 o'clock Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
We expect Nevada results about, so we're going to have all the swing states will be done, theoretically, without a couple of exceptions in Pennsylvania, here in about 13 minutes. So let me get your overall thoughts. We're sitting here, it's 8:47 Central Time. The current poll is 178 for Trump, 99 for Kamala Harris. I'll bring up the national popular vote with Donald Trump currently leading that 35 million to 31 million. All right, Brady, overall thoughts where we stand right now in the election.
Well, it looks really good for the Donald Trump camp, and it's a little bit nail-biting for the Kamala Harris camp. They're definitely not out of this. They've got a lot in Michigan that they could potentially grab. Pennsylvania, there's still a lot of city left on both ends of the state. And then I still am having trouble getting a read out of Wisconsin. Minnesota is a state that I haven't been checking in with very much tonight, but it doesn't look like anyone really has a lot of good data out of Minnesota right now.
So who would you rather be right now, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Right now, I would rather be Donald Trump.
I agree with you.
For sure. But that could easily change when the polls close in Arizona.
I think at
the
this
West Coast
point, given what we've seen in the Sun Belt, this election, no duh, is about to come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. In which case, Kamala Harris has to run the sweep. She has got to, and Donald Trump has to win one of them. And right now in Wisconsin, he's down 1%. He's down just 4%. He's cut it to a 4% game in Pennsylvania. And in Michigan, it's an 8% lead right now, with Detroit still not reporting, but a lot of the rural counties haven't either. Grand Rapids is coming in at a 72 to 27% clip for Kamala
I just
Harris.
peeked at the poly market odds, and they're giving Donald Trump a 75% chance of winning the election.
Do we know how that's moved so far tonight? I didn't check earlier.
When it started, he was at about a 55% chance.
So it is swinging that way, which is interesting because, again, we're not having the talking heads in our ears. And so I'm just curious if we're missing the boat somewhere, but I don't see an area of particular strength right now for Kamala Harris.
That lead is her paths to victory are narrowing with just about every minute, it seems like, with Georgia and North Carolina slowly getting out of reach, with Virginia being as close as it is, and frankly, even with New Mexico being as close as it is. It may not look really close, but the fact that it's still in play is just not good news for Kamala Harris.
I'm about to call it on Georgia. I don't see where Kamala Harris can make up this gap. I really don't. She's down 200,000 votes, a 5% lead, and Atlanta has 86% in.
Yep, I'm showing Savannah with about a quarter of the vote in too, so we're getting that last little trickle out of Savannah.
I mean, I'd love for somebody to show me where they think Kamala Harris is going to win this. I don't see it at all. I've been doing election stuff for a long time. I don't see it at all. I think this is a red state again, down to our south. North Carolina, you said some people have called it already?
Yes, I have the Daily Wire has called North Carolina. I believe they're the only outlet that I've found that
Decision Desk HQ I just saw did as well.
Okay.
on X. But I mean, I'm looking at some Democrat counties with still a lot of vote out. Trump clearly with the advantage, but it's less than
Yes.
100,000 votes. I don't think you can call that safely yet. Let's look at Virginia. Still a 2-point lead for Donald Trump. And the sound you hear is Democrats cussing across America right now. Because they are not wanting that at 9:51. It's one of the first states to close, Brady. And Trump leads by 2% at 9 o'clock. This is later than he was leading 4 years ago. And Fairfax and Loudoun are way more in than they were 4 years ago, or 8 years ago.
I see Loudoun County. Loudoun County's at 95% estimated polling. She's got nothing left out of Loudoun County. Fairfax is at 95 or is at 67. Prince William's at 95. That's sort of the other Fairfax suburb that is usually pretty reliable Democrat. Richmond itself looks like there's still some pull left in Richmond, but she's running out of places in Virginia to even pull this one out. And Virginia Beach.
Yeah, Richmond's the area. I've got it at 18% reporting. So Virginia's the area she could make it up.
But she'll have to make it up there. If she underperforms in Richmond, I think she could lose Virginia.
Now, the interesting thing is these Republican areas are pretty tapped out. 94%, 88, 92, 95, 95. Only 56 in Russell County, and he is way running up the score there. So there's about 6,000 more votes there for Trump. Yeah, I think she's still going to win Virginia. Henry County, that's a pretty sizable vote count. But you look up here, Richmond is the area where I think they're probably hanging their hats and why we've seen some people call it. I think that's early. At Arlington County, the other area, right next to Washington, D.C., Fairfax at 73%. Yeah, I think the math works in Kamala Harris' favor in Virginia, but they did not want it to be this close this early, I'll tell you that, or this late. Pennsylvania, 2-point gap with still rural counties not reporting. And 60% of Pittsburgh is in. 30% of Philadelphia is in.
Now, if you don't mind, let's shift gears a little bit toward the Northeast, specifically Maine and New Hampshire. I'm not getting a ton of data out of Maine right now. If I remember correctly, they're kind of slow on the count, especially with that. New Hampshire, though, I'm getting mixed signals in New Hampshire. I have some that have called it for Harris, some that are still holding out.
Well, I'm looking at that northern part of the state where it's dead heat. That's probably good news for the Democrats. I don't see a stronghold that Donald Trump can go to. It's fairly close, though. 7 points in a place this small. That's 25,000 votes, 26,000 votes.
Manchester, the big city, looks like they've got about half in. Concord is completely tapped out. They're not getting any new.
I go back to where we were at the start of the night. I said if it's a quick night for each team, we haven't seen either way first, but I said, New Hampshire's got to be pretty lopsided in favor of Kamala Harris. For Trump, he wants to win Georgia and North Carolina early. He's trending towards winning North Carolina and Georgia pretty early. And the fact that Virginia is still open. Wow. We're about to get some Arizona and Nevada results. That'll be the real kicker, because if this trend continues out in the western part of the United States, is going to run out of Donald Trump's going to start to write a speech tonight.
I agree.
If you're a Trump hater, you're probably gonna want to turn off the news for the rest of the night, because it's not gonna go well for you. I don't think at this rate. It's not over. But Wisconsin, pull up Wisconsin, Brady. Surprise, surprise. It is a 1,600 vote gap.
How
about this? Waukesha? I don't even know. Trump is winning that county by 29 or by 19 points. Let's see what he did last time. He won that county by 29 points. Wisconsin is consistent.
Yeah. They're consistently inconsistent, in my opinion.
But Madison already has 50% in. Milwaukee has 42% in, Brady. Eau Claire has 57%. These are the big swaths of vote for Democrats, and they have not run up the lead the way they would want to in these areas. So let's do some little math here as Donald Trump sits with 178. That leaves him 93 to go. think we both feel pretty confident that Georgia's going to go to Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pull out my calculator. That's 93 minus 16. North Carolina, we've already had some call it for Trump. Looks like he's holding pretty strong there. That's 16. Missouri, she's leading now, but that's because of St. Louis. I think we're in agreement that he's going to win Missouri, correct?
Yes, I have multiple sources that have called it for Donald
Minus
Trump
10.
already.
Kansas, closer than people thought, but he's going to win Kansas. That's 6. Iowa, he's going to win Iowa. That's 6. 39 to go. So Trump sits 39 to go with the states that we all feel pretty confident he's about to win.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala Harris about to get a big boost of 54 from California. She's going to get the 12 out of Washington and the 8 out of
Oregon.
So that's going to be a nice 74-point boost for her. Mm-hmm. But at 39 away, you say, okay, Arizona. That puts him 28 away. You say Nevada. That's 6. He needs 22. Where you go next? The blue wall. He wins one of those blue wall states, and that's it. He's going to be the president-elect of the United States. So now we're to the what-ifs are fairly gone at this point. Somebody wins 2 out of the 3 of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. They're going to be the president of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I bet there's some entertaining things being said on television right now. The gap in Pennsylvania is 33,000 votes.
That is... Oof.
In Michigan, it is 57,000. And in Wisconsin, it is 2,000.
Oh.
2009 is the vote difference.
We're starting to get some polling out of Wayne County in Michigan. Very little. Looks like only a couple of percentage points, but I'm seeing a lot of red out of Michigan right now.
Donald Trump is actually leading in Wayne County still. That's not going to last very long. At least on New York Times. Ann Arbor's coming in 53% in Ann Arbor. It's going to be a Democrat stronghold. Grand Rapids, the same, but they're only 11% in. But yeah, this northern part of the state, again, not a ton of people in there. But it's going to be very, very red. Reed says they need to get that call in for North Carolina. Yeah, we've had a couple people call it. It's coming, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a little premature for those people to call it that early, but I think it's coming. I don't see the path in North Carolina or in Georgia for Kamala Harris tonight. I think those are going to be Donald Trump states pretty clearly at this point.
I'm thinking so too. It looks like they still have some wiggle room in Charlotte. A lot of data that has not come out yet in Charlotte that they could still be banking on. Maybe a little bit in Wilmington as well, as it looks like, but they're banking this all on 2 counties at this point because that's all they've got left.
What about the Senate? You got anything in the Senate? Just run through where we stand right now if you've got them in those different states.
Yeah. It doesn't look like there's been a lot of shift. I've seen some people call Ted Cruz. I think Fox News has called Ted Cruz's Senate race.
That means the Senate's going to stay in the Republican hands. They had to flip that one. I
have yet to see any surprising data out of the Senate. Still, Dan Osborne has a lead from what I can tell with about 40% of the vote in. He's got looks like about a 7 point lead, which is not particularly great, but still a lot to come out of the rural counties. And it looks like Dan Osborne has to rely on Lincoln at this point because it looks like Omaha's about tapped out. But there's still a lot left in Lincoln for him to pull from.
This is I said this wasn't a wave. It's not yet. But the earthquake before the tsunami just went off, and now everyone's watching out to see if the wave is forming out there in the middle of the ocean. At this point is the way I'm looking at this. Because Donald Trump wins Utah, no surprise. He's still leading in Virginia by 2 points. Wow. At 9 o'clock at night. And Nevada just closed.
I have Montana for Donald Trump as well.
which is good news if you're a Republican for Joe Tester's opponent tonight. That's a seat the Republicans have really
Yes.
desired for a long time there.
They're projected to win that one. I haven't seen any Senate data coming out yet, but I'm guessing Shealy takes down Tester in this race.
Wow. What's the biggest surprise right now for you, Brady?
It's got to be Virginia.
Yeah, I agree.
It straight up. It's the fact that Donald Trump is leading in Virginia, whether we think he's going to win it or not. That's just not good. That shows a lot of vulnerability in that state. And even if it's not in play this time around, Democrats are going to be shoring that up in 4 years because they can't lose Virginia.
I mean, 5% lead in Georgia for Donald Trump. 5% lead. It's grown. I think I would call North Carolina. He's up 5 points now in North Carolina. And Charlotte is still only at 10%. And if you're wondering why they haven't called North Carolina, this is why. The single biggest Democrat numbers output. And now they have called the Senate race New York Times has in Maryland for the Democrat. So we talked a lot about that tonight. Republicans were targeting that one for a potential flip. They will not. The Democrats hold on to that seat. But back to North Carolina. Charlotte is the area. It's only a 24-point gap, which in a place like that is not as large as it typically is. But that's why they have not called North Carolina the national media. Donald Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. And now Kamala Harris has taken it back in Pennsylvania. It's a 12,000 vote, 11,500 vote lead for Kamala Harris right now as they flip back and forth. Allegheny County, 69% in. Philadelphia, 32% in. And now here come all the rural counties in Pennsylvania. So the answer to the question, Gavin, in the comments, how's Pennsylvania looking? I'm going to be honest. I got no freaking idea. I do know this is typically earlier in the night than when Republicans are competitive in this state. About 8 years ago, I think it was still a 6 or 7 point gap at this point in the night in favor of the Democrats. So as Donald Trump wins Montana, comes across from the New York Times. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump has taken the lead. A 1.1% lead in Wisconsin. 42% in from Milwaukee, and he is still holding firm at 31% of the vote in Milwaukee. He won 29% last time in a race that was won by 20,000 votes. So 2% in Milwaukee is over 20,000 votes. That would flip if that holds tonight and nothing else changes, which other things are changing in that state, and Milwaukee would bounce back to the red side. I imagine you're seeing panic on national television right now.
Yeah.
Not here. We're not panicking here. Arizona just dropped 36%, and it's tied. 49.6 to 49.6. It is literally a 40-point lead for Donald Trump after early voting in Maricopa County and Pinal County. But I'll tell you right now, Maricopa County was a 2-point gap. Here's where it was 4 years ago. Shield your eyes if you are a Democrat, because Joe Biden won it by 2%, 2.2%. Trump won Pinal County by 17. In early voting, Trump won Pinal County by 17 again. And election day voting is very lopsided towards the Republicans. That's going to be another one that's going to go red tonight. Just based
I'm
off those early
showing
voting.
a 40 vote lead from Donald Trump out of Arizona.
Oh, what? Sorry,
A
repeat that.
40 vote lead.
Yep.
40 votes out of Arizona for Donald Trump.
What a country we have. Still waiting on Nevada. That is hilarious. 49.6 to 49.6. Georgia's up to 83% in, and it's still a 5-point lead for Donald Trump. I think that's about to get called. I think North Carolina's about to get called. Trump still leads by 2 in Virginia, but we haven't had anything new in a while there.
I still see New Mexico. It looks like not a lot of data out of New Mexico, but I'm still showing a slight lead for Donald Trump out of New Mexico, which is probably the second surprise of the night that has not been locked down by the Kamala Harris team.
Iowa, Trump now takes the lead in Iowa. Some of these rural counties come back in. Des Moines dropped early. Now Trump up by a point with a lot of rural vote to go. He's going to win Iowa. Minnesota, rural vote in, nothing out of Minneapolis. We do have a Minneapolis suburb, but barely anything in from there. Trump leads it, but again, at 2% of the vote in. Don't worry about that percentages-wise either way. Pennsylvania, it is now a 3,000 vote gap. In Michigan, it is a 26,000 vote gap. Oh my goodness, this is why you do it. This is why you like politics. Right here, right now. This is history being made tonight. Do me a favor. If you're enjoying the stream, let me know in the comments. Hit share if you're enjoying it more than Fox News, CNN, CBS, whatever you're watching. Let us know. I really want to thank Brady because I asked him like 2 hours ago if he would come on for a little bit, and he's been on for like 2 hours, but I'm having a blast with him. And again, this is your one night you get Political Noah. There's a few people out there who know about Political Noah, but he doesn't come out very often. So this is your one opportunity because tomorrow we're on the high school playoffs. So enjoy it. But if you're a bunch of people hitting the like button, so that's a good sign there. Kansas, Trump's lead is up to 6 points in Kansas. Kamala Harris up 14 right now in Colorado. I think both those will be called respectively for Harris and Trump.
I would already call Colorado for Harris.
Yeah, I would have called it when the polls closed. I don't know what they're waiting on there. Donald Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. A 0.7% lead with 75% of Pittsburgh in.
Oof.
And 40% of Philadelphia. So more Philly has come in, Brady, and Trump's lead, he has now gone from behind to in the lead.
Those are not good numbers. Those are not good numbers at all. It looks like they can still pull quite a bit from Philly, though. They've got some room there. Erie County's starting to come in finally, but even then, they're running out of places. Still quite possible that Harris could take this state, though. I'm seeing more and more red, and a lot of these center counties, which is where Trump is banking most of his vote on. A lot of these are getting spent.
And Angie, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. You can pull up like the network feed because they have much better graphics, obviously, and mute it and listen to us. I think that's a great idea. People should do that, follow that. Or you can just watch me click around. If you're enjoying this too, that's totally fine. Trump's lead in Virginia has been cut. Here comes Kamala Harris in Virginia. He's now up by just 0.5 points, and I think that's about to flip. Let me see here. Yeah, Fairfax County's adding in now, 74%. That will be enough for her to hold on to Virginia. But I don't know about you. I feel very similar, not narratively, but just results-wise, to how we felt 8 years ago in 2016, where Hillary Clinton, and obviously she was polling way better than Kamala Harris. Obviously, there's been some adjustments in the polls, but Virginia lasted way longer than people thought, and that kind of gave you warning signs. Florida went way earlier than people thought, and then you start to see a North Carolina get knocked down, and then a Georgia get knocked down. And then from there, all it took was a Pennsylvania, and that was all she wrote. Feels very similar to that right now for me, Brady.
All about trends, and I think you're right. I think we're seeing remnants of the 8 years ago Donald Trump campaign.
Yeah.
And if it holds true, then he's going to win it.
He's going to win it. They have called now the New York Times Kamala Harris the winner in Colorado. They should have done that an hour ago. That was dumb. New Mexico. Donald Trump has a lead in New Mexico of 6 points. Albuquerque's still not in. Santa Fe, 15%. But you're seeing the southeastern part of the state. And I told you, just keep an eye there. Las Cruces has 57%. Trump only down 6% in Las Cruces. Let's take a look there 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Las Cruces by 19 points. With over half the vote in, Donald Trump only down 6 in Las Cruces. If that holds, New Mexico is in play for the Republicans tonight. In which case, I would get to do a victory lap on my prediction that I put out with some people laughing at me. You included.
Yes,
James says, we watch the ones we trust. No CBS, NBC for me. UCR all the way. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. James Polk has Ethan Polk, whose son is a ridiculously good running back. for the Upperman Bees, number 1 ranked team in the state. Had 316 yards rushing last week. There you go. Football Noah's still here. You can't get rid of me. Georgia at 84%, and it's been 5% a lead for Trump all night long. North Carolina, a 5% lead for Trump. I'm surprised at this point. Let's see. Charlotte is starting to report. I think North Carolina has got to get called soon here. And I expect the same for Georgia. Missouri has been called. And Donald Trump is 72 electoral votes away from the White House. Yep. That is 72 votes away. We are midway through in Pennsylvania, and Trump now leads by 1.1%. And I will tell you right now, if that trend continues, we're done before midnight tonight. Still, so at now 40% of Philadelphia in. She is not running anywhere near where she needs to, Brady. We said 700,000 is about to vote, maybe 650. She's at 222, just below halfway. She'll struggle to get to 500,000 in Pennsylvania or in Philadelphia, where Joe Biden was last year or last time. Let's take a look.
She has to either hope for a big boost out of Erie County, maybe some out of Harrisburg. It looks like there's quite a bit left out of Harrisburg that we can still try to get, but it's dwindling, but it's still not impossible for her. Again, I'm seeing a lot of strained red counties.
In 2020, Biden won at 81-17 with 600,000 votes. This year, it's 79-20. That's a 5-point swing. And in a race that was won by 80,000 votes, a 5-point swing in Philadelphia is the difference. Take away any other gains or losses anywhere else in the state, that right there would be the difference for Donald Trump as he tries to win Pennsylvania. And at this point in the night, barring some weird stuff in Georgia where he's still up 5 points, or North Carolina, all he needs is Pennsylvania, Iowa, Kansas, Arizona, and those two, and I believe that's 270. Somebody could check my math on that. He may need Nevada too in that math, or maybe Maine's 1 congressional district.
Yeah, he will need Maine's 1 congressional
Would
district.
That put him to 270? I think it would. In Michigan, the lead for Kamala Harris is 2 points. In Wisconsin, it is still a 2,000-point gap. Well,
I'm seeing some heavy blue out of. Well, even then, it's only about a percentage point, but about a 15,000 vote gap in favor of Kamala Harris out of Arizona.
See where that's coming from there. I've got Trump actually leading there by 14,000 right now. How many total votes do you have? I got 693 to 679. Let's see who's ahead.
I have 876 to 860.
Okay. So you're ahead of me there. We're still waiting on a lot of Maricopa, and then up in, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, northernmost county.
Flagstaff area.
Yeah, the Flagstaff area, good point. That's an easier way to say it. Tucson as well. It's going to be an interesting one. Let's see what Tucson did 4 years ago. They went for Biden pretty handily, so that'll be an area to watch. So I think that's been tighter in years past than it was 4 years ago, where Biden won it by nearly 20%. New York Times does have Arizona as a lean Republican right now. They did just update to the numbers you have. And it looks like a bunch of Maricopa came in, and he's got to have, or she's got to have a bigger lead out of Maricopa if she wants to win Arizona.
He absolutely needs a bigger lead.
Pennsylvania, Trump's lead is 3 points. I think our facial expressions said it all. He is up by 3 points in Pennsylvania at 9:15 Central Time. And nearly half of Philadelphia is in, and his lead is expanding as Philadelphia comes in. There's not a place on this map I'd want to be Kamala Harris right now. Still down by a point in Virginia. Trump ahead. Well, let's just go right here. Here's what you do, ladies and gentlemen. Trump leads right now. New Mexico, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and Maine. Kamala Harris leads right now. Michigan, New Hampshire, and Arizona. And again, typically, as we get later into the night, that favors election day voting, which tips towards Republicans. Now, at the very end, you get mail-in votes, which tips towards Democrats. But this is very early in the night for Republicans to be leading in all these different areas. As a historian of this stuff, as Brady is as well, this is not typically this is where it starts to get evened up, not when Republicans start to stretch their lead. So I'm going to withdraw my this doesn't look like a wave. I'm not calling that it is, but the potential for this to be lopsided in favor of the Republicans right now is very much on the board. It may not be. You could still see a Democrat win in Michigan. Pennsylvania is within striking distance, as is Wisconsin, although Trump now leads in Wisconsin. But if this holds, let's just count through here. Nevada plus, I think we think Arizona's probably going to go to Trump tonight. So I'm going to give that to him despite he's losing. And I'm not going to give him New Mexico. Georgia, North Carolina. I think we're both in agreement that Virginia is going to flip. Probably.
Probably.
Pennsylvania.
Less than sure as the night goes on, though.
Pennsylvania. And let's say Wisconsin. And Iowa. So we'll say 6 plus 10. That right there gives him 282, and he's the president-elect of the United States. Forget about Michigan. Forget about Minnesota, where he's leading currently. Forget about New Mexico, where he's within 5 points. That has just flipped, as I believe Santa Fe just dropped a bunch of votes in there in New Mexico. Arizona is razor thin. I mean, razor thin. But that was an area where we expected Republicans to have a big day of voting advantage.
Mm-hmm. I mean, only behind Georgia, they had some of the most comfortable polling for Donald Trump in terms of the swing states. So that might be the first ray of sunshine for the Kamala Harris campaign tonight.
And Arizona's been tough to poll in recent years.
Yes.
Anything on the Senate race there in Arizona? I think that candidate has not helped the Republicans at all.
No, I agree. It looks like Ruben Gallego has about an 8-point lead over
so
Carrie
that means
Lake.
he's outrunning Kamala Harris by 7 points, which is very interesting to watch there. And kind of the inverse of the Senate candidate maybe raising up the presidential candidate as opposed to the coattail effect that we usually see. Trump now leads in Wisconsin by 0.3, 6,000 votes. In exit polls, Donald Trump has won men by a wide margin tonight. And Trump is now a favorite on Polymarket to win the national popular vote.
That is horrible news if you're Kamala Harris.
She needed to win the popular vote by 3 points.
She needed to win the popular vote. Now, I don't know if I quite believe that yet because we've got the California drop still, and that's going to almost assuredly put her back in contention for that.
And let's take a look at New York, because that's an area where typically they run it up. It's a 20-point game right now in New York. Let's see where it was 4 years ago. 60-40 right now in New York. 4 years ago, it was 60-37. So he's running 2 points better than he ran 4 years ago. And that's kind of what we've seen. And in a race that was as close as it was, really, you think about Fulton County in Georgia, DeKalb County in Georgia, there in Florida, or in New York, he's running 2 points better. He's running 2 points better in Pennsylvania or in Philadelphia. And 2 points was enough for Donald Trump to win this election tonight. A 2-point switch anywhere in these swing states was enough for him to win, and it seems like he's running 2 points better everywhere. So if you're Trump right now, you love that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen Georgia get called yet. Now North Carolina's up to a 7-point lead for Trump. Wow.
I guess it all comes down to that Charlotte area. There's still very little movement out of Charlotte, and I think that's where the hesitation's coming from.
I agree, but I don't think there's enough vote there anymore. Let's go to 2020. I mean, Biden had 378,000 total votes. So there's about 200,000 left, and that's the gap. And she'd have to win all of those?
Just about.
I don't see that. Exit polls show Pennsylvania independent voters. Donald Trump wins by 6 points, 50-44.
Not what you want to see.
You
Not
sure?
for Kamala Harris.
Not for Kamala Harris.
Yep.
And in the stunner of the night, Kamala Harris wins Washington, D.C.
Polymarket now has Donald Trump at 87% to win the presidency.
It feels like 2016. Mm-hmm. He's now up 6 points in Florida, or in Iowa. He's up 0.5 points in Wisconsin. He's down 2 points in Michigan. He's up 3 points in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has taken the lead in Virginia. I'm going to go ahead and call Virginia for Kamala Harris.
I'm going to hold out a little bit longer. Fine. I'm only seeing about a 2,000 vote gap. I'm still seeing a lot out of Virginia Beach to show up.
What I'm looking at here is Fairfax County, 74% in. That's probably about 75,000 more votes for Kamala Harris. But regardless, and you're right, Virginia Beach has a lot there too, but it's tighter than it is in Fairfax. The fact that it's close is tremendous news for the Republicans, terrible news for the Democrats. Now we have a boost in Georgia for the Democrats. As with 91% in, it's a 3-point lead for Donald Trump, and it's because Fulton County just dropped much more votes. DeKalb County's about done, over 95% in, 91% in Fulton County, which is Metro Atlanta. I don't think there's enough math still. Savannah has 37% in, but Trump is within 11,000 votes in Savannah.
That's the last bastion, and I'm still seeing at least 4 counties that have zero information out of them that are strong Republican counties.
Jones County,
yeah. But looking at a lot of the rest of the counties that have reported, a lot of those Republican counties do look tapped out or just about tapped out.
So Trey says North Carolina's already been called by News Nation. Yeah, I understand, but we're doing our own thing tonight, Trey. I think North Carolina is going to go to Donald Trump. Don't get me wrong, but we're going to roll with our own. We don't need the media to tell us what to do. We know what we're talking about here. we probably know a little bit better than they do. Yeah, but Macomb County done in North Carolina. Charlotte, still a lot there, but I don't think it's enough for her.
I agree. It's the odds are getting North Carolina is slipping away. That's for sure.
I mean, I don't know where the path
hope out of Arizona for her, though.
So where is even the path right now for Kamala Harris? So she has to win New Hampshire. Let's do this. We'll do the other way. Okay. New Hampshire, that's 4. You count them out. Let's say Michigan, that's 0.3%.
Yeah,
so
she's got it. She has to win Michigan. She has to.
Wisconsin, 10. This is being pretty generous at this point. Minnesota, where he's up 21 points, but that'll change. 10. Okay, that's 39. Virginia, 13. Nevada, we'll say Arizona. She has to win Arizona.
Yeah. She can probably get away with not winning Nevada.
Nevada, okay, so we'll say California. That's 54. Plus 10 more for Oregon, or 20 more for Oregon and Washington. That's 137. Plus 112. She's still short. So even if she wins New Hampshire, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, California, Oregon, Washington, and New Mexico, she's short 254. She has to win Pennsylvania.
Like we've been saying all night long.
And Trump does not have to win Pennsylvania at all at this point. Trump at 198.
Well, if he loses Arizona, then he kind of needs to hold on Pennsylvania into his pocket, or at least one of the blue wall states, in order to clinch that up. Or does he?
Let's see. I'm counting it up right now. He's at 242 before any of the blue wall states. So let's say he wins Wisconsin and Nevada. He's at 258. So Michigan or Pennsylvania, he wins it. He does not have to win Pennsylvania. If he does not win Pennsylvania, he has to win Michigan and Wisconsin. Essentially. But if he wins Pennsylvania, then he's going to win it. And she has to win Pennsylvania. Her only path, unless Georgia has a flip or North Carolina has a flip, which I don't see happening. That flips. Excuse me. They can't see me, but Brady, if you want to talk about the Senate, I'm going to blow my nose because I'm sick tonight.
Yeah.
And I'm going to mute my mic. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Well, as we go into the Senate, looking back at Pennsylvania, because we've been talking a lot about the presidency, but we haven't been talking a lot about the Dave McCormick, Bob Casey race in the Senate. Dave McCormick is up by about a percentage point. And frankly, I think Dave McCormick is more likely to lose Pennsylvania than Donald Trump is.
Yeah.
Given the
What was
polling
that result
data.
you said again? What is it at right now?
Yeah, it's about 49.3 to 48.2 in favor of Dave McCormick from the data I have. And Dave McCormick is sort of the canary in the coal mine when it comes to Pennsylvania. Again, I think Bob Casey's more like to steal it away from McCormick in the Senate before Donald Trump loses it. So as long as McCormick is up in Pennsylvania, I think Donald Trump will be too.
I mean, this one, I don't think we're going to be here all night. I'm just going to be honest with you. Donald Trump's now within 0.2 points. He's within 3,000 votes of Arizona. And still a bunch of rural counties still to come in. And Maricopa's at 54%, and he's running close. Tucson is 63 to 37 after early voting. Let's see where that was last time. So she is running about a point better in Tucson.
Okay.
In early voting. But that's important to mention because early voting typically favors Democrats. So even if he improves by 2 points there, that offsets it all of a sudden. So that you can't breathe a sigh of relief there if you're the Kamala Harris campaign. In Pennsylvania, he's now up 3 points still. Over 100,000 vote lead for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. And Philadelphia is 50% in, and she's on pace to win 500,000 votes. That is not enough in there for her. Nearly 80% of Pittsburgh is in. And still, like Clearfield County, 3%. There's some of these rural counties that are all the way in, for sure. Mm-hmm. But a lot of 45, 47, 61, 40, 89, 33 here in Beaver County, where he's winning 66 to 30 with a lot of votes. So that's a suburb. And this is where I'm looking at. The suburbs of Pittsburgh are all red, Brady. All of them. And that's an area she really wanted to do well. And as you can see, she is not. 66-33, 66-33, 72-27, 60-40, 66-33. Let's go back to 4 years ago for Joe Biden. And not as good. Questions in the comments. We got a great crowd tuning in. Appreciate that. Trey says, Red Wave, baby, House, Senate, White House, here we come. America's proving they care more about their pockets than party. Football, though, is still alive, says Rusty. Yes, you are correct about that. Has the Senate race in Ohio moved at all?
It doesn't look like it has, at least not in the percentage points. It looks like it's I take it back. Marino has opened the gap by about, looks like 250,000 votes. And that's pretty, with about 80% of the vote in, give or take. I'm looking at, there's still a good amount of vote to come out of both Cincinnati and Toledo, and Cleveland for that matter. It looks like Columbus is the only city that looks like it's pretty spent. And a lot of these central Ohio counties are in the 70, 80s, 90s% reporting. So I can understand why that one hasn't been called yet. It looks like the Republicans are running out of ground, but they've got about 250,000 of a cushion right now. So that's a good place to be in.
So it looks like the Republicans are going to flip Ohio. They've already flipped West Virginia, which is not a surprise. Josh Hawley, where he gets reelected in Missouri. Not a surprise there. Kansas now separating an 8-point lead for Donald Trump. He's about to get that one if it hasn't been called by everybody else. New York Times hasn't yet. They should. I'm calling it. You called it earlier when it flipped over for the first time, and you were right. Nevada, still waiting on anything out of Nevada. Donald Trump now leads in Arizona. It is narrow, though. A 4,270 vote lead for Donald Trump. Paul asked about Larry Hogan. He lost tonight. Maryland goes to the Democrats. Republicans do not flip that seat.
Unfortunate. He was the best chance for Maryland to get a Republican senator, but he needed about 1/3 of the Democrat vote not including independents and Republicans, and he only had about 25%, which just shows you how tough it is to be a Republican in Maryland.
I'm going to call Iowa. Donald Trump has a 9% lead there. Still a ton of rural vote to come in. We've seen Des Moines. Des Moines is done. And she only won Des Moines by 11 points. Iowa's done. They can call that. That's a waste of time. That poll was so stupid. That probably secured me doing this show tonight. That poll was absurd. There was never a moment where Kamala Harris is going to win Iowa. Stop. Donald Trump holding a 7-point lead in North Carolina. I know some people have called it. He's got a 3-point lead in Georgia. Her lead in Virginia, you said you were going to call it. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's only 9,000 votes. I mean,
yeah, I'm not calling Virginia, not yet.
Was still 65% of Virginia Beach to come in, but let's go to Fairfax. I mean, it's kind of a race. There's more of people in Fairfax, but it's 73% in, and only 35% in Virginia Beach. That could get very tight. I'll give you that. I still think she's going to win it, but that could get very tight. Angie says, I hope you're right about knowing before the night is over. I'll sleep better if my candidate wins. Well, if you don't go to sleep, I promise you'll know before the night is done. This is interesting. The Minneapolis suburbs. Donald Trump is leading in the suburbs of Minneapolis. He's got a big early lead, but we got some rural vote in here. I'm going to look at this. Washington County, 1% in, so maybe not. What about Wright County? To the left of Minneapolis, he's up 67 to 32. I have no clue about this county because Minnesota hasn't been in play. It was 63 to 34 last time. A state that Joe Biden won by 300,000 votes, 250,000 votes.
It goes back to the VP pick. Ironically, I think when she picked Tim Walz, that state got competitive. And I think we're seeing the ramifications of that.
Apparently, we have a call in Georgia from News Nation calling it for Donald Trump. I think that's the correct call.
I agree.
North Carolina, I don't know what we're waiting on here in New York Times for North Carolina. I'll tell you what tonight is. And the reason I bring up Minnesota, the way this map looks right now, we're going to pay attention to Minnesota. This is not, so far, this ain't a dogfight map, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's not. Donald Trump is leading in 1. He's back up in New Mexico. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 0.3 in Michigan. 7, 8, 9 states that have been closed and counted so far. He's leading in 9 of them. Kamala Harris is leading in 1, 2, 3, 4. My buddy Connor is watching from his mom's account. What's up? Acknowledge. You've been acknowledged. There you go. I don't know if you disagree with that, Brady, or not. This isn't a close map right now. There's a lot of close states, but when all the close states are leaning in one direction, that is not a close map.
No, I would agree. It's definitely too early to call.
Yeah, I'm not calling a victory for anybody, but you know what I mean.
But yeah, this is where you want to be if you're Donald Trump, and this is where you don't want to be if you're Kamala Harris.
Trump exit poll in Georgia, 25% with black men.
That is devastating for Kamala Harris. That is absolutely devastating. I mean, if Trump wins away with Minnesota, I think we mentioned earlier in the night, he'll be the first one since Richard Nixon to win Minnesota.
How about this in Florida? With almost all the votes counted, which is amazing. They have it counted in 2 hours. Imagine that. Donald Trump is up 13%, and it's 1.45 million vote gap. That was a swing state 8 years ago. 4 years ago, they had a dogfight, or 6 years ago, they had a dogfight gubernatorial race. It is not a swing state anymore. That is a red state.
Ron DeSantis learned, and he did a great job of getting people registered, and he flipped the registration count. So there's now more registered Republicans than Democrats. And ever since he's been in office, I mean, it's been just going further and further red. And I think it's largely due to him.
So the questions I'm getting now is now back in New Mexico, Kamala Harris goes back out in front, Albuquerque, reporting. In big drill. She's up 10 points right now. That's 50,000 votes. And Albuquerque's almost done. And we've got a lot of red areas. with nothing reported, or I'm not closing the book on New Mexico yet.
And I'm showing Santa Fe is pretty spent up, maybe a little bit coming out of there. Las Cruces a little bit more as well.
That's not done yet.
No, and
for some reason
this
we
is
have
a
it called
state you need to
Iowa.
have on lock.
It's an 11-point gap in Iowa. That's done. He will win Idaho, Nevada. We're still waiting, and then you'll see this blue on the next 3 here coming up in about 20 minutes or so, with Washington, Oregon, and California. That'll give her a big boost in the Electoral College. But right now, Donald Trump, the favorite to win the presidency, he's winning the popular vote by 5 million, 52% to 46%. Let's look at our state, Tennessee. Donald Trump wins tonight. He's up 900,000 votes in Tennessee. That same TikTok I was telling you about I think it was clearly a Democrat saying his optimistic map had Tennessee going blue. That wasn't happening.
Well, they've been saying that since Marsha Blackbird's first term, when Taylor Swift jumped in and endorsed her opponent. They thought that it was going to go blue, and then when it wasn't completely blood red, they got optimistic.
Milwaukee is 51% reporting. Madison has 82% reporting, and Eau Claire has 79% reporting, and Donald Trump leads by 1.5% in Wisconsin, with still red areas unreported. Green Bay only at 35%.
They can still bank on Milwaukee pretty heavily. That is the population
when they
center
push that
of
mail-in ballot vote at about 2 a.m. in Milwaukee and drop them all at the same time, it'll get closer for sure. But still, I'm looking for it. I don't know where on this map you want to be if you're Kamala Harris. You say you're going to win Virginia, but it's a 1-point game. That was a 10-point gap 4 years ago. It is now essentially tied in Arizona. There's a 46 vote difference in Arizona right now. No, I lied. 1,046 vote difference.
That is the one place I think I would want to be if I'm Kamala Harris, because we were all kind of expecting Trump to sort of have a bigger gap at this point. Maybe a little later, but that one was behind Georgia. That was supposed to be a lock for Donald.
I do look at Apache County, 0% in. Cochise County, 0% in. La Paz County, 0% in. Not big population centers, but if we go back to last time, those are all red. And you talk about 35,000 Trump votes in Cochise, 7,000 out La Paz, right? So there are, I think Arizona's going to come down to the wire. The thing that does bode well if you're a Democrat is if Arizona looks like that gives you some hope in Nevada. But this blue wall doesn't look like a blue wall right now. Trump has taken the lead in Michigan. Donald Trump leads in Michigan by 10,000 votes. It is 49% to 48.5%. He leads in Pennsylvania by 3%. He leads in Wisconsin by 1%. He leads in Minnesota by 21%. That will no doubt shrink. He leads in North Carolina by 3%. In Georgia by 3%. She leads in Virginia by 0.6%. He's up in Kansas by 11%.
And Maine is even still in play. Maine hasn't been called.
And that's the split electoral vote, so he would love to sweep all 3 of those. But the 2 for Pie is still available. To your point, it's only a 2,000, and now it just adjusted. It's about a 1,500 vote gap there. Wow. I expect to see some Senate races called here soon. Maybe that Ohio one.
That would be nice.
We've seen Ted Cruz already retain. Have they called that for Ted Cruz?
Yes, I believe more and more outlets are calling it for Ted Cruz. I've seen at least 2 that have called it. I'm going to check my third one. There's a few that haven't, and I don't know what they're waiting for, but it seems like the consensus is that Ted Cruz has won his Senate race.
I'm trying to see what some people are saying online here. Michigan young voters under 30 exit poll Donald Trump by 4, 51 to 47. If he wins people under 30 by 4 points in Michigan, that's done. It's over. Over. Iowa's been called by everybody besides the New York Times.
And that is also true.
Georgia just got 4% more in from DeKalb County, and it shifted towards Trump 2 points. Kansas has been called by the New York Times. And Trump's still running 1 point better in Fulton and DeKalb than he did 4 years ago. Why is that important? Because New York Times calls Iowa an 11,000 vote gap. That's all he needs. We're still waiting on Wilkinson County to report in. Jones County, 0%, just north of Macon. This is, and now I want to show a map here. I thought it was very interesting. The red and blue shift from 2020. And that tells the story. You can count the amount of blue if you took 2 minutes. You couldn't count the amount of red. It is so red shifted. Still waiting on Arizona, but look in Pennsylvania. Look up here in Pennsylvania. That's where Donald Trump wants to run up the score to win Pennsylvania, and he's doing it. Mahoning County, 7.2 points more towards the Republicans. Columbiana County, 3.9 points. Crawford County, 2.4. Ashtabula, sorry, I pronounced that wrong. 4.6 points. Potter County, 1.5. There is one county in Pennsylvania that's more for the Democrats. It's Cumberland County, and it's by 0.9 points, and Donald Trump's still winning that county. This is not a map of a Democrat victory. This is the map of a Republican victory tonight. I'm not saying that's definitely going to happen, but the Democrats need something off trend. They need to break in the trend. Yeah, they need something off trend to happen, and to happen now, or they are in big trouble. See some of these other states. South Carolina, Donald Trump wins by 19, yet we had to pretend like it was too close to call. Alabama, 37-point victory. Mississippi, 37-point victory. Louisiana, 29-point victory. Arkansas, the home of Bill Clinton, 30-point victory. New York, it's a 16-point difference in New York right now. 4 years ago, it was a 23-point difference. It's a 7-point shift in New York. Massachusetts, she's winning by 27. Colorado by 12. Illinois by 9. Illinois is a 9-point gap. It was 17 4 years ago.
And I'm still seeing several counties that have yet to report. Springfield is currently leaning red. Springfield is usually next to Chicago, a pretty Democratic city. They've got about 86% reporting, and that's leaning red by about 1.5% for Donald Trump. That doesn't look good for Democrats either. Now they still got the hub of Chicago, and that's cushioning him. But Springfield is sort of the last domino to fall, and it's really just Chicago up in the corner.
The New York Times has shifted Wisconsin and Michigan to lean Republican. Pennsylvania still a toss-up. North Carolina very likely R. Georgia very likely R. Arizona lean R. New Mexico likely Democrat. And they have Minnesota as a lean Democrat, but Trump's still holding on to a lead very early. Still waiting on Minneapolis. That'll be a huge vote share for Kamala Harris in Minnesota. We're not going to be here till 3 a.m. We're not going to be here till 3 in the morning. Not tonight. Yeah. This is Donald Trump's a heavy favorite. Up to 86% on a lot of the markets. Yeah, like I said, if you don't like Trump, you need to turn off your phone and go meditate somewhere, because that's it. All right, one more rundown through the Senate races, if you could. Just read off the results if you have them there, Brady.
Yeah, so early in the night, Rick Scott managed to hold his seat out in Florida. The first flip of the night, Jim Justice, the current governor of West Virginia, who's dethroning the Democrat Joe Manchin, who actually did not seek re-election but was very popular. He's the currently the only flip of the night, although we're expecting out of Montana Tim Shealy to dethrone the incumbent John Tester. I'm not seeing a lot of data out of that. I don't think anyone's called it, but based on what I'm seeing, it's about 15-point gap. I imagine that's going to tighten a little bit once we get some reports from the big cities. I don't think we have anything out of Helena yet, which is the capital. But I'm pretty positive that's going to go. Not enough to call it, but I think that's going to flip as well. The Nebraska seat, Dan Osborne is still leading in that seat, and with about half the vote in, and Lincoln still has about 60% left, and that might be concerning because Republicans need that seat if they want to take control of the Senate, or they got to find somewhere else to pick that up.
Why is Donald Trump a favorite in Michigan right now? Here's why. You saw me pulling it up while he went through that. this county that I cannot pronounce, just southwest of Detroit. Kamala Harris, 68% of the vote in. She's up 66 to 31. Where was it 4 years ago for Joe Biden? 72 to 26. That is a 6-point swing for Donald Trump in a state that he lost by just over 150,000 votes. Again, those small margins. He's losing big, but he's losing by less than he did before. And because he's winning by the same amount or 2 points better in all his stronghold counties, that's all he needed. And it's why he has a big lead.
10,000 votes makes the difference in the state. You only need a slight shift in these counties.
Let's look at Georgia. Got a comment about Georgia. This is the wrong year.
I'm starting
Kamala
to see
Harris.
outlets call it for Georgia.
What'd you say?
I'm starting to see outlets call it for Georgia.
Yeah, Kamala Harris wins one of the district or congressional districts in Maine. Georgia is still a 3-point gap. It shrunk from 5 to 3, but remember, DeKalb's done for the most part. And Fulton County doesn't have enough left. They're on 100,000 Kamala Harris votes left here. Savannah, there's still a little time there, but there's not that much vote out of Savannah. 33% of it, and it's an 11,000 vote gap. So say she continues that and she wins it by 30,000 votes. Those two places don't make enough to offset all these little pickups he'll have in here. Donald Trump's going to win Georgia tonight. I feel very confident in that. I feel very confident he's going to win North Carolina. Charlotte, 92% is in, Brady, and he still holds 130,000 vote lead.
Yep. I don't see the path anymore in North Carolina. I'm going to Wilmington. There's a little bit more left in Wilmington, but I don't see the path in North Carolina anymore.
He now has a 3,000 vote lead in Arizona as some of these smaller counties start to report. Still waiting on Cochise County. This is a pretty sizable one right here on the border. Probably about 30,000 votes for Donald Trump waiting here. Maricopa County, the day of election, seems to be favoring Trump. So Arizona still probably looks pretty good for Donald Trump. I don't see the good state that matters for Kamala Harris right now. I really don't. He's up 1.4 points in Wisconsin. And I got a good question. He's up 2 points in Michigan about the 4 a.m. surprise. The difference is there's not anywhere near the amount of mail-in votes that we had 4 years ago. And most of these states began counting those early. So you saw a big drop of those in Philadelphia already. You will see more, but you're not going to see it the same way we had it in 2020. They're reporting a lot faster. And quite frankly, the gaps are larger than they were 4 years ago for Donald Trump. And in more places. I mean, you can't call this election yet. He's at 210 now. Wow, he's at 210. So Georgia gives him 226. North Carolina gives him 242. Pennsylvania gives him 19. And Arizona gives him the presidency at 272. That's the easiest path right now for either candidate, for Donald Trump to get this one checked. It's already being called. Georgia, North Carolina checked, and Pennsylvania, where he has a 3-point lead. And then he goes over here to Arizona and wins that, and it's done. It's curtains. He's president-elect. Wow. And that doesn't even include the states where he's leading right now, like Michigan, Wisconsin. Competitive, but looks like Arizona or New Mexico rather slipping away. He's still got a big lead in Minnesota. Virginia, now she's up 2 points, and that one's probably going the other way towards Kamala Harris. So the first state of the night that she's going to have to win, that she will win. Fairfax County, 91% in. Virginia Beach still at 35. I'll give you that, Brady. You may have a fighter's chance in, on Virginia Beach. And it is 9:50. Let's see what some of the people around the country are saying tonight. I'm sure it's very calm and reserved, and no one's freaking out. Donald Trump has increased his support among the Latino community in Michigan. He is winning the Latinos in Michigan 60 to 35, according to CNN.
That would be record numbers, if I'm not mistaken, for that demographic.
Wow. This is Not close. This is not close at all. The reason I say that is you go, yeah, a bunch of the states are close, but he's winning all of them. Like, all the states that matter, Donald Trump is winning.
And there's sort of a domino effect with these too. Like the fact that he is currently, I guess I'm showing he's slightly behind in Michigan, but if
I got him
he's
ahead barely.
in Wisconsin, then he's more likely to be ahead in Arizona. Then he's more likely to be ahead in North Carolina. He's more likely to be ahead in Georgia. It's sort of a domino effect. So if Wisconsin's red, then Pennsylvania is more likely to be red, and he only needs Pennsylvania.
Yeah. And Wisconsin looks, I mean, if you're a Donald Trump fan, Wisconsin looks great for you. 60% in out of Milwaukee, 53% rather. Mm-hmm. Dane County at 86%, and you still got some rural counties who haven't reported yet. He's winning Ohio by 13 points. Indiana by 19. Kansas by 12. Texas by 13. I mean, look at all the red in Texas.
That's devastating if you're a Democrat, because they pour hundreds of millions of dollars into Texas, and it's just down the toilet.
The only places they're doing well are in the cities. Even the suburbs, Donald Trump is winning. And I'm kind of surprised Georgia hasn't been called yet by most people. I know some have, but New York Times should call it. North Carolina, I think North Carolina is even more done than Georgia is.
I agree. I don't see a path to victory really in Georgia either. I think Savannah's still holding out a little bit, but in North Carolina, they don't even have that anymore.
Pennsylvania, 67% of the vote, and he maintains a 3-point lead. And Philadelphia has 62% of their vote in. This is a victory incoming for Donald Trump. I've seen enough elections. I know that's a bold statement, but it is what it is. This is going to be a victory for Donald Trump tonight. Only hope for Kamala Harris in Michigan is that Wayne County has 1% in. But the support among the African American community is a bad news for Kamala Harris and great news for Donald Trump.
I'm showing on mine, it's about 15% in. It looks like Kamala Harris has about an 86,000 vote lead in Michigan. It looks like
overall in Michigan.
How
many percent of the vote did you have in there?
Just in overall, it's about 28%. Looks like Wayne County had a big dump of about 14 extra percent, which looks like where most of that came from.
Interesting. New York Times is slacking on the job. But I'm sure we'll update to you. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that, my friend. I still got Trump leading there by 4 percentage points on New York Times, but who knows at this point. Really, all the eggs are in the basket of Pennsylvania. Because it's getting late in a hurry in Pennsylvania. It's still a 3-point lead for Donald Trump. I don't know what the holdup is on North Carolina and Georgia, to be honest with you, at this point. Just to be overly cautious, I guess, but those two are done. Donald Trump's winning the Sun Belt back. And you say what you want. This is going to be, if this holds, this is going to be one of the more impressive political comebacks in the history of the world.
Only one other president in U.S. history has won, lost, and then won again. So he will definitely make the history books for that.
Some people have Trump at 242 electoral votes. I guess that includes North Carolina and Georgia? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Let's see who all has that. Let's go to... Some of these sites do not make it easy. This is different than even I expected. 0.2% lead in Arizona. Still got a 3-point lead in Georgia. Still got a 3-point lead in North Carolina. Still got a 3-point lead in Pennsylvania. Still got a 4-point lead on my end in Michigan. Still got a 2-point lead in Wisconsin. Still got a gigantic 24-point lead in Minnesota, which is now becoming a little bit interesting. Still waiting on Minneapolis, but what he's doing is running up the score in these rural areas where there's still a lot of vote out, including in the suburbs of Minneapolis. Sherburne County, let's look at that 4 years ago, because Donald Trump's currently leading 66-28. And he won that one 65-32. So Kamala Harris is underperforming by 4 points in that county. Okay.
Well, we're about to get a big vote dump out of the West Coast in a couple minutes.
Let's see who's lost their minds yet tonight. I will say this sincerely: don't be an idiot tonight. Either way, just don't be dumb. Just be smart, okay? Just go to bed, turn on the audio, and relax. You'll be fine. Your congressman matters a lot more than the president. I'm just letting you know. Like, don't be stupid. For everybody on both sides. The transit referendum in Nashville looks like it's going to win. So in about 25 years, they'll have a few trains in Nashville. That'll be great. New York exit poll. Among the Jewish vote, Harris only wins at 56-43. Among the Muslim vote, Harris wins at 64-31. That is in New York. Wow. There'll be a lot of discussion about how this happened if this result holds. We'll let the experts handle that part, or the quote-unquote experts. We may dive a little bit into it once we get a little bit later into the evening, and the real hardcore ones stay on with us. But this is the map right now as we stand. Let's take a look at the state of the race. Donald Trump leads 210-113, but he's the clear favorite in North Carolina and in Georgia right now. He leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all by at least 2 points. He also currently leads very early in Minnesota. A slim lead for Donald Trump in Arizona, whereas Vice President Harris leads in New Mexico, in Virginia, New Hampshire, and in Maine. We are about to have California, Oregon, and Washington close, Idaho as well. That'll be a big boost electorally for Harris. And in the total popular vote, which sees Donald Trump rolling right now, 52-46%. Trump with a 6-point lead. That will close a little bit with California. But it's 50 million to 44 million in favor of the former president. I'm Noah McKay. He's Brady Smith. We're happy to be with you tonight. This is the UCR Election Special, the one and first and only election special. The next one will be in 2028, if we're still kicking with politics then. We're not doing politics from here any other time, but we have this outlet and we're going to use it to hopefully bring you just the information and give you a break from the stupid talking heads on TV for everybody that's just trying to get paid. I appreciate Brady for joining us. I hope you're enjoying it, Brady, and everybody at home. Great crowd tuning online. We appreciate it very much. And right now we're kind of in a holding pattern, and I think the next dominoes to fall are going to be nationally Georgia and North Carolina, and then we'll just pull up a map of Pennsylvania and we'll wait to see if anything changes. But the path to victory for Donald Trump seems very wide, and the path to victory for Kamala Harris seems very, very narrow.
It does. And doubling back to the Senate race, I've seen the first outlet call the Ohio Senate race in favor of Marino, which is a seat that the Republicans needed to pick up. And if they pick up the Montana seat as well, it's going to be 52-48, which sort of gives them that gap from the Maine senator, whose name is eluding me, Susan Collins, in Maine. So she's a nice one to have. She usually votes with the Republicans when they need them to, but having 52-48 is a very comfortable place to be for the Republicans, and that's assuming they lose all the other races, including Nebraska and Arizona and those. And Nebraska still, Dan Osborne still has the lead, although it's shrunk to about 5,000 votes, with only about half the state in. So still a lot to come from Lincoln, though, and that's definitely going to be the holdup.
Jill Stein's not going to become president. I know that much at this point, so we're pretty confident on that one.
Safely confirmed.
We can confirm Jill Stein, professional candidate, is not going to become the president of the United States. But right now,
Cornel West in there as well. He will definitely not. His path to victory has diminished.
It has closed greatly. Donald Trump's lead is still 0.2% in Arizona. It is still 3 points in Georgia. It is still 3 points in North Carolina. He is still within 2 of Virginia. He's still up 3 in Pennsylvania. He's still up 4 in Michigan. He's still up 2 in Wisconsin. And he's still up 23. It has grown in Minnesota. With the poll closings, Donald Trump wins Idaho. Kamala Harris wins Washington and California. And Oregon, which is all mail-in, has not been called yet, but it will be called for Kamala Harris. She's at 179. He's at 214. And now we wait. But make no mistake about it. We'll go to the live forecast of the New York Times if it will let us know. It will not because it wants me to subscribe. I'm not doing that. There is a clear favorite to win this election right now at 10:01 p.m. Central Time, and it is Donald Trump. And as we look at the map of the swing from left to right, there is a lot of red all across the country, including Tennessee and Kentucky. We were ticked off, apparently, because there are more red arrows than anywhere else. But look up in Pennsylvania. Still only 1 blue arrow on the map for a state Donald Trump was desperate to flip. Michigan has 1 blue arrow. Wisconsin has 1 tiny little blue arrow of 0.8 points. Everything else in the swing states. Georgia has some blue here in the Atlanta metro area, but everywhere else is a ton of red, which tells you the story. Georgia's leads are for Donald Trump still 3 points with 93% reporting. So what's the next domino to fall here, you think, Brady?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, we've called North Carolina, we've called Georgia. Ideally, I think it's Arizona. I think that's the next one to fall, followed probably by Pennsylvania. But to me, Wisconsin's always an outlier. It looks like Wisconsin's slowly creeping up on Pennsylvania in terms of vote count. So it's possible we know the winner of Wisconsin before we do Pennsylvania.
And in 2016, we had Wisconsin before we had Pennsylvania. Arizona, to your point, still very, very close. Very close. And we still have a couple of red counties who have not reported anything. It looks like we're still waiting on any day of voting potentially here out of Arizona. So if you're Donald Trump and you have a narrow lead there before any early voting, that's a good sign for you.
I'm still going back to Virginia with 78% of the vote in. Virginia Beach has not moved an inch.
You're right.
And Fairfax County is at about 90% reporting. Prince William's 95, Loudoun 95. It looks like the county surrounding Richmond still has a bit to go, and Richmond City itself has a bit to go. But it looks like it's going to be Richmond versus Virginia Beach out in Virginia to see who wins it. Again, I still think it's slight lead for Harris, but I wish I'd picked that as my dark horse at the beginning of the night.
Yeah, mine is drifting away. An 8-point lead right now for Kamala Harris in New Mexico. On the poly market, Donald Trump's odds to win the presidency, 94.4%. He is the favorite in every swing state left on the board unless you count New Hampshire. He's the favorite in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, and in Nevada. Kamala Harris needs a miracle, or she is going to lose tonight. And Donald Trump's going to win. Nate Cohn of the New York Times says, for the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. He has an advantage of each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all 3. Yeah, that says the story right there. A historic night coming into the fold. To your point, Brady, just one president ever has lost the presidency and returned 4 years later and won it back. Donald Trump trying to do that, not against his original opponent, but against the vice president of the United States. And right now, there's a lot of red on the map and the potential for a whole lot more.
I think right now, as we're waiting for the last results to come in, I think the biggest winner right now is actually President Biden, because President Biden now gets to hold on to the mantle as the only person who was able to beat Donald Trump, and I think he still has some sour feelings from being removed from the nomination. And now he can go into retirement and say, look, you should have kept me in there. I'm the only one who was able to beat him.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of soul-searching in the Democrat Party if this continues. We'll talk about that. We're going to talk about all the results. There's more. We're going to be back in about 2 minutes, so don't go anywhere. the UCR Election Night Special. We're going to take our first break of the evening, but again, we will be right back in about 2 minutes with much more to come as the presidency hangs in the balance.
Yeah, I'm enjoying doing this with you, man. I'll send some text, but I'll be right here.
Welcome back. It is the 2024 UCR Election Special Election Night in America, the only politicking thing that we will do, and this is mainly just to bring you information because we are the largest media outlet in the Upper Cumberland by a countrywide mile, and I have the stats to prove it. So, here we are. I'm Noah McKay, joined by Brady Smith. Happy to be with you this evening. And Brady, right now we were talking about it going in. Nothing has really changed in those 5 minutes or so. Donald Trump, clear favorite to win back the White House.
It certainly looks like that. It's as the night goes on, it's just getting harder and harder to find that Kamala path to victory. It's pretty clear that she's not going to win Georgia or North Carolina. She might win Arizona. We're still kind of going back and forth on that. But it looks like Trump's in a good spot to pick up both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And if he does that, there's just no path to the White House for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, outside of her winning those states of Arizona and Nevada, Donald Trump winning Arizona and winning Pennsylvania, along with North Carolina and Georgia, I think gives him 270 electoral votes to win back the White House. I'll do that math real quick. If not, it's very, very close. He may need the one out of Maine. Let's see if he wins North Carolina and Georgia, which many outlets have already called. That would be 16 plus 16 plus Arizona is 11 plus Pennsylvania, which brings you 19 plus 2, 14. He's at 276. So that's the path right now for Donald Trump of least resistance. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona, and he wins back the White House. There are other paths in there. Kamala Harris has one. It is to win the blue wall. All three of them. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And right now, at 10:10 p.m. on election night, 11:10 Central Time, she's down in all three by at least 3 points.
And on top of that, she has yet to shore up Virginia and New Mexico and even Minnesota at this point, especially New Mexico and Minnesota. They should be easy lockdown states for the Democrats, and they're both still in contention. I don't know if that's due to slow tabulations or just a change of pace for the state voters, but she hasn't locked them down, and she needs to.
Yeah, look at Virginia. Still Virginia Beach sitting out there. Now, that's
about
probably not a big
80%.
enough gap. It's about what is that, 57,000 vote gap. So Fairfax County 90% in. It's a much closer. It was a 10-point win for Biden 4 years ago. It is not going to be a 10-point win for Kamala Harris. And the lead in New Mexico is down to just 6, as Trump starting to tally them up in some of these rural areas. And Albuquerque's about done, as is Santa Fe and Las Cruces. So don't close the book just yet on New Mexico. And we are waiting forever for Arizona again. They have got to get their stuff together in Arizona. It's ridiculous. Full tabulation takes 10 to 13 days is absurd in the United States of America. I'm sorry. Florida is done counting. And it's 3 hours after the polls closed. It's absurd.
Well, we'll give Arizona a little bit of a break as their polls closed a little bit sooner than Florida, but I agree 13 days is too long. I'm almost wondering, because it looks like we're going to get results tonight. I'm wondering if these state secretaries just kind of said that as a safeguard just in case there was a hiccup for whatever reason.
Yeah, everybody's calling the Senate race there in Ohio for Bernie Moreno as they flip it to red. The Republicans take control of the Senate in Ohio. They will control the United States Senate, is what that means. Because of their pickup already in West Virginia, that pickup in Ohio, that's enough. They will have the majority in the Senate. They have the better route, although it'll take a while because of California's mail-in ballots. A lot of the tight races, ironically, are in Alabama or in California, rather. So it will take a while to get that, but they are the favorites to retain the House, and now, without question, they're the favorites to get back the White House.
Mm-hmm. Ironically, some interesting news is Oregon. Oregon looks like it's about halfway done tabulating, and that state has not been called yet.
Is an 18-point lead for Kamala Harris, but a lot of Portland is in. Interesting.
And that's one I think we'll know the results about pretty soon. But usually it almost comes out simultaneously with California in terms of how quick they call it. Washington, I'm showing something similar where they haven't called that either. I'm showing multiple outlets that are giving me conflicting data.
New York Times has Washington called. Donald Trump actually has a slim lead there, but nothing out of Seattle, which will be a humongous, and Spokane will be humongous vote outputs for Kamala Harris. And now, this is where everyone starts to pause, because it's been a while before we've had results in a lot of these big states. So we'll just maybe leave it with that, is that everyone will pause for a moment and hope that there's no big gotcha for anybody, because that would not be good for anybody. We do not need that again. But it has been a while in all these states since we've had any results told.
Well, shifting to the House, the race for the House, I know that's something we haven't covered.
Yeah, please.
In quite a bit. It looks like Republicans have about 171 to the Democrats 148 seats. That's about a 2-seat net from what I can tell in the House for Republicans. Now, they have a very slim majority as it is. I believe it's only a 3-4 seat majority.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember the exact numbers, but it looks like they might pick up a few, which is also big because going into tonight, Republicans were expected to lose the House. And it looks like they're on track, at least thus far, to gain it because they haven't lost any and they flipped 3, which is a good sign for Republicans going into this as we're waiting for most of those remaining seats to come from California and Nevada.
Unbelievably, California goes to Kamala Harris. Oh, they're in their own little planet over there in the western part of the country. Arizona still lean Republican from the New York Times. Georgia very likely Republican. North Carolina very likely Republican. They have Virginia very likely Democrat. And then how about this? The blue wall. Lean R, lean R, lean R. And he's still maintaining a healthy lead in Minnesota without Minneapolis reporting. So that could change in a hurry there in Minnesota. New Hampshire remains a 5-point Kamala Harris lead. Any questions about what's going on out there in the comments? Let us know what we're seeing. New York Times says it has an 89% chance of a Donald Trump victory tonight. They think he wins 301 to 237 electoral college votes with the maximum of about 329. You see all the swing states here. It tells you all you need to know. They're all red. Lean Trump, very likely Trump. Lean Trump, very likely Trump. Lean Trump, lean Trump. I mean, and this maybe tells the story more than anything else. Trump expected to win narrowly entering tonight. They have Florida, Iowa, Maine 2, and Texas. Trump won them by 13, 14, 17, and 14. And by the way, just to draw your attention to something, I said it was a little early for the New Jersey call, Brady.
Mm-hmm.
New Jersey right now has a 6-point lead for Kamala Harris.
And it's funny you mentioned that. Look up at Connecticut. Connecticut's one that usually goes with New York.
Wow.
And while I still think that's a pretty safe bet for the Kamala Harris camp, I have conflicting reports as to whether or not it should be called yet.
Connecticut last time was a 20-point victory for Joe Biden. It is a 9-point gap right now for Kamala Harris. Wow. And I don't know what's going on in Nevada.
Well, no one does. 4 years ago, they were incredibly slow, and it looks like they're going to maintain that same reputation.
A state like Tennessee is done. Florida is done. And we've got states that are going to take 3 weeks to count their votes. Have we no shame? Wisconsin, 66% in. 51-48. And Milwaukee is at 53% in, and the gap is widening for Donald Trump. I'm starting to believe Wisconsin, at the rate we're seeing, is maybe the first one of these blue wall states to go. And right now it looks like it's going to go to Donald Trump.
And he really only needs the one.
74% of Philadelphia is in. And Donald Trump maintains a 180,000 vote lead in the state of Pennsylvania.
That is not good. Yeah, she's not going to be able to make that up in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is about spent out.
Way, yeah.
She's got a little wiggle room in Philly.
And I'll tell you one place he's opening it up. Michigan.
Yeah.
A 6-point lead in Michigan. 52-46. Now, we still got a lot of Wayne County and Detroit to come in, but Donald Trump's doing better in Wayne County than Republicans in years past, than him in years past. In Kent County, he's down 18 points. That's Grand Rapids. Let's take a look last time at Kent County. It was a 7-point gap, so she's actually doing better there. And now the New York Times has called North Carolina for Donald Trump. And they've added 2% more to Georgia's total, and he still leads by 3%. Georgia's about to go too. And Donald Trump is on the doorstep of the presidency.
Mm-hmm.
And it is 10:19 p.m. At the rate Wisconsin is counting these ballots, we're going to know about them fairly soon here. And if the gap continues to grow in Pennsylvania, there will not be enough mail-in ballots to overcome it, and they'll be able to make a call there as well.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And at this point, at 2:30, that's 246, that's 256, and that's 274. So if that happens, you don't even have to worry about Arizona and Nevada. If Georgia, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania go tonight, he's the president-elect, and you can go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be honest at this point with you, Brady.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a path to victory for Kamala Harris on this map. I don't.
We need to see some numbers change, and we need to see him. Now, I'm showing in Michigan right now. I don't know how much polling is coming in for you.
Yeah,
I'm showing about 34% in right now, and I'm showing Kamala Harris up by about 34,000 votes.
Yeah, I'm not having that at all. What side are you on? New York Times doesn't have it.
I've got one up on CNN, and I believe Fox News is a bit behind. Fox News has, I think, the numbers you have for the New York Times. CNN's the only one, I think, that has those numbers. They've got about, it looks like, about 15%. Well, that's the same as last time from Wayne County.
Yeah, ours is not showing Wayne County. Oh, wow, you could zoom way in on this. Hello. Okay. Okay. So let's go to Michigan. How do I see it? Oh, wow. Okay. Uh, yeah, I see what you said. She's got a 34,000 vote lead. Just dropped to 30,000. So New York Times is behind because they have 33% in, and this place has 34% in. Wow.
One state that I'm looking at that now I know we've got the big cities left, but I'm starting to look at Minnesota.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
it's 131 vote difference. Now I know we're waiting on St. Paul, we're waiting on Minneapolis on almost their entirety. Um, but I mean, I'm looking at some of these red counties. We got a lot of red counties left, a lot more that are only 1%, 5%, 17%. So
Yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna go
going
on
to
to
be
CNN's
eyeballing
map. It's better.
Minnesota.
CNN's map's better. Sorry about that, everybody. I had you showing you a bad map. Uh, Never mind. You can't see that one very well, so we're not going to use this one. We're going to use this one. I'm going to be a little behind, but that's okay. Yeah, it's a 24-point lead right now for Donald Trump in Minnesota. I mean, that's not small. It could definitely evaporate in a hurry with these cities, but another batch in from Pennsylvania,
Mm-hmm.
and Trump's lead maintains at 3 points.
If I'm Donald Trump and I'm sort of looking at Minnesota as icing on the cake, that's where I'd want to be in Minnesota right now.
Yeah, no question. If he wins Minnesota, that's going to be a blowout.
That's a gut punch to the Harris campaign. That's just kicking you while you're down.
He's within 13 in Oregon, still within 6 in New Mexico, with Carton County still out, Quay County. Tim Kaine, a Democrat, wins re-election in Virginia.
No surprise.
No surprise there.
I'm looking at the Senate map, and it looks like it's 50, 50, 40, 50, 39, depending on what source you check on. But the idea is that everyone can agree on that Republicans really just need one more Senate seat in order to get that majority. And they still have Montana out. They still have Nebraska out. Nebraska has shifted away from Osborne, but only ever so slightly. It's only about 700 vote difference right now. But Deb Fischer has taken the lead in Nebraska for the first time tonight.
According to Fox News, the Kamala Harris campaign is no longer responding to requests for comment.
That's not good.
That tells you everything you need to know right there.
Yep. That means they know what we're all suspecting right now.
Let me get this shrunk down a little bit here. No, not that. Display capture. My apologies, everybody. There we go. Now you can see us better. Let's look at this. Trump leads 230 to 187, and the gimmies are gone. Besides Alaska and Hawaii, and by the way, I haven't been counting Alaska in that. They close at midnight. Hawaii will go blue. Alaska will go red. Wow. Donald Trump, a 94% favorite to win the presidency. Donald Trump wins more votes in Butler County, where he took a bullet, than in 2020.
I'm also keeping an eye on the popular vote, and I know California's about a quarter in, and Trump still has about 6 million more votes than she does.
And again, the Senate is over. The Republicans have secured control of the United States Senate by nature of their wins in West Virginia and in Ohio tonight. Wow. I'm reading through some of the things people are saying, and Twitter is hilarious right now. Utterly hilarious. Going on Joe Rogan helps, by the way, just in case you were wondering. It tends to help.
Well, I'm showing a slight edge for Donald Trump in Maine.
Wow.
Very slight. I've got some conflicting sources, but it looks like he's not out in Maine yet. I haven't seen a single outlet that called it, and I've seen a few that are giving me Kamala Harris up and one that's giving me Donald Trump up. And I'll be curious to see how that goes.
The national popular vote is somewhere. There it is. 52 million for Donald Trump, 46 million. Nope, it just said updated. 55.9 million for Trump, 50.8 million for Harris, a 4-point lead in the popular vote. That will shrink as California reports in with a huge swath of Democrat votes. Good question from Connor.
Mm-hmm.
Virginia's still not being called by the New York Times. Pennsylvania up to 77% in, and Donald Trump leads by 3 points. Or 200,000 votes. Wow. He leads in Wisconsin by 3%. He leads in Minnesota still by 24%. And Arizona has apparently gone home for the night or something like that. That's not a report. I'm just making a joke.
We have data out of Washington, and Seattle is starting to pull in, but they're at about 60%. For Olympia and Seattle, and about 71 for Spokane, and they have not called Washington. I think that's just a matter of time.
New York Times has called Washington.
Oh, okay. New York Times has.
I think that's a safe bet to call Washington. I'd call Virginia right now too. You wouldn't, but that's okay. Virginia Beach is still giving hope for Republicans there.
I'm not calling Virginia yet.
It's currently an 80,000 vote gap.
I will call Washington. I will not call Virginia.
All right. The New York Times agrees with you, so there you go. I don't know what that means, if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I digress. Wow. Let's see here. I mean, I don't know what you want to see out of Pennsylvania. There's not enough votes out of Philly. There's definitely not enough votes out of Pittsburgh, where over 95% is in. I mean, I think Donald Trump's about to win Pennsylvania, and it's early.
Yeah, it looks like he might still have some ground to make up in Erie.
Let's put that out. But even there, it's a 13-point gap. You know, it's not a. There's a 9,000 vote difference. If that doubles, okay, she's gonna win that county by 18,000, and still down 200,000.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the problem right now. If you're Kamala Harris,
yeah.
You got to run up the score. You got to get away from him.
She basically needs the remaining votes out of Pittsburgh and Philly and Erie.
Let's check this. Monroe County, Pennsylvania, essentially tied right now. Let's see if I can get back to. All right. Monroe County, it's essentially tied. It was a 6-point win for Biden last time. And now it's tied. Right beneath it, Northampton, a 0.8 victory for Biden, and it is a 5-point lead for Donald Trump. And that's how you win the race if you're Donald Trump. Right there. An impressive performance so far out of the former president. If you think my voice is getting weak, it is. I'm sick. I apologize. But it's election night. You only get one of these every 4 years, so we power through. Anything crazy in the Senate race? I mean, or in the houses? Anything there? I think it's pretty. We're in the holding pattern now. If you're new to politics, this is the holding pattern. So we aren't going to pretend to have anything new, but maybe we'll talk about the election a little bit. But Ted Cruz wins, Moreno wins, governor's race in Washington goes to the Democrat Bob Ferguson.
It looks like we're still waiting on one more seat for the Republicans to officially flip the Senate. But Montana has not come in yet, and I think that's going to be number 51 there. And they might sneak 52 in again. It looks like Deb Fisher's starting to widen the gap with Dan Osborne there. Still a lot of vote to come in. Still definitely too early to call. Still a lot of Western Nebraska that needs to be tabulated. But there's also still a lot of Lincoln that needs to be tabulated. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. But I think it's almost a safe bet that Republicans take back the Senate.
Yeah, and remember, remember, this is the vice president breaks the tie. Kamala Harris broke more ties than any other vice president in history. So if this result holds and Donald Trump does get elected president of the United States, J.D. Vance would break a 50-50 tie, but it seems overwhelmingly likely that it will not be a 50-50 tie for the Republicans at this point in time. You're an analyst a little bit here. You are now. The coronation of Kamala Harris doesn't look very smart right now.
No, I agree. I understand why they chose her. She was sort of the natural successor in terms of being the VP, meeting all the boxes that Democrats tend to look in a candidate these days. But if you dive deep enough into her history, she's been coordinated for just about almost every position she's had, including this nomination.
Yeah, and remember, the reason she's the nominee is because of the money. Nobody else could touch the war chest that the Biden-Harris campaign had. She
Absolutely.
had
Campaign finance rules come into play.
The single biggest reason, and yeah, somebody made the joke on Twitter, well, at least she's winning more votes than she did in 2020 when she ran for president, which is true. But
where she dropped out before her own primary.
Correct.
In California.
This is it's very interesting, and I won't delve too far into the partisans of it, but I really hope everyone stays smart, because one side's been calling the other side Nazis for a while, and that can be very, very dangerous. Very interesting to me along those lines that the popular vote seems to sure be in play for Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wins the popular vote, there's a lot of people who have to take a look in the mirror and think about how they've been talking the past few years, and maybe chill the heck out a little bit in this country. But not a good night to be a Kamala Harris supporter, and a great night to be a Donald Trump supporter so far. It's not over yet, and this is different from 2020. This is a sizable lead and a sizable advantage for the former president right now as we sit at 10:30 at night on election night.
Absolutely. New information out of Minnesota. It looks like Minneapolis dumped its entire vote at once. So St. Paul is still in play. That's about the only Democrat stronghold left. But I mean, Minneapolis shifted it hard back into Kamala Harris's camp.
That's 100
not enough to call it.
No, that's just under a 200,000 vote tally, and a lot of rural areas to come in. I think that probably tightens the other way. I'm not saying that Trump's going to come back and win it, but I do think it tightens. We got a little drop in Pennsylvania, and it doesn't move the needle at all. Trump stays at a 3-point lead. Virginia's gone stagnant. Georgia's gone stagnant. Georgia should be called by now. We've called it. It's going to Donald Trump. Wisconsin continues to report, and it remains. And with Madison almost done, Milwaukee halfway done, still a 3% lead for Donald Trump with some rural counties still to report in. Green Bay, not a rural county, but he's winning largely there. Only 35% in Green Bay. Interesting. You'd much rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris. I think that's what it boils down to. Arizona has nothing new. Their early voting is all the way in. New Mexico, still a 6-point lead for Kamala Harris. Virginia stays where it was, a 2-point lead. We're waiting on Virginia Beach. I think it's one of the only things still out right now.
I think, yeah. Has Richmond reported at all? I think that's the other population center.
Richmond is about 50% away. That's going to be the problem for Donald Trump. And then Chesterfield, right beneath it, which is about tied, has a lot to go there, but he's not going to be able to make up enough out of Virginia Beach to offset Richmond. I think that's pretty safe to say at this point. New Hampshire, still a 5-point lead for Kamala Harris. They have not called it. At least New York Times has not. And now we wait.
I think Fox News has called both Maine and New Hampshire for Kamala Harris.
Makes sense.
As well as the Daily Wire has also called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris, but not Maine.
Remember, Maine splits their electoral votes. So that northern part of the state's very red right now near Bangor, Maine. And so that's a place that could split, and Donald Trump could sneak one, just like she's hoping to sneak one out of Nebraska. She looks like she will. She got a 13-point lead in Omaha itself. He's leading in the suburbs, though, so I don't know how far that district stretches. That's going to be interesting, but probably a split there.
It does not stretch very far.
Yeah, it
is basically the county, basically Douglas County.
I was there watching the Tennessee Volunteers win a national championship a few months ago. So It's a big city in a state without very many big cities. As Nate Collins says, he's the chief political analyst for the New York Times, there's a lot of vote left in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philly. But for Harris to win, she would need to outperform Biden's numbers there in 2020. And so far, she's underperforming Biden's results just about everywhere in the country. The reality is, Kamala Harris is not a good candidate. Okay? I don't care if you're a Republican, a Democrat, it doesn't matter. She's not a good candidate. She's never been a good candidate in her life. And Donald Trump's about to win re-election, and the Democrats got to look themselves in the mirror because Trump was not unbeatable. He was in this state. But that was not the process to do it, and now they're going to have to sit back and spin for 4 years because the Republicans are going to control everything for the next 2 at least. And a message is being sent. And if this is a popular vote victory for Donald Trump tonight, Brady, that's a mandate. It's a mandate for the Make America Great Again agenda that Donald Trump's going to bring to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
I completely agree. Back in 2016, there was the idea that, it was a fluke election, that there was enough abnormalities. The fact that Trump did not win the popular vote, the fact that all these states were super duper close, I think sort of left some ambiguity that 2016 was sort of an abnormal election. And then in 2020, that sort of only reinforced that. But now, if he walks away with the electoral win and the popular vote, they're going to have to not only focus about Donald Trump for the next 4 years, but maybe Ron DeSantis and J.D. Vance come in 2028.
There's
and the legacy of the MAGA movement.
The irony, perhaps, of Kamala Harris saying new generation of leaders is she's 58 years old. Not exactly the youngest person out there. I think she may have just turned 60, actually. Don't quote me on that.
News out of Nevada.
Yeah, finally.
The first time tonight. Definitely too early to call, but a lead for Trump so far.
That means early voting, he won. Wow. And that's out of one county just north of Las Vegas, so that's very interesting. Where he wins that. I can't get it to load because this thing freaking stinks. Wow. He runs it up in that county. 73-26. Let's take a look at last time. He won that 69-28, so he is outperforming by about 5 total points between his gains and her losses. And that really gets to the story, I think, of the election so far, Brady. He is not doing significantly better than he did 4 years ago, which, mind you, was a lot better than he did in 2016, just of his support.
Yes.
But he's doing about 2 points better everywhere, just like there, county in Nevada. And she's doing about 5 points worse than Joe Biden everywhere. And that election was so close, even in the states Joe Biden won, that could be enough to flip it for an electoral landslide.
It's certainly looking that way. It is certainly looking that way, especially with these blue wall states. It looks like they're about to go in unison again, at least from all the information I can. Now, it's still a little bit early, at least out of Michigan. I'm thinking Wisconsin, though, with almost about 75% in, and Pennsylvania with now about 80% in. That it's getting harder and harder to find out where she's going to make that up. I'm having a harder time seeing that.
I don't see the path. I do not see the path for Kamala Harris to win this election right now. I don't see it anywhere. Mm-hmm. I really don't. I mean, she could. The path is there, I guess, but I don't see the realistic path for her to win this election.
I'm kind of with you on that. I'm sort of grasping at straws to come up with a solution in which
More into Pennsylvania. There's 78% in now for Philadelphia, and his lead maintains at 3%. It has not moved off 3%. Georgia, 3%. They need to call Georgia. He's going to win Georgia.
They do.
Michigan, he's still doing well in Michigan, and there's difference between New York Times and CNN when it comes to Michigan. But he's doing well in Michigan. You can't debate that. And now even CNN has him up in Michigan. Now, I can't pull up the total number there because it's not working with my setup, but I've got him winning Michigan right now by 5 points, by 120,000 votes.
That's about what I have. It's about 85,000 according to CNN.
Yeah. So he's stretching a lead now with Wayne County reporting, and see as now New York Times calls Ted Cruz the winner in the Senate, and all these counties in red. I mean, there's 5 blue counties, and she has to offset all that. Forget about it. Forget about it. Pennsylvania has not moved. Wisconsin, still a 3-point lead. She's up 10 now. That has come down 2% in Minnesota after that Minneapolis dump that put her up 13. She's winning that 70 to
Minneapolis is all sent
27.
out now.
Let me see. She's winning that 70 to 27. She won that, or he won that 70 to 27. So she's running even with Joe Biden in a state he won by 300,000 votes. That bodes well for Kamala Harris in Minnesota, the only place where she has good news right now.
Well, keep in mind her running mate is the current governor of that state, so you'd like to think there would be a slight improvement, rather than just holding par for the course because you picked your VP candidate from that state, and usually when you get a bump in the home state of the VP.
I think Josh Shapiro is sitting somewhere with a little smirk on his face in Pennsylvania right now.
I believe so, and I bet you Kamala Harris is kicking herself for not picking him.
Well, and the problem is, let's just call a spade here. When your whole mantra is the other guy is weird, and then Tim Walz comes out saying run a pick six and jumping around and all that stuff, it doesn't exactly hit very hard. It doesn't
not
work.
Not knowing how to load a shotgun.
Correct. It doesn't. It doesn't work very hard. I mean, it doesn't work very well for you. So you saw that, I think. There was no bump out of the Tim Walz thing, and I think you saw J.D. Vance be a pretty effective messenger for the Donald Trump campaign.
It also didn't help that he basically admitted that he lied on national TV about where he was in China.
Yeah, and then the answer for it in the debate was atrocious. Again, I really don't think any of these statements are partisan. Trump's got his own problems. We could talk about them, but right now he's about to become the 47th president of the United States. So, as we do with sports, the winners get talked about. And this ain't high school, so you lose for a reason. I mean, I really don't know what we're waiting on in Georgia at this point.
Is it still Savannah?
Yeah, but there's not enough in Savannah.
No, there's
60% is out of Savannah. She's only up 15,000 votes. She's down 130 statewide, and they have called Virginia for Kamala Harris. The New York Times has. Yeah, Fulton's done. DeKalb's done. Savannah's at 60%. This is over. Georgia is going to Donald Trump. Is swung back the other way, which I guess makes it a stereotypical swing state. Michigan adds another percent. Donald Trump still with a 4-point lead.
I'm not quite ready to even call Virginia. I know now the tide is against me on Virginia. But I'm looking at Richmond. Richmond's about 70% reporting. Virginia Beach only about 37. That's not a whole lot more.
Yeah, but she's got to win that, or he would have to win that by 100,000, 140,000 votes, and a third of the way through, he's up by 4.
I'm really waiting for that. If I get a Virginia Beach dump, then I'll finally know.
Choosing that hill to die on. I respect it. I respect it. Pennsylvania, we're getting close. 3-point lead. When I say getting close, I mean we're getting close to calling it for Donald Trump tonight.
Yeah, I think the New York Times is AP finally called Virginia as well, so I'll probably be half a step behind, but we'll see.
Let's see, national popular vote here. Let it update. It's getting closer. California's coming in, but he's still up 4.8 million votes in the national popular vote. But again, that means nothing. We're a constitutional republic. We're not a democracy. Amy Klobuchar wins re-election in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia, we're done here. We are done here in the state of Georgia. It was fun while the party lasted, but it is over now there. That is a Donald Trump win, and it's going to put him at 246 electoral votes, which puts him ahead of where he was 4 years ago, I believe. Yep, he was at 232 4 years ago. Yep. The only question is he going to improve on where he was 8 years ago, which right now he could do if he flips Nevada.
There's a possibility.
If he flips Nevada and he wins the blue wall, he's going to have more than he had, which was an electoral landslide in modern day. Michigan just added another percent. This is the time of night we're at, and his lead is up to 5 points.
That's not good. That was not good for Kamala Harris.
It's good for Donald Trump.
That is very good for him.
Arizona still a 0.4 lead for Donald Trump. New Mexico still a 6-point lead for Harris, but that's only 40,000 votes there. And we are waiting on a rural county, Cantron County. Let's see where that happened with that 4 years ago. Oh, they didn't even report. There must be nobody there. So maybe we're not waiting on Cantrell County. Uh, oh, wait, no, that's this year. I'm dumb. There we go. Let's see about Cantrell County. There's not enough people there. She's going to win New Mexico. So let's predict this, Brady. What's the next dominoes to fall here? What's the next state we see go off the board? Georgia's the easy one.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I mean, I've already taken that one off the board, frankly. I think it's Wisconsin at this point. It might be Pennsylvania, and actually, it might be Pennsylvania, but I think it might be Wisconsin. I think they're the next one to go off.
Wisconsin's counting quickly here.
Mm-hmm. They're doing a good job. That lead is widening. Although I guess the lead in Pennsylvania is still a little bit steeper.
More votes in there, same percentage. I think we're gonna know tonight. I think some outlets won't call it tonight because of the mail-in stuff, but I think a lot of outlets are gonna end up calling this thing tonight. This is so far, barring a big change, which I don't see any place that would happen. This is gonna be a decisive victory for Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. Decisive. I mean, there's going to be a ton of red on this map. Once Georgia goes, the entire bottom half of the United States is just going to be red. Wow. Michigan, slow counting. Only 42% in, but he maintains his lead. Oh, man. Wow. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm cracking up at the Iowa thing. He's up 13 points in Iowa. But some poll had her up 3.
Yeah, I'm showing just about every outlet's called Iowa.
Yeah, it's over. He won it by 9 4 years ago. He won it by 13 tonight. He won Florida by 3.3 points 4 years ago. He won Florida by 13 tonight. And there are 5 counties in the entire state that went Democrat in the state of Florida. Orlando by 12%. Palm Beach by 0.9 or 0.7. He won Miami-Dade by 11 points. Tallahassee by 21. And Gadsden, just north of Tallahassee, smallish county, by 31 points.
It'll be interesting to see if Miami-Dade County stays Republican or if this has just sort of been a product of DeSantis over the past couple of years. Because this is the second election in a row that they've voted red, and Miami is traditionally a Democrat stronghold.
Republicans should look at Ron DeSantis and recognize some things about how quickly that state has changed under his leadership in the state of Florida. We're on the pretty similar same page on that one, I think, between Brady and myself. Oh, my apologies. Hang on one second. I'm coming back. Hang on. Sorry to Brady. Sorry about that. My fat fingers hit the X button. We're here. All good. But yeah, Ron DeSantis has changed the state of Florida in a pretty major way. I really don't know what we're waiting on in the state of Georgia right now. 91% chance of a Trump victory, according to the New York Times. Every swing state has him favored to win. The one swing state that they have called so far is North Carolina, and he is up 3 points there. 16 electoral votes go there. I do suspect if these results were inverted, we'd have a lot of blue on the map already. I don't think that's a very out there statement to make. There's a few people who don't want to put that red up on their board.
Well, I've gotten the first results that the Republicans have officially flipped the Senate. It looks like Dan Osborne lost his race to Debbie Fisher. That puts the Republicans at 51, even without Montana being decided yet. So it looks like the Republicans have taken back the Senate.
Wow. It is a red night on the doorstep of a red wave. As Cardi B tweets, we need a Hail Mary. Says Cardi B. Oh, noted Democrat scholar. Cardi B. I personally... You know what? I shouldn't be. I'm really good at this. And I put a map out that looks pretty darn similar to how this map is trending so far. You saw it, Brady. I don't put it out in public because I don't need the fights. But I am a little bit surprised at how decisive this has started tonight. This is a pretty clean break for Donald Trump, up by multiple points everywhere. This isn't 0.1 point here, 0.1 point there. It is in Arizona. Everywhere else, it's multiple 3-4 points gaps. And now he's only down 8 in Minnesota, by the way, with a lot of rural to come in, and Minneapolis is done.
How was St. Paul looking? I think St. Paul's yet to get any real.
We're waiting on St. Paul, but there's a lot of rural out too. I think Minnesota's going to be tighter than people thought it was going to be. The state, Joe Biden won by 7 points, and with the swing we're seeing, Night Brady, a 7-point gap's within range, right? That's bigger than the swing that he saw in Virginia. And that's about the swing we're seeing in some of these states. I mean, this is I clicked North Dakota. There is one blue county in North Dakota. Rolette County voted blue. Every other county in North Dakota has voted red. Oh, man. Do we have anything on the Montana Senate race early on in the year?
It looks like it's still trickling in. It looks like she has a 17-point lead,
Wow.
which is only about 15,000 votes in Montana because there's 10 people and a cow in Montana.
And a bison?
And a bison. And just 2 of them are on holiday.
75% in Wisconsin. A 4-point lead for Donald Trump. 99,000 votes.
I think, and I'm looking at the Senate races there. It looks like Havodi is up in that race by about 1.5%, and Mike Rogers is up in his Senate race by about 2%. So it looks like they could potentially pick up 2 more Senate seats.
I bet there's some people losing their minds right now. I'm going to pull... I got to. I'm going to pull up CNN and listen to it quietly here while we continue to discuss.
Oh, no.
I got to see what this is going on this channel right now. Oh, man. Hang on here. I love the meltdowns that people have. They're so good. Let's see. That's News Nation.
Because we had chaos in the economy.
More happy.
The kids who demonstrated against Israel and had violence in the streets.
There we go. There's our friends.
The great houses would feed me.
Hope you're enjoying us more than CNN tonight.
Troubles are far greater than just Iraq.
I don't know how you wouldn't be. It's coming through over the speaker. Let me mute it. My apologies. I'll make sure that stops. There we go. You guys can tell me. I think it was coming through on the stream. You tell me if it was or wasn't. I'm not getting copyright struck by CNN tonight.
Polls about to close in Alaska in about 5 minutes.
I thought that was 1 a.m. Eastern.
Well, we got a round of polls closing.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's half.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Last polls closed at 1 a.m. Eastern. That's right. You're right.
But I think we both know the results of Alaska.
Yes. I mean, I admire the fact that we're waiting on Georgia, but I really don't.
It's adorable at this point.
83% in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump has expanded his lead to nearly 200,000 votes, with 78% of Philadelphia County in.
Yeah.
He is dominating the suburbs of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I don't see how she wins. I don't see how she wins the...
Well, there's a county flip. I can see that here. north of Harrisburg, Center County. Big county. Wow. Donald Trump's leading that county by 5% or 3,000 votes. Joe Biden won that county by 4,000 votes. He has flipped the county in the middle of Pennsylvania. And that's the story of the election right there. One more batch of poll closings.
We'll see how long it takes them to call Alaska.
Well, they can go ahead and call this election as far as I'm concerned. This is done. I'm sorry. It's 230 to 200, and I'll give Kamala Harris 4 out of New Hampshire and 5 out of New Mexico, and then I think maybe the 10 out of Minnesota, but that's down to 8 points now. And then I think we're done here. I think it's going to be a lot of red where we sit right now.
I agree.
CNN calls Nebraska for Donald Trump. 3 out of 5 electoral college votes. You could have called that 5 hours ago.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting on one of the Nebraska districts to basically just finish polling in before it's called.
CNN
yeah,
has not called Virginia yet, by the way, to your elation.
I will have to relook at Virginia. My hope is fading for Virginia, but still waiting on that Virginia beach dump. Still waiting.
You'll get a huge victory lap. We do those here at UCR. You get a victory lap if they.
It looks like Richmond's at about 80% pulled in.
He's up 5 points in Michigan. Whoa. Wow.
It looks like we haven't had a shift out of Detroit yet. I think that's what that holdup is.
But still,
those are not good numbers.
He's got a 118,000 vote lead in Georgia, which is done. I don't know why we're still waiting on Georgia once again. Hawaii will be about to be called for Kamala Harris. That'll be 4 more for her. Arizona, Donald Trump has a 7,588 vote lead. Oh, what a race. And Nevada's first batch is in, and he's got a big lead, but it is very, very early there. Nevada. But he's winning everywhere else of consequence tonight. So there's no reason to expect that number to change that much, except to be about 3 points, which seems to be the magic number at this point. Did you expect it to be like this, Brady, tonight?
Well, no, I can't say that I did. I was anticipating most of the blue wall holding up. I was anticipating Arizona being a little bit more of a. I expected to know Arizona by now.
And I think we could get there. Once the election day voting goes, I think you'll get a clearer result out of Arizona, potentially.
But I was expecting Michigan to be kind of favoring Kamala at this point. Wisconsin, still no idea. And I was certainly expecting for.
And he got bounced out of the grip. Oh, there he is. You were expecting, is what you were saying?
And I was certainly expecting Minnesota and New Mexico and Virginia to have been called by now.
Yeah. Wow. And the Wisconsin margin is pretty decisive to this point, with a lot of Milwaukee in for Donald Trump. And I'm not sure there's enough out of Milwaukee, given the rest of the rural areas, to erase what he has run up there in Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin and Pennsylvania look like the safest wins right now for Donald Trump. In Michigan, the only question is all that Detroit vote. But as we've talked about extensively tonight, those 3 states since 1988 vote together. So they're very different. Michigan is kind of the outlier in the way that they are set up with their automotive and big cities, but they vote together. And right now they all are leaning Donald Trump. And there goes Hawaii for Kamala Harris. To the surprise of nobody.
No surprise.
The home of Barack Obama, who was a much more effective campaigner than she was, which gets back to the story of why they decided to just crown her. But they made their decision, and now they get to sit back and watch Donald Trump run it up in all these different states. Wow. President Trump outperforming by 3% or more across the nation.
And he's still got a hold of the popular vote.
Without a doubt, let's take a look at the popular vote. Good thing to bring up. He leads the popular vote and has expanded it a little bit. 3.5 or 3.6 points, but over 4 million vote lead in the popular vote for Donald Trump. And look at this map. This just shows you where the popular vote is and how much red is there. A tremendous amount of red for the former president. And he is, we say, closing time, the fourth quarter, they're looking for the knockout drive to steal a Tim Walz analogy, but actually make it make sense. Donald Trump has the ball. He's rocking down the field. He's trying to run out the clock and maybe get a knockout score, but he has the lead with the ball. And Kamala Harris has one timeout remaining with 3 minutes to go. She needs a miracle, and he is way out in front if this was a football game.
Mm-hmm.
And there is panic setting in on the television. Oh, man. And
I believe it.
We just wait and wait and wait. Minnesota trickling in, still wait. And now it's a 6-point lead for Kamala Harris. That's getting tighter. 86 or 84% in Pennsylvania. And by the way, you mentioned that Erie County stat. She's only up 3% in Erie County, or a total of 4,000 votes. And 4 years ago, it was about the same. So a 2,000 vote lead for Joe Biden in that county, but not big enough to offset what's happening in the county like Center, which Donald Trump lost by 6 points and now is winning it by 5, an 11-point swing there in the middle of Pennsylvania. Once again, let us know in the comments if you're enjoying tonight. I'm a little surprised at how many people are watching. I appreciate it. I didn't really promote it. I just decided to do it. Thanks to Brady for joining me. Brady, how can they follow you if you want them to on social media? Let them know.
I've got an Instagram page. It's Mount Brady 66. I do slightly more sporadic updates. Usually there's sort of 10-second bits that just sort of give updates on a popular story of the day. That's probably the best way to keep in touch with me. I'm based here in Knoxville, Tennessee. If you're ever downtown, you'll probably run into me because I usually am walking around on the weekdays through downtown. My office is not but a couple blocks from the Vols Stadium. So
it must be nice. Neyland Stadium, a.k.a.
it
Heaven.
is very nice.
The Coliseum of college football.
Rocky Top, baby.
Absolutely. All right. We're just in a holding pattern here, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be honest with you. Let's see, CNN has a key race alert projection, and they have projected Virginia now to Kamala Harris. So the last person standing on Virginia Beach is Brady Smith. He's going to go out with it.
Yeah. They still haven't vote dumped, but I think I'm willing to concede that finally.
It is way closer than anybody thought it would be tonight. And now we have another projection. Never mind, it's just key race alerts, whatever that means.
Yeah, with 200,000 votes, I think that's a little too insurmountable for Virginia Beach alone, and that's really the only area left. So
still haven't called New Hampshire yet. I think that's getting close for Kamala Harris. She's up by 5 points, 29,000 votes in a place like New Hampshire. That's a lot. Mm-hmm. There's a couple of Republican strongholds that Donald Trump has a chance to get back into it, but it's getting close to closing time there for Harris. How are you guys feeling? Let us know in the comments. Tee off. How are you excited? Are you dreading everything? I want to hear it. People are trolling LeBron James on Twitter, so that's fun. Oh, Twitter is an amazing place, I'll tell you. It is a funny, funny place. We got 77% in Wisconsin, and the lead holds firm for Donald Trump. A 4% lead. And you and I both know this, Brady, from being around politics. 4% doesn't sound like a lot, but with that amount of vote in, what you've seen is the trends, right? Mm-hmm. So unless there's a huge vote dump somewhere, which we're running out of time for that to happen, that's why you see it get to like a certain point, like early, it may be a 30-point gap, then it changes, and then it tightens a little bit, then it usually stays there. That's why Donald Trump feels so good right now, because it stayed at those 3-4% marks in all these states, and that's not a small number on a percent basis. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes.
No, and especially not in these blue wall states with 4 and 8 years ago, it was decided by half a percentage point, not 4 or 5, 3%. And with 24% left, depending on the state we're talking about right now, or in Pennsylvania, 15% left. A 2-point lead in Pennsylvania, up by 168,000 votes. That's a good place to be if you're Donald Trump.
Connor asking, you can answer this better, maybe Brady, because you have it up. What's going on in the House? And nothing crazy right now, I think, is the safest thing to say for the House of Representatives.
There's nothing super crazy on right now. It's looking like, from the latest projections, it's about 180 Republican seats that have been guaranteed to about 160 Democrat seats. It looks like Republicans have flipped about 1 to 3, depending on which source you're following right now. But they're still on track to win the majority right now. So they were expecting Democrats to have about +2, +3 at this point, but they don't. In fact, Republicans have the plus. So they don't need to win any new seats. They just need to hold the seats they have to hold the majority. But if they pick up 1 or 2, that only strengthens it.
Looking at Pennsylvania here, you see Philadelphia, 86% in. Kamala Harris up big. But we mentioned she needs about 700,000 votes out of Philadelphia. Brady, she's at 477. And the Republicans do officially win the Senate tonight. So she's not going to sniff the amount she needed to offset gains in, like, Center County, Jefferson County, which is why I'm leaning heavily towards Pennsylvania gets called tonight and fairly soon, as opposed to into tomorrow like people were expecting. Because there's just not enough to offset all of the gains of Donald Trump in every other county in this state.
I agree. And if you turn toward the Senate, Dave McCormick is still winning his race. And I like we were talking about earlier, I think Dave McCormick loses Pennsylvania before Donald Trump does. And the polling data seems to show that, where McCormick's only up by about 0.3%. So as long as Dave McCormick is still up, then I think Donald Trump's going to be up too. So, and right now he's still winning his race.
A stunning night for many across the country. Not for everybody, but for many. Donald Trump on the doorstep of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He's 40 electoral college votes away, 230 to 204. And now every state with the exception of Alaska, which will be called for Donald Trump, and 3 more will go into his column in 52 minutes. It's up for grabs. Georgia, probably the next one to go. Over 95% in, Trump maintaining a 3-point lead, well over 100,000 votes. He's going to win the state of Georgia. And that'll put him at 246, plus the 3 more, that's 249. And all he will need is a combination of 1 state and Pennsylvania, and he will win the election. Even the 1 little congressional district sitting up in Maine, plus Pennsylvania, will give him the White House without even worrying about Arizona and Nevada, which is another path that he has. He narrowly leads in Arizona after early voting, which is a step up from where he was 4 years ago. There's a reason everybody, including us, is saying Donald Trump, big favorite to win back the White House. Jackie's happy about it. She's rooting for Trump tonight. I figured it'd be a partisan crowd tuning in. Amy, appreciate that. Brad says, I guess you could say Trump is in the red zone. Yeah, Trump's in the red zone. And he's about the 1-yard line on 1st and goal. He's just trying not to fumble at the 1, and he walks in and wins the presidency again. So let's do this. If this were to flip, as Nebraska 2 is called for the Democrats, what do you think is reasonable to change for Kamala Harris to have a chance to win this election, Brady?
Well, there's sort of no new news here. I mean, she has to sweep the blue wall, and then she has to pick up at least one of the remaining states.
That's the problem, isn't it? If you're a Kamala Harris fan,
she's got to win just about every single coin toss, and she has to get about every single remaining outlier that there is to get, because she's just simply run out of options. I mean, she needed North Carolina. Everyone agrees that's off the table. Just about everyone agrees that Georgia's off the table too. She might still have a little bit of a break in Arizona. That is the one sort of. I think that's the most likely scenario, is that she does pick up Arizona out of this.
Which she has to.
She has to. But it's not looking good in Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. And She needs all those states in her corner.
Now 50% of the vote in Michigan, and Trump's lead is up to 6%. He has a 175,000 vote lead in the state of Michigan. With Detroit having still a lot of votes to turn in. And let's look at Minnesota. Down to a 6-point lead for Kamala Harris, with Minneapolis done. Wow.
It looks like St. Paul has yet to release their votes yet. That other member of the Twin Cities.
Give her a huge boost. Pennsylvania stays 3-point lead for Donald Trump. Impressive. I don't see any way she wins tonight. Jackie said the same thing they did last time after 11 Harris vote dump out of nowhere, wink, wink. See, the problem is, this is much, much more lopsided than 2020 was. And I'm not going to get into my personal opinions of what happened in 2020. I'll just say, I wouldn't be concerned about that right now. Let's put it that way. I would not be concerned about that. In the amount of states where something like that would need to happen for Kamala Harris to have a chance, I don't know about you, Brady. I just don't see that happening in that way.
No, and I mean, the results of 2020 aside, I mean, a lot of that was due to special COVID regulations that just aren't present anymore.
Yep.
So the likelihood of even any ambiguity like that occurring just decreased automatically off the bat. And to your point, these margins were a lot closer when we all went to bed in 2020 and woke up the next morning in 2020 to see the change. So I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've been doing this a while. I've watched a lot of elections. I've researched a lot of elections. This one's pretty clear. And by the way, he was winning entering tonight. It's the first time in his life he was winning. He was up in the vast majority of swing states narrowly. He historically polls very low. So this isn't a stunner. Now, it's a stunner to some people who have their heads in the sand. And what did Bill Clinton say? It's the economy, stupid. Stuff is expensive. And to random people, to everyday people, the economy is how expensive is stuff.
The poly market now projects Harris with less than a 5% chance of winning the presidency.
78% in Wisconsin. 4% lead. 87% chance 87% in Pennsylvania. A 3% lead. Michigan, 51% in, a 6% lead. Georgia, over 95% in, a 3% lead.
The odds of Harris winning Pennsylvania are, according to the poly market, 4.5%.
I'm about to call Pennsylvania.
I think I am too.
I don't see it at all. There's not enough left in Philadelphia to overcome a 100,000 vote gap, let alone 170,000 vote gap.
Nope.
She ain't going to, I mean, at the current rate, she would have to win 800,000 votes to get that gap. She's not winning 800,000 votes in the next 14%, which is another reason why this isn't 2020, where they needed 20,000 votes. Mm-hmm. Even if you are in an election with stolen person, they didn't need 800,000 votes. That's a big difference between what this one is tonight. 84% in Lehigh County, and it's not a big enough discrepancy. Pittsburgh, done. Not a big enough discrepancy. Erie County, closer and closer to done, and it's close. It's a bona fide. That's turning into a swing county tonight. And all of these places still have some vote left. 82% in Center County. That's the swing county. Mifflin County, where he's winning 83% to 16. Still 23% to come in. Whatever that name is. Still 19% to come in. Perry County. All these counties still have vote in. She's not going to win. He's going to win Pennsylvania. And that puts him at 250. He's going to win Georgia. That puts him at 266. He's going to win Wisconsin, and he's going to be the president-elect of the United States here in the next hour and a half. Spoiler alert. That's not a prediction. That's a spoiler.
At this point. And I mean, even looking at the popular vote, Harris is about 5 million behind in the popular vote, and that's a great indicator as well of where this is turning. She needs to win the popular vote in order
significantly.
to win
She needs to win it by 3 to 5 points.
and
Donald Trump would be the
down,
first. He'd be the first Republican to win the popular vote since George Bush in 2004.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just say what it is. Democrats are going to have to go back to the drawing board because calling people racist Nazis is not going to work. Mm-hmm. You call Mitt Romney a racist. He's the most boring human being on earth. And you call him a racist, sexist pig.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's going to care what you have to say when you do that. They just aren't.
Mm-hmm. And that led to Donald Trump. And then they had a little bit more ground with Trump than they did with Romney because Trump is a bit more abrasive.
You could say that.
Yeah, that's the word I'm going to use. But then they got soft in 2020. And then it looks like he's coming back to the White House. So they can't use the Barack Obama 2012 strategy anymore. They have to find something else.
With 48, let's look at Sauk County, Wisconsin. This is a swing county. Biden won it. Let's look here. These are the bellwether counties. I got to find it. So apologies for the vertigo that will induce if you're watching this on the TV. Sauk County. Where are you? Are you over here? Sheboygan, that's a fun name. Where is Sauk County? Somebody help me. I don't have to Google it. We're learning Wisconsin tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. Come on. It's going to be the last one I pop onto. Kamala Harris wins New Mexico. Call from New York Times.
Wow, there goes your dark horse, and now I don't have to hear it.
My prediction's still looking pretty good right now, though. I could take that one loss. Where is... Okay. No, this is ticking me off.
I think that was the only one I bucked you on your map.
So far. All right, so left of Madison. There it is. Wow. So here's why I say this. This county, Joe Biden won by 1.7 points 4 years ago. Donald Trump's winning it by 7% tonight. Not a big county, 2,000 vote difference. But if that's happening across the state, that's how you erase a 0.6% loss of 20,000 votes. Right? He flipped that county, which a year ago or 4 years ago, he won by 700 votes. Joe Biden did. And now Donald Trump is winning it by 2,000 votes. Some quick math, he's 10% of the way there in that one county. Mm-hmm. You couple that with a little bit of gains with African-American men in Milwaukee and in Green Bay, where he's doing well in Green Bay tonight, and that's how Donald Trump leads in Wisconsin this late into the evening. And now I think it's a matter of time before people start calling Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
I agree.
Twitter is unbelievable tonight. What else do we have? Anything new? 87%, still 3% lead in Pennsylvania.
Still waiting for something new out of Arizona. Nevada has not moved an inch. I don't know who counts the votes in Nevada, but
they got to get it together. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, this is...
And Arizona. There's no reason for it. Mm-hmm. California's counted 6 million votes. Florida counted 10 million in like 30 minutes. It's stupid. Come on now. So who's going to have the cojones to call these states for Donald Trump tonight?
I know. Who's going to be the first?
News Nation may be the first. They've kind of been out in front tonight.
Daily Wire as well has been. I think they were the first ones to call North Carolina that I saw.
I will say, I think a reflection out of tonight for people. Substance matters. And if you can't answer the question of what you would do different from your president and then want to say you're a change candidate, no one's going to believe you. They're not. And no one's going to win. You know what tipped me off to this prediction? Because I said it, I thought Donald Trump was going to win tonight. How many people have you heard say today the history was going to be made? I haven't heard anybody. Right? In 2016, it was the glass ceiling. It's going to be beautiful. And a woman will be president. None of that today. None. Not first Indian American, Black American woman. Nothing. And I'm not in those echo chambers. I get it. But you couldn't get away from it in 2016. And that should have been the tip-off to people that tonight was going to go the way that it has. There just wasn't any enthusiasm for Kamala Harris. And if you say, oh, you're wrong, here's your election map. 80% in Wisconsin, he's up 4 points. 55% in Michigan, he's up 6 points. 3% in Pennsylvania, he's up 3 points. Say what you want about Donald Trump. People are excited about Donald Trump. He's up 3 points in Georgia, a state he lost by 11,000 votes 4 years ago. I mean, you got to have some substance matters. You have to be able to answer basic questions to win an election.
And I think you could kind of see this trend going in the last couple of weeks because you had Donald Trump who's in a garbage truck. He's working at McDonald's. You know, you can clearly tell that he's having a good time. He's having a fun time. And that's usually the sign of a winning campaign when a candidate's having fun on the campaign trail. And the opposite is also true when you realize someone's ducking interviews and shortening interviews and limiting public appearances. That's usually a sign of a failing campaign. And I think you can see that in the past couple of weeks. You can see Donald Trump's joy and Kamala Harris's sort of retreat from this campaign trail, taking 2 days to prep for a CNN town hall,
and then being very bad in that town hall.
Yes, was very evident of that.
I've seen enough. He's going to win this presidency. Milwaukee doesn't have enough left. And by the way, it's 66-32.
Mm-hmm.
It was 69-23. He shaved 5 total points. 3 from her, 2 from him. For a state that was a 20,000 vote gap. He's winning Wisconsin. He's winning Pennsylvania. And that gives him, he's winning Georgia. And he's going to be the president. And people can have their meltdowns about it, but the reality is what the reality is. No spin, no BS tonight. And now, look at Minnesota, Brady. The gap that was 13 points after Minneapolis dumped their votes is now 4%.
Oh.
I mean, and Dakota County is in. It's a 12-point game. It's a 30,000 point, less than a 30,000 point gap. Let's see. What county is St. Paul in? Ramsey County. Let's find Ramsey County here. Where in the world? It is late. I know I'm not that slow. There it is. Ramsey County. That's her one chance. Little county right next to Minneapolis. Where 1% is in. She's got to run it up there or he's got to win this state.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wins Minnesota, you'll never see Tim Walz on your television again for the rest of your life. That would be... Walter Mondale won Minnesota.
Yep.
This is the one state he got.
Yep. Richard Nixon was the last Republican presidential candidate to win Minnesota. That's how long it's been.
And that's in play. I still think Kamala Harris is a favorite there because of St. Paul. Mm-hmm. But don't get it twisted. That is in play. His lead maintains at 6% in Michigan. And really, right now, we don't have to concern ourselves with the stupidity happening in Nevada and Arizona. Because if these states hold, it's over.
Mm-hmm. Take
your time. Vote out there. Take your time. Count them all up. Carrie Lake will raise all sorts of cane. As she tries to fail up in your words.
Yep.
All right. We're going to give about 5 more minutes. I'm not just going to sit here because I'm going to call it, unless you have a beef with that, based on what I'm looking at right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's certainly the trend that I'm seeing. I'm hoping to get a few more House races out.
Yeah.
Since it looks like the Senate's been called pretty comfortably, with a few races yet to be out. It looks like the latest on the House doesn't look like it's a huge switch. It looks like it's about 185 Republicans, about 166 Democrats. And that number fluctuates by a few depending on which source you're looking at. But Republicans still on track to win the House, or to hold the House, I should say. Just waiting on a lot of California races, and then obviously Nevada.
Donald Trump won Starr County, Texas, the most Hispanic county in America, at 97% Hispanic. He won it by 16 points tonight. The last time it voted Republican was 1892. That's the story of the night. Men, black men, and Latinos. Exactly what you thought Donald Trump's delegation would be. That's exactly what they thought Donald Trump's entire... What's the word I'm looking for? It's the Obama coalition. Thank you. It's exactly what you thought Donald Trump's coalition would be. Black men, Hispanics, and rural white guys are going to deliver the presidency for Donald Trump tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, give it a couple more minutes because Pennsylvania, they've all gone stagnant here.
Yeah.
Wisconsin's at 80. There is a little consternation, I think, of people to not want to call it too early and have something crazy happen.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't live in 2020 anymore with that amount of mail-in ballots. So it's not going to be like it was then. It may take a while, but it's not going to be like that. Wow.
What a night. What a night.
What a night indeed. Let's see here.
It looks
Now
like
it's
I know
81. They're voting in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
88% in Pennsylvania, and his lead has not moved an inch. 51-48. Dude, 88% is in Philadelphia. It's over. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
I'm calling Pennsylvania. He wins. Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania. It's over. There's 88% in Pennsylvania. She's not even going to sniff the 600,000 she needs. Erie has flipped.
Oh yeah, I'm calling it too.
For all the discussion about Erie is now Trump.
Yep, I'm calling it for Trump too. Yep, she's got nowhere to make that up.
Allegheny County's done. Philadelphia has maybe 75,000 votes left, and she's down way more than 75,000. Allentown, done. Chester County, kind of close, but it's only 27,000 vote difference in Chester County.
Yeah,
Let's look at 4 years ago.
She's got a little bit from Harrisburg and a tiny bit from Philly, but I agree. I don't think she can make up these margins.
Biden won Chester County by 18 points. She's up 11, which is exactly why Minnesota's in play. 7-point swing. That's what you've seen all over the place. His votes bumped about 2%. Hers has come down about 5 to 7%. I'm absolutely calling Pennsylvania. UCR official call, projection. Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania. And I'm confident in that one.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to know about Arizona. I've also called Georgia already. So that puts our count at 250, 266 for Donald Trump.
I think he gets there with Wisconsin, frankly.
I agree with you.
I think we've got a little bit too much out of out of Milwaukee to officially make that call.
Yep.
But if we get another vote dump out of Milwaukee and there's not a significant shift, then I'd be ready to call it for Wisconsin.
I think I don't care your politics. This is going to be the biggest political comeback we've ever seen in this country. To go from winning in the biggest upset ever to losing and the chaos that ensued after to winning in convincing fashion tonight. This is where we are now, ladies and gentlemen. The football analogy. It is a 17-point game with 8 minutes to go. Is it possible? Sure, but you're probably warming up the car. Like, it's done. It's probably decisive. It can look a little closer. They may get a late touchdown. But Donald Trump's up 17 with the ball with 8 minutes to go. Everybody's voted. Nothing about the narrative of the race is going to change. Spencer Cox, a Republican, reelected as governor of Utah.
No surprise.
While we were gone, another percent in Pennsylvania. Still a 3-point lead. Michigan, still a 6-point lead.
Oh.
It's up to a 4-point advantage in Wisconsin. Minnesota is a 4-point game. Iowa 3 goes to Republicans. It is a red wave. You're in it now. For all the talk about in 2020 and 2024 or 2022, this is what a wave feels like. I mentioned earlier it didn't feel like a wave. Feels like a wave.
This is definitely the dream scenario for Donald Trump right now, because not only is there a good chance you're going to shore up the entirety of the blue wall and potentially pick up a bigger lead than you did your first time around, but now you've got Virginia Democrats scared, you've got Minnesota Democrats scared, you've got New Mexico Democrats scared, New Hampshire Democrats, Maine Democrats, all of those are slightly on edge.
He's still up in the national popular vote by 5 million votes.
And frankly, even Illinois Democrats, I'd be kind of spooked, because I'm looking at Springfield right now. Springfield is still light red, and they're not getting any more votes.
It's an 8-point game. You're right.
That is bad news if you're an Illinois Democrat. You basically have Chicago, and that's all you've got now.
He's within 75,000 votes in Minnesota. He's a 109,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. He has a 150,000 vote lead in Michigan. He has a 200,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. He's cut the deficit in New Hampshire to 3 points, a 26,000 vote gap. As my dad just texted me, said CNN reports that Georgia Secretary of State says they have about 100,000 votes remaining. They expect them to marginally go for Harris. Some quick math, ladies and gentlemen, if you will. He's up 118,000 votes. Even if all those go to Kamala Harris, she doesn't catch him, and all of them aren't going to Kamala Harris. He wins Georgia. Done. Called. Finito. Finished. It's that time of night. It's closing time in the presidential election. And the only thing holding people back from calling it is a little bit of conservatism to not be wrong, but I don't really care because I get to talk about sports tomorrow. I'm just telling you right now, the only state that's even remotely close right now for me, because we've called Pennsylvania here, we've called Georgia here. If he wins Wisconsin, turn out the lights, the party's over. Wow.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 states. Well, I guess potentially 3 states where she's competitive, and that's Minnesota, Maine, and Arizona. And 2 of those shouldn't be competitive.
Correct.
Really only Arizona. But that's not enough.
Please don't be stupid tonight. Everybody, please don't be stupid tonight. Tennessee, a 30-point victory for Donald Trump. There are 2 blue counties, Nashville and Memphis. Do me a favor. The Andy Ogles race, congressional race there. Could you pull that one up? I think it's Tennessee 5. It's Tennessee 3, 4, or 5.
Tennessee 5. All right.
Andy Ogles is his name.
That is the 6th.
John Rose won tonight.
Yep. Andy Ogles. That race is. It is 56.9 to 39.5, about 62,000 vote gap
For Ogles?
for Ogles.
And then how about Tennessee 4? Mark Green, I think it's Tennessee 4.
That's DeJarles district.
Oh, Desjardins, maybe 3. So it's Mark Green, whoever Mark Green is. He was playing at TV ads, so I figured he was in a little bit of a close
Okay,
race.
yeah, he's in the 7th.
7th, my apologies.
It looks like he's up by about 69,000 with about 60%.
So Tennessee stays red. To the
Tennessee
surprise
stays
of
red.
nobody.
Except for Memphis.
Good
Memphis. Steve Cohen wins that one.
I mean, if you think about Memphis, the person who you want representing you is Steve Cohen. I mean, he really just reflects the Memphis values. You can tell. This is a joke. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. Nobody likes that guy. I'm not on broadcast TV. I can say it. Nobody likes that dude. He's weird. For all the talk about J.D. Vance being weird, that dude's weird.
Tim Wall's weird.
Another percent in Wisconsin. Guess if it changed.
I'm guessing it widened.
It did not move an inch. 4 points.
CNN finally projects Georgia.
Wow. Wow. So he has flipped his first state of the
Daily
night.
Wire supports this. I'm waiting for.
So does UCR. This should have happened a while ago.
Yep. So it's a deal. It's a done deal now. They've caught up with us from 2 hours ago.
Yeah, literally. We knew this pretty early. CNN reporting Trump is preparing to go to his campaign headquarters, take the stage from Mar-a-Lago to showing he is ready to celebrate. Yeah. I don't blame him. I think if I'm Donald Trump right now, I'd probably wait maybe an hour, Brady, and then I go out and claim victory.
Yeah. You sort of got to wait for Alaska to close just for the sake of it.
Yep. And then I go claim victory if I'm Donald Trump. With this map, without question. And if you're Kamala Harris, the thought of you're going to be here till the end of the week, no, you better make sure you have a phone number in your phone because that call's coming. This is not a close election. Sorry. Popular vote may end up being kind of close. When all the swing states go one way by 4 points, that's not close.
Even then, it's still a 5 million vote gap in the popular vote. And I mean, I'm looking at California because they've still got about half the state left. But even then, I don't know if she can. I don't know if there's enough votes for her to take the popular vote, much less the electoral college.
The electoral college is about to say sayonara, see you later.
Mm-hmm.
4 point gap in Minnesota.
Oh.
This
Not
is
good
insane.
numbers.
This is insane. 3 point gap in New Hampshire. Kamala Harris on top. Still 3 in Pennsylvania. That's going to be the first shoe to drop, I think, here. With 89% in Philadelphia. There's just not enough votes left.
At this point, it's not a matter of does it, it's which one does it first.
He uses... The dude wins. I don't care. This is crazy. He wins. He finds ways. I mean, you don't get beat. Have a whatever you have on the 6th and come back 3-4 years later and roll back to the presidency. It's insane. 89% in Pennsylvania. It didn't change. A 3-point lead for Donald Trump.
Yeah, there's no way. He's got 249 comfortably because we're predicting Alaska.
Yep.
So yeah, he needs
Pennsylvania.
He needs 2
and
states.
Maine. He needs Pennsylvania and a little sliver of Maine.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you right now, this is not a race to 270 anymore in my mind. This is a race to 300 for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Can he sweep the blue wall? Can he go back down to Arizona, Nevada and win? And can he just, let's be honest, stick a middle finger up to his opponents and win Minnesota in front of it? That Minnesota, if that goes red, is the most cold-blooded thing you've ever seen in your life in politics.
Yep.
I mean, to go into the vice presidential nominee of the opposing party state and win, even, I'm going to be honest, even as close as it is right now.
That for 50 years has gone Democrat. Solid. 50 years.
I think somewhere Governor Shapiro is going to pretend to be mad. And Joe Biden and Shapiro are both going to sit there with big old smiles on their faces tonight. Because, let's be honest, she didn't pick him because he's Jewish. She didn't pick him because he's Jewish. He's clearly a better politician. He's a front runner for the 2028 nomination for that side of the aisle, for the liberals. And she didn't pick him for 2 reasons. She didn't want to get upstaged, and she was Jewish. And now you pick Tim Walz because he's the boring guy, and the problem is he said a lot of dumb stuff. And now his state is up for grabs. To your point earlier, you called it earlier. You said, hey, Minnesota got closer after she picked Tim Walz. Probably not a good sign for your pick. Ohio didn't get closer after Trump picked J.D. Vance. We're getting a little into analysis tonight, I understand, but we got nothing else to talk about, so whatever.
Yeah, and in fact, to that point, Bernie Moreno, who wasn't supposed to win that Senate seat, ended up winning that Senate seat. I mean, like you said, 2 weeks ago, it was looking like Sherrod Brown was going to win that. And then the polls got a lot closer, and now Bernie Moreno, everyone's projecting he's going to win that seat.
I'm having a little fun on Twitter if you want to see my actual takes. At Noah McKay UCR. I've only tweeted 2 things tonight. Both are good. The gender gap was monumental tonight, though.
It absolutely was.
That's going to be very interesting. And I do think we're going to see, I think the map is going to change post Donald Trump. He appeals to a different subset than a normal, quote unquote, normal Republican is. But this is now, I mean, he says it all the time. He's going to be a twice elected president of the United States. He's got a movement. And it ain't leaving with him. And say what you want, J.D. Vance is a very effective orator of this movement. And so is Vivek Ramaswamy. And so is Tucker Carlson. And I disagree with them on a lot of stuff. I know I'm getting my politics out there. Whatever. I do. But they're effective. And the populist shift within the Republican Party has led to a change of the map. Clearly, we're talking about Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. But that's going to be a juicy spot. And the question I have will be, if Republicans can maintain this support with Latinos and continue to build with black men, and I think that's going to be the problem, because Trump speaks to people very differently than most Republicans do. I don't know if all black men are going to, as a half black man, I can say this, I don't know if we're all going to be as up for a J.D. Vance type character, but if you're making money, you will. The Democrats have a problem with those demographics, because that takes Texas off the board. Florida's gone. They'll keep California for a long time. New York's showing signs of twitching. They're going to have to figure out a different map. They're going to have to figure out a different map. Because orange man bad and racist and evil and all that ain't going to fly. Clearly. This is a screw you from the United States of America to everybody who did that for the last 4 years. I'm interested to have your take in the comments. 63% in Minnesota. It's a 4-point gap. Still 4 in Wisconsin. 6 in Michigan. He is rolling away with Michigan right now. And Wayne County just dropped more votes. He has 39% in Wayne County. That's Detroit. He won 30% in 2020. If he wins 39% of Wayne County, this thing is done in Michigan too. And remember, he's like, the entire country would turn into Detroit, and they pounced on that, and people in Detroit were like, yeah, we don't want that. Please come help. 39% in Wayne County, if that holds even close to that, 35 plus, that's a stunning result in Detroit for Donald Trump.
I mean, the next vote drop in Wayne County they might call the state.
Yeah, if it continues on this trend. Flint, look at Flint. Donald Trump is winning Flint, Michigan by 900 votes. Let's see where he was last year, 4 years ago. What county is that? Genesee County. He lost Flint by nearly 10 points last time. 20,000 votes. The inroads with black men for Donald Trump are evident in a town like Flint and a town like Detroit. He's not winning. He's winning Flint right now, which is insane. But he's within spitting distance in Detroit, Michigan. We're not going to be here tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We are not going to be here tomorrow. Harris spokesman speaking. Let's take a listen to that.
Oh, that can't be good.
They're pulling the John Podesta. All right, let me turn this on.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, top advisor.
So there's an advisor. They literally just said Hillary Clinton, run that back. They sent him out there to be the John Podesta 4 years ago. Under 1 hour until she has to make the concession call. Because here's a pro tip from an election operative. If you got to come out and say, we'll talk to you tomorrow, you're probably going to lose. Ask Al Gore. Ask Hillary Clinton. You're done. Because what Donald Trump's about to do in an hour is come out here and say, thank you very much for reelecting me president of the United States. And he's so brazen, he's probably going to say, thank you for doing it for a third time. Which, I'll be honest, I don't like the 2020 stuff. That would be freaking hilarious. If the man comes out and says, thank you for reelecting me for the first time since FDR for the third time. Michigan, 60%. It's a 6-point lead. 84% in Wisconsin. It's a 4-point lead. 89% in Pennsylvania. It's a 3-point lead. 53% in Arizona. It's a 1-point lead.
We're 90% reporting out of Pennsylvania, and there's 162,000 vote gap.
We already called it. We already called Pennsylvania. We're waiting on one more state tonight, and it's Wisconsin. And the only thing that saves her in Wisconsin is a huge dump out of Milwaukee County. He's still running at 32% in Milwaukee. Let's see where he was last time. 29. He's outperforming everywhere, and she's underperforming everywhere. Pretty cool how I could put that on without it being on the screen. Maybe not get copyright doc. So if Trump speaks, we can bring it to you live.
60% out of Milwaukee.
I don't see
That's
it.
going to be hard. That's going to be hard.
She's only up 90,000 votes right now, and she's down 120 overall. I mean, even if she wins all the remaining votes in Milwaukee, and you're looking at Donald Trump wins Georgia from the New York Times. He's at 246 electoral college votes.
It's about time.
Pennsylvania's at 90%. Pennsylvania's the next one to go.
I think you're right.
There's not enough math left in Pennsylvania. This is a historic election in America. And they say that all the time on TV. They're dumb. I'm telling you, this does not happen. You get reelected or you lose and you go home. You don't lose, come back in 3 years and win. You typically come back in 3 years, split your party, and then lose. Ask Teddy Roosevelt. Okay, so one of the biggest political comebacks we've ever seen. It doesn't matter your opinion on him. It really doesn't. It's an unbelievable, earth-shattering comeback for Donald Trump to come back and win tonight the way he sure appears like he's winning. I also, on the other hand, I'm really close to calling New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. She's pretty much maintained a 3-point lead.
Call it. Yeah, I'm going to call it for Kamala Harris.
So he's down right now.
I'm going to call Maine, the Maine first, and then the popular vote for Maine. So 3 out of the 4.
Now that one could loom large if he was able to get it with the current map, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think he's about to roll past 300 tonight. I don't see anything. We don't know enough about Nevada and Arizona. But I will say with the trends across the country, I don't see much there. I don't see anything in Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania to lead me believe that Kamala Harris can win those states.
And that's ultimately where it comes down to.
And she has to win all 3 plus. He doesn't have to win all 3, but he's in a great... I cannot believe these numbers out of Michigan. The fact that he is winning Flint by 0.7 and has 39% of the vote in Detroit. Quite frankly, Kamala Harris should be embarrassed of himself a little bit for sending her surrogate out there to do that. Because we're going to be done tonight. This is way before we were anywhere close to done in 2016. In 2012. 2012 was about this time. It's about 1 a.m. Eastern. We're done here. He's going to win. So it's just a matter of who has the cojones to do it first. Wow. And thank you to my dad for letting me know that the Harris spokesman was speaking. If you have any more people speaking, let me know that we need to hear. This is crazy. Getting real, boys. Let's see. Let's go to Wasserman. Redistrict on Twitter is a pretty good follow. He's not tweeting at all tonight. So that's awesome.
Looks like in the governor's races, I know we've kind of glossed over those tonight.
Yeah, I'm on all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like with the exception of North Carolina and Delaware and what will probably end up being Washington State as well, it looks like the rest of the governor's races went for the Republicans. So Utah, Montana, North Dakota, Missouri, Indiana, West Virginia, Vermont, and New Hampshire, which means that the majority of the governor's mansions are occupied by Republicans as well. So that's the Senate and the governor's mansions that are leaning right out of this election. And let's be honest, probably the presidency too. So we're just kind of waiting on the House at this point.
It feels like a more convincing 2016 because you lose that stunning factor because he was ahead narrowly in all these polls. But remember in 2016, they left with the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Obviously, that flipped control of the U.S. Supreme Court as well. This is what this feels like tonight, but more dominant. And the Democrats are really going to wish they nominated somebody else. And I'll say this. Joe Biden would have done better than this. Sorry, he would have. Because you say what you want. Joe Biden in a room one-on-one with people, he connects with them. Kamala Harris does not. Trump did a really good job of that during this campaign, connecting with people one-on-one. He went on these podcasts. She wouldn't do it. She should have gone on Joe Rogan. Astronomically stupid for her not to go on Joe Rogan. Dumb. Then J.D. Vance went on it and just... And then Elon Musk, boom, and then Rogan endorsed.
Mm-hmm.
If she goes on that show, is it different? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if the election is different, but just example after example.
Mm-hmm.
As the political operative in me says, you did the wrong thing, and Trump had it. You can't argue with this. And I think you would agree, Brady. This is the best race that Trump ran in his 3 presidential elections.
I agree.
By a long, long shot.
I agree.
He still had his moments, but he was disciplined. Every question he got back to immigration, he got back to the economy. He's going to be blustery and embellish and all that stuff. He's a salesman.
And he really only had, he really only had the one hiccup, which was during that one and only debate with.
He's eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
That one.
Wasn't a good debate
up there, but I think he learned from that, and he took some advice, and it's showing tonight. I mean.
And I think people were Trump has an 86% chance of winning Pennsylvania, according to the New York Times. I see way more. I think it's a 100% chance.
Polly Market has it at 95%.
I got it at 100. I called it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I do too.
The reality is, the Democrats didn't run a good candidate. She's never been a good candidate in her life. People don't like her. Even the people voting for her. Nobody was like, yay, Kamala. They're like, man, I hate Donald Trump. That is not how you win. It's not. Right? And what Joe Biden was a palatable person in the middle of chaos. And enough people bid on that and voted. And enough people liked that and voted on it. The Democrats didn't present that option in this election. The Republicans, right? There was nothing new you could say about Donald Trump. Oh, he's Hitler. And everyone went, yeah, okay, whatever. Oh, he's evil. Everyone's like, who cares? We know him. We saw him be president. And then Kamala Harris comes in and says, can't say anything about what she would do different. You can't expect to win a race. It's why I predicted Trump to win. It's why you predicted Trump to win. It's not because we wanted or didn't want it to happen. That's the reality of the world we live in. It's 92% in Pennsylvania. He maintains a 221,000 vote lead. He's expanded it.
Mm-hmm.
It is over.
We're just waiting on what's the next domino. I think the next domino is Wisconsin.
Philadelphia, 89% reporting. Delaware County, over 92. Bucks County, he won Bucks County tonight. He's up by 1%. It's not over yet. Bucks County, the swing county in Pennsylvania, right north of Philadelphia. Donald Trump leads by 4,000 votes. Take you back to last year or 4 years ago. Bucks County, a 3 or a 4.4% win for Joe Biden. Donald Trump leads there tonight. He's going to win the election.
And looking back at New Jersey, I know that's been safely called for Harris, but even that's only about a 5-point gap in New Jersey.
Virginia, it's about a 7-point difference all across the country.
I mean, these numbers out of Virginia, I mean, they're looking a little worse now since it's been called. Still waiting out of Virginia Beach, by the way.
I'm not sure New Jersey's done. He's within 4 points and less than 200,000 votes. And there are some huge Republican areas coming in. Still 10% of Atlantic City. He's up 4 points there. Still 14% in Cumberland County. He's up 5 points there. I don't think he can get there, but I do think that was an early call. Sussex County, he's up 21,000 votes. They still got 7% to go. Warren County, they got 8% to go. Newark is done for the most part. They got 9%, so there's that. I'm not sure you can write off Pennsylvania or New Jersey right now if you're Donald Trump, which is crazy. Now we have 3% in Nevada, and Donald Trump's up 71% to 27%. So we do not have Clark County or Reno. I feel very confident in saying that. Minnesota, 2-point gap. He's down 50,000 votes in Minnesota. Still
Anything
winning.
out of St. Paul?
Still winning on St. Paul, only 1% in, which he won 40% of. This is one of the storylines out of tonight. It's not just a rural victory for Donald Trump. This is a suburban victory. And in Detroit, where 25% of the votes, and he's at 39%. In Flint, where he's now down, but he's only down 6 points in Flint. He's still at 6 points statewide in Michigan. He's doing very well in the cities with black men, Latinos, and he's doing great with white men, obviously. And a lot of women voted against him tonight, but it wasn't enough. Oops. I mean, it's just true, I promise. It's just the numbers. Please don't come after me. 0.7% lead now in Arizona. He's stretching it just a little bit.
All right. I've got a lot out of Nevada, about 56% reporting.
Really?
Donald Trump has about a 2% lead, about 20,000 votes.
They're way ahead of the New York Times.
And that is with Clark County, which is Las Vegas, with about 77% in. Nothing out of Reno, though, or Carson City.
2.3% lead for Donald Trump in Nevada. So let's do this game. Let's say he currently sits at 246. We've called Pennsylvania. He looks good in Michigan right now. They have it as a lean R on New York Times. He looks good in Wisconsin. We will leave Minnesota, although I'm not convinced yet. He's within 3 points in New Hampshire, but we'll leave that. He looks really good in the 2nd Congressional District of Maine, so we'll go +1 there. +3 in Alaska. +11 in Arizona. +6 in Nevada. That's 312. And that is a mandate. And that's probably your national popular vote if he wins that big. Wow.
And he's still holding strong with about 5 million votes in that popular vote. Now, we haven't gotten a dump out of California in a while.
Yep. 44% in. He's got 37% of the vote right now in California. Of course, that's Kamala Harris's home state. Let's see what it was 4 years ago. He's winning 3% more of California right now. He won 34% in 2020. Wow. Trump is speaking soon.
The polls are about to close in Alaska, the final state.
He may be waiting on that, and then I think he's going to come out and claim victory. And I would. I wouldn't have done it in 2020. I would do it tonight. Someone Twitter speculating that maybe Kamala Harris did not make a concession speech tonight, and that could be why she's already said to pack up and go home. You definitely saw a lot of the stigma around supporting Donald Trump gone in this election. The celebrities who came out, it was pretty crazy to see Megyn Kelly last night come out. It just... The attacks have lost their shine against Trump, and you're seeing it again tonight. And it is Election Wednesday now. Here in about 30 seconds. And if Donald Trump wins the blue wall, it's going to become a red wall, because 2 out of the last 3 elections, it will have been red. I have to change the name a little bit there. Wow. 92% in Pennsylvania. What are we waiting on in Pennsylvania? He's up by 220,000 votes.
Yeah, with 8% left. I don't know what we're waiting on.
He's winning Erie County by nearly 2 points, 1.5%.
Yeah, I don't know what we're waiting on. I think it's sort of like Georgia, where they're like, oh, we need to wait on these mail-ins, and then they realize there's just not enough, and then they just all start calling it.
So Colorado's moved to the left, and no other state has, if you look at the screen, with the arrows pointing to where the trends have gone. A little bit North Georgia. Everything else is in red.
Well, this election definitely seems to be a referendum on Joe Biden and, to an extension, Kamala Harris. I think there's only so much you can tell people that things are fine and things are great when you go to the grocery store or the gas pump, and people just don't seem to agree. And kind of like you said, you can only run on vibes for so long. You need some substance in there.
I mean, I genuinely don't know what we're waiting on in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, it's a
We're still waiting on
120,000.
Milwaukee. It looks like we're still
61% is in. He's not going to get 120. She's not going to get 120,000 votes back.
That's true. Not in Milwaukee.
No
alone.
way. Madison's done. Eau Claire's done. Green Bay's going heavily for Republicans. This is done.
Yeah, they've got a
Green
little
Bay's
bit
only at
out of-
75%, and it's a 13-point lead for Trump. It's over.
I think I'm ready to call Wisconsin.
And Donald Trump wins Nebraska's first congressional district. I agree with you. I got Donald Trump winning the presidency. I'm calling it. He wins Pennsylvania. He wins Wisconsin.
Yep.
And Donald Trump elected president of the United
Those
States.
are the two states, I think, make that official call.
So the 45th president becomes the 47th president. And I really don't care if the mainstream media disagrees with me. I've seen enough election maps. This is over. He's going to win.
Frankly, I don't even see how he gets there in Michigan.
I agree. I think he wins in Michigan.
That's not even in play. That's not even a.
I'm not ready to call that yet because of how much is out in Detroit, but he's performing well there. Flint is being as close as it is. I agree, but I'm definitely on Pennsylvania. That gives him to 267, and then Wisconsin gets him to 277. That's enough to win the White House. I got Donald Trump going back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm calling it the UCR official call. Maybe next time I'll have graphics and stuff, but our decision desk, which is the two of us, in agreement. And that's a big-time win. And what is inarguably the biggest political comeback in American history for Donald Trump to come back. Only thing that could have become close is if Alexander Hamilton would have come back and won the presidency before he died. He didn't. And Donald Trump going to be the president-elect once everybody gets on board with what we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Just a matter of how quickly. Yeah.
It's over. 93% in Pennsylvania. He's still up 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
There's just not enough. I don't care where your mail-in ballots are. There are not enough there. New York Times, estimated margin. Arizona, Trump plus 4.2. North Carolina, 3.3. Georgia, 2.5. Nevada, 2.5. Michigan, 2.2. Pennsylvania, 2. Wisconsin, 1.8. New York Times predicting Donald Trump to sweep the 7 swing states in this election. And I agree with them.
I have to agree with them as well.
Wow. I'm trying to figure out why they lined Georgia with the weird lines, whatever. Maybe they're doing the apparent winner. All right. Well, I'm not going to wait all night for them to call it. I'm calling it. Thank you again to Brady. I appreciate it, bro. That was a lot of fun. Thank you, man.
Absolutely. 4 years from now, we'll do it again.
Absolutely, 100%. You can watch me Thursday, I hope, from the rooftop of Fire and Vine for the UCR football coach or the UCR football show. Myself, Jacob, will preview round 1 of the postseason. Big games. High school football playoff game of the week, Macon County at Saudi Daisy on Friday night. We'll break it all down. UpperCumberlandReporter.com. We're done with politics after this for 4 more years. But I hope you enjoyed tonight. I'm going to go take so many medicines. So much medicine. Donald Trump's going to win this presidency again. He's going to be the 47th president. One more look around the numbers, up 3% in Pennsylvania, up 4% in Wisconsin, up 6% in Michigan, now only down 2% in Minnesota, up by 3% in Nevada, up by 1% in Arizona. He's going to win, and we have called it here at UCR. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Had a lot of fun tonight. We will talk to you guys next time. Until then, I'm